Of course, besides the Shao clan, Duan Ling Tian also entered the imperial palace and asked the emperor to help him gather these materials. Besides that, he also went to the Divine Might Marquis estate and the Duan clan. The Duan clan currently regarded Duan Ling Tian as their hope. When the Duan clan higher-ups heard that Duan Ling Tian would be leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to enter one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they agreed to Duan Ling Tian's requests without condition. "Kid, our Duan clan will pay for the materials you asked others to gather as well," the Duan clan's Grand Elder, Duan Zhan, said readily. "Then I'll thank Grand Elder first." Duan Ling Tian laughed and didn't refuse, since he and the Duan clan were each taking what they needed. What the Duan clan wanted was the Void Advancement Pill. Even if he were unable to obtain one from one of the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, once his own cultivation steps into the 7th level of the Nascent Soul stage and he becomes a Grade 5 alchemist, he will be able to refine one himself. After leaving the Duan clan, Duan Ling Tian went to the Su clan. The Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, personally greeted Duan Ling Tian in Commander Duan. Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point. "Patriarch Su, I came here today because I want to ask you to help me gather some materials. In a month, I'll come to get them, and at that time Patriarch Su can quote a price." "This is naturally not a problem." Su Boya nodded and received the piece of paper with a pile of materials written on it from Duan Ling Tian. His gaze was extremely complicated. In the past, he was discussing with all of the Su clan's elders about how to deal with Duan Ling Tian. But in the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian instead abruptly turned his situation around, and now even their Su clan didn't dare offend him. Moreover, he suspected that Duan Ling Tian was surely involved in the disappearance of their Su clan's Grand Elder, Su Nan. But not to mention the fact that he didn't have any proof. Even if he did have proof, he still wouldn't dare look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. To a certain degree, Duan Ling Tian was already bound to the imperial family and the Divine Might Marquis estate, so he was far from something the Su clan could match. "Thank you, Patriarch Su. Farewell." Duan Ling Tian bid his farewell and left, directly walking out of the audience hall. Right at this moment, vigilance arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart, and his body moved. He noticed a figure flash over, and on the silver, Grade 8 spirit weapon in the figure's hand, a sheen that was jet black like ink flickered, obviously having been tainted with toxic poison. "Duan Ling Tian, I want you dead." The person once again rushed at Duan Ling Tian. However, the person's 9th level body tempering cultivation was nothing in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, so he was directly kicked away by Duan Ling Tian. "Su Tong, I never thought that even after you lost your cultivation, you'd still be so vicious." Duan Ling Tian's face sank, as the person that had sneak attacked him was precisely Su Tong. This was also the reason why his spiritual force didn't have any reaction. A martial artist at the 9th level of the body tempering stage couldn't pose any threat to him. Su Tong was injured by Duan Ling Tian's kick and crashed onto the ground. It was difficult for him to stand up once more, and his vicious gaze stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, you crippled my Dan Tian and killed my grandfather. I resolve to destroy you or die trying. Resolve to destroy me or die trying. You." Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold. This Su Tong really hadn't learned his lesson. Su Tong. Meanwhile, Su Boya, who had noticed the movement, had come out as well, and his face sank when he saw the scene before him. "What are you doing?" "Patriarch, I want to take revenge for my grandfather and for myself," Su Tong said coldly. "Enough. From today onwards, the resentment between you and Duan Ling Tian is abolished. If the incident from today happens once more, I'll expel you from the Su clan." Su Boya slightly frowned. This Su Tong was truly mad. Not to mention the fact that Su Tong was only a cripple. Even the entire Su clan couldn't afford to offend the current Duan Ling Tian. Su Tong's body trembled when he heard what Su Boya said, and he lowered his head, but the accumulated hatred in his eyes were almost capable of causing his eyes to explode. "Patriarch Su, farewell." Duan Ling Tian nodded to Su Boya and left the Su clan to return home. Meanwhile, the sky had turned dark. However, when he had just arrived before the gate to his house, Duan Ling Tian noticed a figure that seemed to transform into a specter and silently descended before him. Whoosh! And at almost the exact same time, Xiongquan appeared behind Duan Ling Tian. Xiongquan was concealed by Duan Ling Tian's side all this while. It was as if he had transformed into Duan Ling Tian's shadow that followed close behind him. "It's you!" Through the dim light of the night, Duan Ling Tian clearly saw the attire of the person before him and recognized the person. Black-clothed, and a ghost mask on his face. Wasn't this person the ghost-masked man that killed the half-step void-stage powerhouse by Duan Ru Lei's side the other day? According to Duan Ling Tian's guess, it was extremely likely that this person was the elusive leader of the ghastly shadow. Of course, it was only a guess. "Follow me." A hoarse voice sounded out from the person's mouth. This was also the first time Duan Ling Tian had heard the person's voice. Duan Ling Tian could still remember that when this ghost-masked man appeared to kill that old man in Duan Ru Lei's courtyard house that day, from the beginning until the end, he hadn't said a sentence, not a word. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the ghost-masked man left with a speed that he could catch up to. "Let's go!" Even though he didn't know why the ghost-masked man was acting this way, Duan Ling Tian still followed with Xiongquan. He could feel that the ghost-masked man bore no ill will towards him. Eventually, the ghost-masked man brought Duan Ling Tian into an unoccupied courtyard house. Then he walked into a room and lit up the lantern. "Did you look for me for something?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the ghost-masked man before him. Earlier, on the way here, he felt that the ghost-masked man's figure seemed familiar. It was as if he'd seen it before somewhere, but for a moment, he couldn't recall it. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed the ghost-masked man actually extend his hand to take off his mask. The ghost-masked man's true face was completely revealed before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. "See, Teacher Sima." Duan Ling Tian was stupefied. No matter what, he never would have thought that the ghost-masked man that appeared that day was actually the teacher of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, and also the Dean of Paladin Academy, Sima Changfeng. No wonder he felt like the figure of the ghost-masked man from behind seemed familiar. Sima Changfeng lightly smiled. "Kid, you seem to have offended quite a few people." Duan Ling Tian was stunned. "Teacher, what do you mean by this? You just arrived in the Imperial City today, right? At dusk, someone came to the ghastly shadow's point of operations to buy your life." Sima Changfeng glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian suddenly laughed. "Teacher, you're the leader of Ghastly Shadow?" Sima Changfeng lightly smiled, but he didn't admit nor deny it. But Duan Ling Tian already had the answer in his heart. He once thought that Sima Changfeng was the fourth void stage powerhouse that was concealed within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, but now it would seem that it wasn't so. Sima Changfeng was precisely the elusive leader of the Ghastly Shadow. "Teacher, who bought my life?" Duan Ling Tian changed questions, and his eyes flickered with a ghastly flowing light. "In fact, that person has quite a deep connection with you," Sima Changfeng said, with a smile. "Teacher, stop beating around the bush. Who actually was it?" Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly and slightly lost his patience. Now he slightly missed that ghost-masked man that was sparing in speech. Duan Ru Lei's wife, or in other words, Duan Ling Xing's mother, Yunping, Sima Changfeng slowly said. Yunping? This name was completely unfamiliar to Duan Ling Tian. However, once he knew her identity, he could understand why she wanted to buy his life. Truly like a haunting ghost that just wouldn't go away. "Do you need me to deal with it?" Sima Changfeng asked Duan Ling Tian, with a spurious smile on his face. "Deal with it for free?" Duan Ling Tian laughed as well. "You wish, kid. Do you even lack that little money? I naturally have to take money if I help you deal with it," Sima Changfeng derided. "Teacher." Duan Ling Tian's expression abruptly went serious. "My uncle Nye seems to not know about you being the leader of Ghastly Shadow. Does His Majesty know?" Sima Changfeng nodded. "His Majesty knows. In fact, the Ghastly Shadow was something His Majesty asked me to establish." "Teacher Sima, I'm extremely curious. Why do you serve the Emperor so willingly?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He believed that with Sima Changfeng's strength, he was completely capable of not being under the control of the emperor. Sima Chongfeng's gaze became misty when he heard Duanling Tian's question, and he sighed after a long time. That year, it was His Majesty who saved my life. I owe him. Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding, and he didn't ask in detail. This reason was already sufficient. A life-saving kindness was sufficient for someone to be willing to serve another with their own life. Deep into the night, the winds of autumn rustled in the air. Inner city in an antique-styled inn. The fat married woman paced up and down within a superior room, and every step she took seemed as if it could cause the ground to quake slightly. Little bastard, with ghastly shadow making a move. I'll make you die a graveless death. The voice of the fat married woman revealed gloominess and viciousness. It was as if so long as the person she hated to the bones was before her, she would tear him into 1,000 pieces at the first possible moment. Really? Right at this moment, an icy-cold voice echoed out from the roof. Subsequently, the roof was blasted apart. A violet-colored figure flew down to descend into the room. It was precisely Duanling Tian. Yunping noticed the movement and her face went pale. When she noticed Duanling Tian, her gaze abruptly went cold. Little bastard, it's you. Although she'd never seen Duanling Tian after he'd grown up, Duanling Tian's face was 60% or 70% similar to Duan Rufeng's, allowing her to recognize Duanling Tian with a single glance. Little bastard? Duanling Tian's eyes went cold and killing intent flickered within. Noticing the killing intent within Duanling Tian's eyes, Yunping shuddered. Only now did she realize that Duanling Tian was also an Origin Core martial artist. Instantly, a ghastly pale expression appeared on her fat face, and her fat figure even started to slightly tremble. Duanling Tian took a large step forward, and in his hand, a jade-green grade 8 spirit sword appeared out of thin air, flickering with an icy-cold sheen from the moonlight that descended down through the broken roof. Little bastard. I'll kill you and take revenge for Xing. Yunping gritted her teeth, and the fat on her entire body trembled as she pounced towards Duanling Tian, facing death with no regrets. Bang! Duanling Tian kicked out when faced with the enormous body that pounced towards him, sending Yunping flying out to collide onto the wall. However, Yunping, who had a body full of fat as protection, quickly stood up as if she was fine, and she viciously stared at Duanling Tian. Little bastard. What I regret the most in my life is when forcing your mother out of the Duan clan. I didn't kill you in your cradle. Duanling Tian frowned. You forced my mother out of the Duan clan? This was something he'd never heard his mother mention before. Exactly. Yunping sneered. That year, it was precisely I who instigated the others to force your mother out. I originally thought that you, the little bastard, would be nothing to worry about once you left the Duan clan. I never imagined that after 10 over years, it instead allowed you to become the greatest hidden peril. I regret it. Ah! As she finished speaking, Yunping was slightly insane. As far as she was concerned, if she had killed Duanling Tian when he was still in his cradle that year, all the recent incidents wouldn't have happened. Her most beloved son would be alive as well. Humph! Duanling Tian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he spoke in a deep voice. Instead of regretting this, why don't you regret not knowing how to teach your son properly? The hatred between my father and your husband, that's the hatred of the previous generation. But your son instead moved all of this onto me and even attacked me with a killing blow. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have died. As he finished speaking, Duanling Tian's tone was incomparably low. You little bastard. Your life is lowly like grass. So what if my son kills you? Could it be that your life can compare to the life of my son? Yunping's eyes revealed insanity. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to take revenge for my son. Otherwise, after I killed you, I would kill your mother. Only then would I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. You're courting death. Duanling Tian couldn't restrain himself any longer when he heard Yunping's vicious words, and his sword flashed out to lodge itself within Yunping's body. Every dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and one would absolutely die. His mother was precisely his reverse scale. Bang! Yun Ping's enormous figure crashed onto the ground, causing the inn to sway for a while. Although she had died, her pair of vicious eyes still fiercely stared at Duanling Tian, seeming like even in death, she wouldn't let Duanling Tian off. Duanling Tian swept Yun Ping's corpse with a cold and indifferent gaze. He didn't even have the interest to burn the corpse and destroy the evidence before directly leaving. The next day, a piece of news spread out. The wife of the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, had lost her life in an inn in the inner city. Towards this, the Duan clan didn't make any remarks about it. They only buried Yun Ping out of consideration towards the contributions of Duan Rulei towards the Duan clan in all these years. They more or less were able to guess some of the reasons behind Yun Ping's death. However, they wouldn't investigate the matter. Tian, does your second aunt's death have anything to do with you? In the rear courtyard of his house, Li Ro had a serious expression as she asked Duanling Tian. Her gaze didn't leave Duanling Tian's eyes, seeming to want to see if Duanling Tian would lie to her. I killed her. Duanling Tian nodded and didn't deny it. This kid. Your second uncle has already died and she was just a widow. Was there any need to? Li Ro sighed as if she had lost all the strength within her body, and a sense of guilt appeared on her face. Mom, why don't you ask me why I killed her? Duanling Tian shook his head. Then he slowly spoke of what Yun Ping did. What? She looked for the ghastly shadow to post an assignment to kill you? Li Ro instantly stood up from her seat. She seemed to be totally enraged, and her face was covered with a layer of ice. This Yun Ping deserved to die. It's fine that she secretly played dirty tricks to force me to leave the Duan clan. I can endure it, but now she actually wanted to kill you. Tian, mother has wrongly blamed you for this matter. You've done well. Li Ro suddenly turning hostile shocked Duanling Tian as well. But Duanling Tian could still notice his mother's care from it, and warmth couldn't help but arise within his heart. Mom, do you really not intend to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with us? Duanling Tian looked at Li Ro, and he was puzzled towards the decision Li Ro had made last night. Li Ro lightly smiled and said, Tian, Mom won't follow and be a burden to you. Mom, what are you talking about? Duanling Tian frowned. Then he stared at his mother. Wait, you're surely not going because of another reason. Is it because of father? Li Ro didn't conceal it when she saw her son see through her thoughts, and she nodded. Yes, it's because of your father. I have this feeling that your father isn't dead and one day he will return to look for me. If I stay in the Imperial City, if he returns, he can find me in the first possible moment. If I leave, where would he go to look for me? Duanling Tian was speechless. Mom, it's been so many years. Shouldn't you let go of some things? Li Ro was quiet for a moment. Then she asked, Tian, you don't believe your father is still alive? This isn't about whether I believe it or not. I hope he's alive as well. However, it's been nearly 20 years since he disappeared now. If he was still alive, he'd have returned long ago. Duanling Tian laughed bitterly. He naturally hoped that that deadbeat father of his returned. In this way, his mother would be happy as well. However, this hope was extremely small. Tian, you must believe mother. Mother really has a strong feeling. Your father will surely return. Li Ro persisted, and her eyes looked at Duanling Tian in anticipation, seeming to want to obtain Duanling Tian's approval. Duanling Tian sighed in his heart, but he still nodded. Mom, I believe you. Father will surely return. Only then did Li Ro's face reveal a smile. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, a black and a white bolt of lightning flashed over and directly descended onto Duanling Tian's head. They were precisely little black and little white. Duanling Tian swung his palm out and grabbed the two little pythons. Then he glared as he said, You two little fellows have only just awakened and you've already started being mischievous, huh? Last time, Duanling Tian refined many origin-strengthening pills, and these two little pythons directly swallowed half of them. After doing so, they once again fell into a deep slumber and had awakened a few days ago. Their strength had advanced a step and broke through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. If it was a human martial artist or an ordinary fierce beast, Even if they were only at the first level of the nascent soul stage, there would be no effect no matter how many origin-strengthening pills they consumed. These two little pythons seemed to not have such limitations, and to a certain degree they were simply two gluttons. Of course, Duanling Tian was still extremely happy towards the origin-strengthening pill being able to assist the two little pythons in advancing their strength. The strength of the little pythons advancing would also mean his life would have an extra layer of protection. Although he had Xiong Quan, a second-level void-prying martial artist that had comprehended advanced sword force, by his side, Xiong Quan was bound to be unable to follow him into the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. When he arrives at the top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he will only be able to rely on himself and the two little pythons that can conceal themselves beneath his sleeve. Come, I still have quite a few origin-strengthening pills here. Do you two want to eat them or not? Duanling Tian withdrew a pile of origin-strengthening pills, but he quickly noticed that the two little pythons turned their heads away, refusing to spare them a single glance. You two little fellows, now you dislike origin-strengthening pills? Didn't you two eat them rather happily last time? Duanling Tian derided. But he vaguely guessed some of the reasons behind it. Actually, it wasn't only origin-strengthening pills. After the two little pythons ate the origin-increasing pills once, they weren't willing to touch the origin-increasing pills later on. It was as if eating the origin-increasing pills for a second time would have no benefit to them. If it's really because of this, perhaps I can refine other medicinal pills for them. Even though they wouldn't have as good of an effect as the origin-strengthening pills, it should be useful to them, Duanling Tian thought in his heart, and an idea arose in his heart. Within the lifelong memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, besides the origin-strengthening pill, there were still 3 other types of medicinal pills that were capable of increasing the speed at which an origin core martial artist cultivated. And they were medicinal pills that he was capable of refining now. Of course, those 3 types of medicinal pills had medicinal effects that were far inferior to the origin-strengthening pill. But he didn't need the medicinal effects of the origin-strengthening pill, and instead hoped that the other 3 types of medicinal pills would allow the two little pythons' strength to advance a step further. If the medicinal effect wasn't sufficient, then he would use quantity to make it up. If 10 wasn't enough, he'd give them 20, and if 20 wasn't enough, he would give them 50. If 50 wasn't enough, he would give them 100. In any case, these two little fellows were gluttons, and they wouldn't die from eating too much. Putting what he thought of into action right away, Duanling Tian went out with Xiong Quan to the medicine store to buy the required medicinal materials. The medicinal materials required for these 3 medicinal pills were ordinary and easy to buy. However, what caught Duanling Tian by surprise was that as soon as he walked out of the medicine store's door, he saw a familiar face walking straight at him. Xiao He, Xiao Sun's older brother, the Xiao clan's genius alchemist. That person that was cheated out of 5 million silver 1 year ago in the Alchemist Guild's main guild. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a meaningful smile as he glanced at Xiao He. Then he directly left with Xiong Quan. Xiao He frowned. Could it be that the violet-clothed young man from before recognized him? But he didn't have the slightest impression of the young man. Shaking his head, Xiao He stopped thinking and walked into the medicine store. No matter what, Xiao He had no way of connecting Duanling Tian to the violet-clothed youth that cheated him of 5 million silver a year ago. After all, that violet-clothed youth was truly too ordinary-looking. Duanling Tian started getting busy once he returned home. The 3 medicinal pills he wanted to refine were respectively the Cloud Mist Pill, Flowing Water Pill, and Crimson Jade Pill. These 3 medicinal pills had similar medicinal effects, but they were all inferior to the origin-strengthening pill. Whoosh! In next to no time, Duanling Tian withdrew his cauldron and started refining the medicinal pills. To Duanling Tian, the medicinal pills he intended to refine now were only ordinary, and every type only required him to spend half an hour to refine around 10 of them. Duanling Tian spent 2 hours and concentrated on refining 43 Cloud Mist pills. I hope these 2 little fellows are willing to eat, Duanling Tian said in his heart. Hiss hiss when he saw the 2 little pythons' eyes light up and violently flick their tongues when they saw the Cloud Mist pills. Duanling Tian knew that his idea was correct. The 43 cloud mist pills were directly shared between the two little pythons. Right when Duanling Tian thought the two little pythons would fall into a deep sleep, he instead noticed the two little pythons staring at him full of spirit. "You two little fellows are simply bottomless pits." Duanling Tian shook his head as he laughed bitterly. He could only continue refining cloud mist pills. Eventually, under Duanling Tian's tireless refining, another 100+ cloud mist pills were created. After the two little pythons shared the cloud mist pills, they were finally satisfied. What Duanling Tian didn't expect was that they didn't fall into a deep slumber this time, and instead were full of spirit as they looked at Duanling Tian with eager eyes. Now the two little pythons had started to dislike the cloud mist pills. In the following days, Duanling Tian started refining the flowing water pills and crimson jade pills. After the two little pythons shared and swallowed up over 100 flowing water pills and crimson jade pills, they were similarly unwilling to eat the flowing water pill and crimson jade pill anymore. However, they still showed no signs of falling into a deep slumber, and they were full of spirit, brimming with energy and vitality. Two gluttons. Duanling Tian was slightly helpless when he looked at the two little pythons that stared at him in anticipation, and he suddenly felt that perhaps his idea was a mistake, and the advancement of the strength of the two little pythons wasn't so simple. Duanling Tian placed the remaining cloud mist pills, flowing water pills, and crimson jade pills on the table, and he acted fiercely as he glared at the two little pythons and said, "It's all gone. There's only these medicinal pills, so eat them if you want." Hiss hiss. Unexpectedly, the two little pythons swiftly flicked their tongues, and their two little tails flashed out like lightning, sending all the medicinal pills on the table flying. Duanling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. "You two little fellows, who are you showing your temper to?" Duanling Tian swung out his palm, directly grabbing the two little pythons and throwing them up onto a tree in the rear courtyard. Then he left the rear courtyard while ignoring their protests and returned to his room to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WYRM Python Form. In the following 1 month, although Duanling Tian touched the threshold of the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, he was unable to break through after a long time. On the other hand, with the 2 layers of assistance from the Monkey Wine and Origin Strengthening Pills, Ku Air smoothly broke through to the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. As for Li Fei, she was only half a step away from the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. In this 1 month's time, besides Xiao Lan, who occasionally dropped around to chat with his mother, Duanling Tian's courtyard house was peaceful as usual. 1 month later, Duanling Tian left his courtyard house and started slowly going to collect the materials one by one. Starting from the Divine Might Marquis estate, then to the Su clan, then to the Xiao clan. Duanling Tian and Xiao Sun had just gotten the materials from the Xiao clan's patriarch when they unexpectedly encountered Xiao He. "Little Sun, this is?" Xiao He was slightly surprised when he saw Duanling Tian. Wasn't this violet-clothed young man the person he met outside a medicine store in the inner city? The violet-clothed youth was handsome and extraordinary and had a graceful bearing. Thus he had a deep impression. "Brother, he's Duanling Tian." Xiao Sun introduced with a smile, then said to Duanling Tian, "Duanling Tian, this is my brother, Xiao He." "So it's Commander Duan." Xiao He was shocked in his heart when he heard what Xiao Sun said, and a trace of respect appeared on his face. "You're Xiao Sun's brother, so just call me Duanling Tian. You don't have to be so formal." Duanling Tian gave Xiao He a friendly smile. He was able to discern that the current Xiao He had indeed changed a lot from the Xiao He that Duanling Tian encountered in the Alchemist Guild's main guild that time. He'd lost his arrogance and become much more humble. "Then I'll call you Brother Ling Tian." Xiao He nodded, but when he focused his gaze at Duanling Tian's eyes and carefully sized them up for a moment, the smile on his face completely froze. This pair of eyes was familiar to him. He wouldn't forget it in his entire lifetime. However, the violet-clothed youth from that day and the violet-clothed young man before him, he was unable to link the two together no matter what. But thinking from another perspective, according to what Xiao Sun had said, the violet-clothed young man before him had already become a grade 9 alchemist when he was 18. This point coincided with the violet-clothed youth from that day. When Duan Ling Tian noticed Xiao He's focused gaze on himself, his heart jerked. This Xiao He seemed to have noticed something, but where did he notice it from? However, Duan Ling Tian also noticed that Xiao He seemed to not dare confirm it after a long time. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled when he saw the puzzled expression in Xiao He's eyes grow deeper, and with a raise of his hand, a stack of silver in his palm, precisely 5 million silver. He then passed it to Xiao He. This money now can be considered to be returned to its rightful owner. You really are. Xiao He didn't move to receive the silver. Instead, his pupils constricted as if he'd seen a ghost. Brother, what's wrong? Duan Ling Tian, why are you giving my brother money? The nearby Xiao Sun had a bewildered expression. He didn't know what had happened. Little Sun, he's the violet-clothed youth that made a bet with me in the Alchemist Guild and earned 5 million silver from me. I had noticed earlier that Brother Ling Tian's eyes were exactly the same as the youth from that day. I didn't dare confirm it earlier, but I never imagined that they were actually the same person. Unbelievable! A bitter smile appeared on Xiao He's face, as he never imagined that when he met the genius youth alchemist from that day once again, it would be under such circumstances. Xiao Sun was stupefied. Brother, didn't you say that the youth from that day had an ordinary appearance? This is something you might have to ask Brother Ling Tian. Xiao He glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bewildered expression. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. For the sake of not allowing others to find out my identity, I used some methods to make a disguise that day. However, I never imagined that he'd actually remember my eyes. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao He with a surprised expression. He finally found out how Xiao He recognized him. He could put on a disguise, but it only changed his face, whereas his eyes didn't change in the slightest. Actually, after I lost the gamble to you that day, I was extremely furious in my heart and wished for nothing more than to take revenge on you. So, before I left, I deeply remembered your face, your eyes, and your everything. Xiao He shook his head and laughed, and as he recalled that day, he felt as if he'd change a lot. What? Don't want to take revenge on me now? Duan Ling Tian joked. Xiao He shook his head. After I returned to the clan that day, I thought about many things. In the end, I realized that I was indeed too arrogant in the past and had an exaggerated opinion of my abilities. In fact, I want to thank you, as it's you that allowed me to realize my flaws. Like the old saying, nothing is better than being able to notice and rectify oneself after making a mistake. Xiao He, you have such a mentality, so I believe that in the future you'll surely be able to develop your own school in the Tao of Alchemy and stand at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian looked more highly upon Xiao He after hearing what he said. Xiao He nodded and said modestly, I wish. In the end, Xiao He wasn't willing to take the silver from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian didn't force him either and instead guided Xiao He in medicine refinement for a bit. Needless to say, Xiao He indeed had a high natural talent in medicine refinement, so he quickly understood Duan Ling Tian's guidance in many aspects. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but secretly praise him in his heart. Xiao He had a heartfelt admiration towards the profound understanding that Duan Ling Tian had of the Tao of Alchemy, and when Duan Ling Tian left, he even personally sent Duan Ling Tian out of the Xiao clan estate's gate. The two of them could be considered to have buried the hatchet. After leaving the Xiao clan estate, Duan Ling Tian went to the imperial palace. Within the imperial garden, the emperor passed a spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian. These are all the reserves within the imperial palace, as well as the materials I ordered people to gather from all over. After expressing his gratitude, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he asked, Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, how much were these materials? Money. The emperor shook his head and waved his hand. There's no need for money. If you're considerate, then go see Bai Yao before leaving. Duan Ling Tian was startled, but he understood what the emperor meant, and he nodded. When he met Princess Bai Yao once again, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Princess Bai Yao's body was obviously weaker and thinner, and even Duan Ling Tian couldn't help feel pity upon seeing her. Princess. Duan Ling Tian bowed to Princess Bai Yao. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on Princess Bai Yao's face when she saw Duan Ling Tian. "You've come. MMM. Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded and sighed in his heart. There were some things that were like unintentionally inserting a willow branch into the ground and the willow becoming a source of shade. Needless to say, Princess Bai Yao was extremely outstanding and very kind. Not one bit inferior to Ku Er and Li Fei. However, it was difficult for him to take that final step in his heart in the end. One step, although it was very close, it seemed far in the horizon. "When do you intend to leave?" Princess Bai Yao asked, in a low voice. Her clear and melodious voice trembled slightly, and her delicate and touching bearing caused one to be unable to stop oneself from feeling tender and protective towards her. "Tomorrow morning," Duan Ling Tian lightly said. "So soon?" Princess Bai Yao's delicate body trembled, and she snuck a peek at Duan Ling Tian. When she noticed Duan Ling Tian looking over as well, she timidly turned her head away, seeming extremely like a small child that was caught eating candy, and her beautiful face blushed red. Duan Ling Tian's gaze twitched, and he slowly said, "Princess, I'll accompany you on a stroll." "Okay." Princess Bai Yao obediently nodded. Unlike in the past, this time, Duan Ling Tian accompanied Princess Bai Yao to walk and chat for a long time, and the two of them understood each other a little bit more. Duan Ling Tian even intentionally spoke about himself with Ku Er and Li Fei. He originally thought that Princess Bai Yao would feel a sense of loss. But unexpectedly, Princess Bai Yao's face had a trace of a smile from the beginning until the end. In other words, Big Sister Li Fei and Ku Er will be accompanying you to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Yes. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile of happiness. But he instead didn't notice that, in the instant that Princess Bai Yao turned her head away, a flowing light that had a sense of jealousy mixed within was vaguely present deep within her beautiful eyes, as if she wished for nothing more than to be able to replace Ku Er or Li Fei and accompany Duan Ling Tian by his side. Will you ever return?" When they were bidding their farewells, Princess Bai Yao asked in a light voice, and her beautiful face had a trace of a perturbed expression. "I'll surely return." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. "This time, my mother won't be leaving with me. When I'm free in the future, I'll return to see her." Princess Bai Yao's eyes lit up when she heard what he said. "Can I go meet your mother?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Only now did Princess Bai Yao realize that she was too straightforward, and the blush on her face grew deeper. It seemed as if blood would drip out from her face. Duan Ling Tian was in a slightly difficult situation. If he were to bring Princess Bai Yao home, would Little Fei skin him? Duan Ling Tian felt a chill run down his spine when he recalled Little Fei's jealousy. However, when he saw Princess Bai Yao looking at him with a delicate and touching gaze and a face full of anticipation, his heart softened in the end. Just take her as a guest. Duan Ling Tian consoled himself. As expected, when Duan Ling Tian brought Princess Bai Yao back to his home, Li Fei's gaze became vigilant at the first possible moment. Li Rou's face instead had a trace of a dubious smile. Xiao Lan happened to be accompanying Li Rou, and when she saw Princess Bai Yao, a trace of shock appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. She's never imagined that a woman Duan Ling Tian casually brought home would have an appearance that wasn't inferior to hers, Ku Er's, and Li Fei's. "Young master, who's this beautiful big sister?" Ku Er blinked her big eyes and looked at Princess Bai Yao as she asked Duan Ling Tian. "This is Princess Bai Yao." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he introduced Princess Bai Yao to the women in his home. Instantly, they were all moved. Even Li Fei's face revealed surprise, as she never thought that the woman Duan Ling Tian brought home would actually be Princess Bai Yao. Li Fei had heard of Princess Bai Yao, the #1 beauty in the imperial city. "Greetings, Princess." For a moment, including Li Rou, all the four women lightly bowed to Princess Bai Yao as they respectfully addressed her. Princess Bai Yao walked over with graceful steps to help Li Rou up and lightly smiled as she said, "Aunt Rou, this isn't the imperial palace, so you don't have to treat me as a princess." Li Rou lightly smiled and nodded. Her beautiful eyes were like water as her gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Vaguely mixed within her gaze was a dubious expression, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel slightly embarrassed. "Your big sister Fei, right?" Princess Baiyao looked at Li Fei, and her delicate and touching expression caused Li Fei to be unable to help herself from revealing a light smile. "Princes, you know me? Big sister Fei, you're as beautiful as Duan Ling Tian said." Princess Baiyao's mouth was even sweeter than honey, completely eliminating the hostility and vigilance Li Fei had towards her. "Big sister Fei, call me Baiyao in the future." "Okay." "Little sister Baiyao, you're extremely beautiful as well, as expected of the imperial city's #1 beauty." Li Fei lightly nodded, and a favorable impression arose within her heart when she saw that Princess Baiyao didn't put on airs in the slightest. Princess Baiyao looked at Ku Air and asked, with a light smile, "You're Ku Air, right? I heard Duan Ling Tian say that you're the same age as me. What month were you born?" "Princess, my birthday is in September." The current Ku Air wasn't the Ku Air from the past anymore. Even when facing a princess, she wasn't perturbed in the slightest and was able to chat without restraint. "Then I'm younger than you. My birthday is in December. In the future, I'll call you Big Sister Ku Air. You can call me Little Sister Baiyao like how Big Sister Li Fei calls me." Princess Baiyao playfully stuck out her cute tongue when she heard what Ku Air said, causing Ku Air to have a favorable impression of her as well. "Ah, I have a little sister as well now," Ku Air exclaimed in a low voice. Her beautiful face was slightly red, and the light smile that the corners of her mouth curled into had a trace of excitement mixed within. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh emotionally when he saw this scene. As expected of someone from the imperial family, Princess Baiyao was indeed skilled in managing affairs with people, and it wasn't long before she obtained the approval of the three beauties within Duan Ling Tian's house. "This is..." Princess Baiyao looked at Xiaolan in the end. Even Princess Baiyao couldn't help but have a favorable impression towards this woman, who was like a celestial maiden that had fallen into the mortal world. Today, the shock in her heart had practically never stopped. Originally, as the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty in the imperial city, Princess Baiyao was extremely confident of her appearance. But today, she successively saw 3 women with appearances that weren't inferior to hers. Besides Duan Ling Tian's 2 women, who she already knew of, the appearance of this beautiful and refined woman caused her heart to ripple. She noticed that this woman was similar to her and was attracted to Duan Ling Tian. For a moment, a feeling of mutual sympathy towards a fellow sufferer arose within her heart. "Princess, I'm Xiaolan." Xiaolan lightly smiled to Princess Baiyao. She felt slightly bitter in her heart. She was naturally able to discern Princess Baiyao's thoughts towards Duan Ling Tian, and she was extremely jealous of how Princess Baiyao was capable of obtaining the approval of Duan Ling Tian's family in such a short amount of time. After all, she and Duan Ling Tian's family had been together for a few months, but she had only obtained Li Rose and Ku Air's approval. Li Fei was constantly vigilant towards her. "Big sister Xiaolan." Princess Baiyao smiled sweetly to Xiaolan. "That, all of you chat, I'm going back to my room to cultivate." A bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he saw that he had become a prop to them. He notified them and returned to his room. As the saying goes, 3 women is the best amount for women to discuss amongst themselves. These 4 women gathered together, in the earth that Duan Ling Tian was from in his past life, would be able to form a table for mahjong. After returning to his room, Duan Ling Tian started Cultivation, the 3rd form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The WYRM Python forms supplementary martial skill. Defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's Shield. This Earth Dragon's Shield was extremely domineering. Even though it didn't have the ability to reverse and move attacks like greater teleportation, in terms of defense, it was a level stronger than an ordinary high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. Even if the Earth Dragon's Shield was only at the mastery stage, its defense could match an ordinary high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. My greater teleportation relied upon the medicinal effect of the blood Lingji to break through to its current perfection stage. According to Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, if I refine an inverse source pill, I can once again stimulate the medicinal strength of the blood Lingji within my fleshly body, vital energy, and blood. The materials for the inverse source pill were on the list of materials that Duan Tian asked all the powers to gather 1 month ago. Duan Tian withdrew his cauldron and started refining the inverse source pill. After an hour, the inverse source pill was completed. Subsequently, he consumed the pill and started stimulating the medicinal strength of the blood Lingji that was concealed within his fleshly body, vital energy, and blood. At the same time, he started circulating the Earth Dragon's shield. In the end, under the assistance of the vast amounts of medicinal strength from the blood Lingji, the Earth Dragon's shield smoothly broke through to the perfection stage. Although the Earth Dragon's shield is much stronger than an ordinary high-grade profound rank martial skill, in the origin core stage, when strength is raised to a certain level, even if the defensive martial skill is stronger, it will at most only be capable of neutralizing a portion of the strength. This was something Duan Tian was clear of in his heart. Based on Duan Tian's estimations, with his current cultivation at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, if he were to circulate the Earth Dragon's shield at full force, he would be able to completely neutralize the attack of a martial artist below the origin core stage. However, if it was an attack from an origin core martial artist, then it would be impossible to completely neutralize the attack. He could only neutralize a portion of his opponent's attack. But even then, the defensive martial skill was still important. For example, in a battle between 2 martial artists with similar cultivation levels and attack strength. If one of the 2 people didn't cultivate a defensive martial skill and the other person did, under these circumstances, the latter would absolutely obtain a firm victory against the former. Duan Tian returned to his senses after completing the cultivation of the Earth Dragon's shield. Meanwhile, he noticed that the sky had turned dark. I forgot the time. Duan Tian was slightly embarrassed as he walked out of his room, and after he had dinner with the girls, he proposed to send Princess Bai Yao back. As for Xiao Lan, she chose to stay. Duan Tian didn't feel anything towards Xiao Lan's decision, and what was rare was that Li Fei didn't mind. After Duan Tian took Princess Bai Yao back and returned, only then did he know why Li Fei was suddenly so magnanimous. We're leaving tomorrow. With Xiao Lan accompanying Aunt Ro won't be so lonely. What Li Fei said caused Duan Tian to be extremely moved. That night, after Duan Tian and Li Fei had a good time together, Li Fei lied on his shoulder and said, in a low voice, "Scoundrel, I know that Xiao Lan and little sister Bai Yao are attracted to you. Little Fei, what are you talking about?" Duan Tian embraced Li Fei in his arms and rubbed her beautiful hair. "This little bottle of vinegar. Humph. You dare say you don't have any thoughts." Li Fei's watery, beautiful eyes squinted as she glared at Duan Tian, causing Duan Tian to smile bitterly. As a normal man, how could he not have any thoughts when he saw 2 beauties? Moreover, those 2 beauties were so kind and lovely. Li Fei's expression went serious as she said, "I've thought it through." "Thought what though?" Duan Tian felt a slight chill run down his back. This little Fei wouldn't have some insane idea, right? "I've thought it through that if they want to enter our family, then they must first pass my test." Li Fei smiled mysteriously, with an appearance that showed that she felt a feeling of superiority. "What test?" Duan Tian asked curiously. "Secret." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Tian and didn't say anything else. At dawn the next day, Duan Tian brought Ku Er, Li Fei, and Xiongquan to say their farewells to Li Ro, Xiao Lan, and his house manager, Jing Ru, before spurring their horses to leave the courtyard house and leave the imperial city. As for the other people, Duan Tian had already bid his farewells to them one by one 2 days ago. The domain of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was situated to the northeast of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and Duan Tian's group of 4 dashed onwards on Fergana horses, as if transforming into 4 red bolts of lightning that kicked up endless amounts of dirt into the air. Hiss hiss inside Duan Tian's sleeve. The 2 little pythons disobediently came out and excitedly flicked their tongues in incomparable joy. "You 2 little fellow know that we're about to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom as well?" Duan Tian looked at the 2 little pythons and shook his head with a smile. Unexpectedly, the 2 little pythons nodded to him like humans and were extremely playful. "Xiongquan, If we travel by Fergana horse and rest in the night, how long will it take for us to arrive at the 7-star sword sect? Duan Ling Tian asked Xianxia as he spurred his horse forward. The 7-star sword sect was one of the top 5 sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Over 90% of the disciples within the 7-star sword sect were sword cultivators. Because the attack strength of sword cultivators was extremely strong, the 7-star sword sect was extremely domineering within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even the other 4 top sects didn't dare rashly offend the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian heard of all this from Xianxia. According to what Xianxia said, the influence of the 7-star sword sect within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only inferior to the imperial family. Most importantly, the 7-star sword sect would recruit outer court disciples every 6 months, much more frequently than the other 4 top sects. However, even then, the members of the 7-star sword sect were far lesser than the other 4 top sects. The 7-star sword sect was famous for being extremely harsh when recruiting outer court disciples. Xianxia pondered for a moment. Then he said to Duan Ling Tian, "Around half a year." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was already mentally prepared for this answer. It would take 3 months to arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's domain from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City, and going from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's border to the 7-star sword sect was still quite a long distance. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 had the protection of Xianxia, the 2nd-level void-prying stage powerhouse that had comprehended advanced sword force, so they didn't encounter any trouble during the journey from Crimson Sky Kingdom to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Occasionally, when bandits dashed over, they would be completely slaughtered by Xianxia. Similar to Duan Ling Tian's expectations, after 3 months, they arrived at a city that was situated between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even though this city wasn't a county city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the area it occupied wasn't smaller than a county city. Xianxia, have you been to this city before? Duan Ling Tian asked. Xianxia shook his head. Let's go inside. Duan Ling Tian's brows rose. Then he directly entered the city with the 2 little girls who wore veils to cover their faces. This city was extremely bustling, and many traveling merchants could be seen going in and out of it. According to Duan Ling Tian's guess, these traveling merchants ought to be going back and forth between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After entering the city, people riding Fergana horses could be seen everywhere. Thus, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 riding Fergana horses into the city didn't draw the attention of other people. Under Duan Ling Tian's lead, the 4 of them found a restaurant to have a meal. Before ordering the dishes, Duan Ling Tian gave the restaurant attendant a small tip and asked curiously, "Introduce this city to me?" The attendant would naturally speak of all he knew without reserve when he saw Duan Ling Tian be so generous, and he lightly smiled. "Customer, is this the first time you've come to our Black Wind City?" Black Wind City? Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and he continued to listen to the attendant. "Customer, our Black Wind City is a border merchant city under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. It is situated on the northeast border of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Normally, some of the traveling merchants that go back and forth between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom rest in our Black Wind City," the attendant slowly said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. This was something he'd noticed on the way here earlier. The attendant continued, "Customer, since it's your first time in our Black Wind City, you must remember, never offend people with the surnames Huang, Zhong, or Ma." As he spoke up to this point, the attendant's face was slightly serious. "What's special about these 3 surnames?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The attendant shook his head. "There isn't anything special. These surnames are precisely the surnames of the 3 great clans in our Black Wind City. Customer, you ought to be from the Crimson Sky Kingdom, right?" "How do you know?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. The attendant smiled as he said, "Because people who are heading to the Crimson Sky Kingdom from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom mostly follow traveling merchants on their journey, and there are hardly any individual travelers. So I guess customer was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Customer intends to head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" "Exactly." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Customer, be sure to remember what I said earlier. Even though Black Wind City's three great clans are nothing in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they're much stronger than many clans from your Crimson Sky Kingdom, even to the extent that they're only inferior to the three top clans of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City. The attendant reminded again. I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He naturally knew that the three top clans of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that the attendant spoke of were precisely the Duan clan, the Shao clan, and the Su clan. Not to mention an existence that was inferior to the three great clans. With Xianxia here, Duan Ling Tian wasn't even afraid of the three great clans themselves. Customer, what are all of you eating? The attendant asked respectfully. Help us choose a few, we don't avoid any foods. Duan Ling Tian said to the attendant. Duan Ling Tian looked at the two little girls beside him and lightly smiled as he said, It's time to eat. Take off your veils. The two little girls blinked their beautiful eyes. Then they obediently removed the veils on their faces. And right at this moment, sounds of cups dropping echoed out within the restaurant. It was some of the male customers being completely dumbstruck when they saw Ku'er and Li Fei, and they even weren't aware that the cups in their hands had fallen. In next to no time, their food had arrived. Xianxia, sit down and eat. Duan Ling Tian said to Xianxia, and Xianxia replied before sitting down. The four of them had been hungry for a day. Thus they were like whirlwinds that swept away the clouds, sweeping away the food on the table. Meanwhile, the sky slowly dimmed, but the restaurant was still brightly lit by lanterns. I heard that the auction in the Ma Clan auction house tonight will have a batch of slaves on auction. I've heard of it as well. Not only are there slaves, but allegedly the Ma Clan auction house has many good things this time. Hurry up and finish eating. Let's go have a look. Right at this moment, the discussion of a few middle-aged men from a nearby table entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Ma Clan auction house? Auction? Duan Ling Tian was suddenly interested. This Black Wind City was a city that was situated at the border between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. So there were extremely large amounts of traveling merchants that had passed here. Thus, there would surely have been many traveling merchants that had sold off some good things here. Perhaps some things that he'd be interested in would appear during the auction. After eating their fill, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand at the attendant. Customer, do you have any instructions? The attendant asked Duan Ling Tian respectfully. I want to ask you this. If I want to participate in the Ma Clan auction house's auction, what should I do? Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point, and at the same time he put down a silver ingot. The attendant's eyes lit up, and after putting away the silver, he hurriedly said, Customer, there are three great auction houses within our Black Wind City, and they're respectively controlled by the three great clans. Every auction house holds an auction every 3 months. The 2 months in between are left for the other two auction houses to hold their auctions. In other words, there's an action in Black Wind City every month. Tonight just happens to be the day the Ma Clan auction house holds an auction, and customer can be considered to have come at the right time. After exiting our restaurant door, take a left turn and walk to the end of the street. Then turn right and you can see the Ma Clan auction house. There are 2 grades of entrance fees to the Ma Clan auction house. The first, spend 1,000 silver to obtain the right to bid and to sit on a seat in the hall. The second, spend 100,000 silver to obtain the right to bid, and the Ma Clan will provide a private room and the most comprehensive service. As he spoke up to this point, the attendant couldn't help but be amazed. To him, Black Wind City's auction house was something he wouldn't have the opportunity to enter in his entire lifetime. Just a normal seat requires 1,000 silver? Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted and were slightly surprised. And that private room actually required 100,000 silver. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the worth of silver has lowered too sharply, right? Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then he brought along the 2 girls that had put on their veils and walked out of the restaurant. Xianxia led the 4 Fergana horses and followed behind them. Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 directly went to the Ma Clan auction house. Meanwhile, the Ma Clan auction house had already started allowing guests to enter. However, there weren't many people were entering, as there was still a period of time before the auction started. At the auction house door, a row of attendants stood there like bell boys. Duanling Tian's group of 4 had only just arrived at the auction house's door when an attendant came forward and greeted them. Then they received the reins of the 4 Fergana horses from Xianxia. Another attendant walked up and asked respectfully, "Guest, may I know if you need seats in the hall or a private room?" "A private room," Duanling Tian said to the attendant. "Guest, please follow me." The attendant's attitude became even more humble when he heard what Duanling Tian said. He led Duanling Tian's group to enter the auction house. Then he brought them to the private rooms on the second floor of the auction house. The clean and tidy room gave one a comfortable feeling. The room was extremely vast and was more than sufficient to fit Duanling Tian's group of 4. Duanling Tian walked around the room, and through the window in the room he was able to see the auction platform below, which was extremely convenient. After the attendant entered, he started pouring hot tea for Duanling Tian and the 2 little girls. Then he prepared some refreshments before respectfully standing at the side. After a short moment, the sound of the door being knocked on echoed out. The attendant walked out in large strides to open the room door. Then he respectfully greeted the person outside. "Manager." A middle-aged man with a face full of stubble slowly walked in. Then he looked at Duanling Tian. "Guest, nice to meet you. I'm the Ma Clan Auction House's manager, Ma Qin." Duanling Tian naturally was able to guess the reason why the manager of the auction house had come. With a raise of his hand, 100,000 silver appeared out of thin air, and he passed it to Ma Qin. When Ma Qin received the silver, his gaze abruptly shone. The first thought that flashed within his mind was that this young man that looked to be not even 20 wasn't simple. Having a spatial ring at such a young age, his background was obviously extraordinary. "Thank you, guest." After Ma Qin put away the silver, he deeply glanced at Xianxia, who was behind Duanling Tian, then turned around and left. "Guests, if you have any needs, feel free to instruct me. I'll be guarding outside the door," the attendant said respectfully. Then he walked out and closed the door. Meanwhile, Ku Er and Li Fei removed their veils. "We need to spend 100,000 silver just to stay in this lousy place for a few hours?" Li Fei shook her head. She felt it difficult to accept this fact. Although Ku Er didn't say anything, her face was still filled with astonishment. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. This was something he could understand. After all, this place couldn't be compared to those cities within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Up to a certain extent, this place could be considered a city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Moreover, this Black Wind City was a place that traveling merchants must traverse. Thus, the standard of expenses here would probably not be much different from those cities within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This was something Duanling Tian had already noticed when he paid the bill at the restaurant. "It's still not starting?" After half an hour, Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned and she was slightly impatient. "It should be soon." Duanling Tian's brows raised, seeming to have noticed something. Meanwhile, through the room's window, people could be vaguely seen walking into the hall with large strides and finding a seat. As time went by, more and more people arrived. Before long, the hall was filled with a dense crowd of people. The seats in the hall are 1,000 silver each. Just from the entrance fees, this Ma Clan auction house is able to receive money until their hands go soft. Duanling Tian couldn't help but be astonished. When there were many people in one place, it would naturally become extremely noisy. In next to no time, Duanling Tian noticed an old man slowly walking up the auction platform, and he knew that the auction was about to begin. "Everyone, welcome to our Ma Clan auction house. I guarantee to everyone that today, you will all feel that your time wasn't wasted." As expected, after walking up the auction platform, the old man spouted out a bunch of worthless nonsense. Nothing other than advertising and praising how great the items for auction in their Ma Clan auction house today were. This was nothing more than ringing one's own bell. "All right, I can see that everyone can't want. The first auction item will be presented right now." The old man's voice abruptly sounded. For a moment, the people that were dozing off in the hall shuddered and woke up. A young girl held a tray that was covered by a red cloth in her hand as she walked up the auction platform. When the young girl lifted up the red cloth, the item on the tray appeared before the eyes of everyone. and it was a pill bottle. The old man picked up the pill bottle, swept the hall with his gaze, and then said with a clear voice, "Everyone, within this pill bottle are 10 origin-strengthening pills. The origin-strengthening pill, a medicinal pill used by origin core martial artists. It is able to increase their speed of cultivation. However, even in the medicine stores, origin-strengthening pills were sold everywhere. For a moment, many people lacked any interest. And there were even people who said in disdain, when did the Ma clan auction house decline to such a level? Actually auctioning such a common item. Origin-strengthening pills are sold at medicine stores at 10,000 silver each and are sold at prices that are marked clearly. Exactly. There's no need to auction this kind of item, right? Hurry up and change it to the next auction item." The crowd of people in hall started shouting out, "Everyone, please be silent." The old man's expression didn't change when faced with such a scene, even to the extent that he seemed to have known since long ago that this would happen. When the old man raised his hand, the hall quieted down. "Everyone, do all of you think that our Ma clan auction house would auction an ordinary origin-strengthening pill?" The old man's eyes squinted. Then he lightly smiled. "Everyone knows that medicinal pills refined by ordinary alchemists have a purity that's a little over 60% at most. And being able to possess a purity of 65% is extremely hard to come by. However, the origin-strengthening pills in the pill bottle in my hand have a purity that has achieved 75%. 75%, what sort of notion is that? Once an origin-strengthening pill with a 75% purity is consumed and used to cultivate, the increase in cultivation speed is double the speed of an ordinary origin-strengthening pill. If it were to be given to an origin core martial artist who was trapped in a bottleneck and unable to break through after a long time, if they consumed this origin-strengthening pill, they would have the possibility to directly break through. As expected, the old man's words caused a stir within the hall. 75% purity origin-strengthening pill? Is it real or fake? Which alchemist is so formidable? Who is able to refine an origin-strengthening pill with such high purity? Many people within the hall didn't quite believe it. As far as they knew, a medicinal pill with a purity at 70% could already be considered an existence of rumor. A medicinal pill with a purity of 75% was already close to the 80% purity medicinal pills of legend. Seeing this, the old man continued, "Everyone, these 10 origin-strengthening pills have been personally tested and verified by our Ma clan's Lord Hujun. So there's no need for everyone to worry whether the purity of these medicinal pills conform to what this old man has said. Among these 10 origin-strengthening pills, 7 have a purity of 75% and 3 have a purity that is extremely close to 76%. Moreover, our Ma clan's trustworthiness is recognized by everyone." Many people within the hall nodded upon hearing the old man's words. The Ma clan indeed hadn't done anything untrustworthy during their auctions. Since Lord Hujun has tested and verified it, there's naturally no problem. Exactly, Lord Hujun is the only grade 7 alchemist in Black Wind City. His judgment would surely not be wrong. "Geezer Ma, hurry up and announce the starting bid." The people in the hall spoke out, urging the old man to announce the starting bid. Within the room, a trace of surprise appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. 75% purity? He'd never imagined that such a high-purity medicinal pill could appear in the border between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. A purity of 75% was sufficient to show that the alchemist that refined the origin-strengthening pill was an alchemist with rich experience and extraordinary natural talent. Of course, Duan Ling Tian looked down upon this little bit of purity. Not to mention a 75% purity, even a purity of 90% was something he could freely refine. If he were to seriously refine the medicinal pill, it would even be possible for him to refine a medicinal pill with a purity of 99%. The lifetime of experience and ability in medicine refining that he obtained from Rebirth Martial Emperor was no joke. Aren't they embarrassed from auctioning a medicinal pill with only 75% purity? Li Fei grunted in a low voice. She still remembered that the origin-strengthening pills her man refined had a purity that exceeded 90%. As far as she was concerned, An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75% was simply trash compared to the origin-strengthening pills her man had refined. But even though it was trash, the bid price shocked Li Fei. Along with the old man announcing the big price, the 10 origin-strengthening pills with 75% purity were actually bid to a high price of 300,000 silver. Not only that, the bidding was still going on. 400,000 silver. 500,000 silver. Li Fei was stupefied when she heard the bidding in the hall. Madmen, they're surely madmen. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. He understood what she was thinking. To a certain extent, an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75% was indeed capable of assisting an origin core martial artist in breaking through the final bottleneck and smoothly step into the next level. Of course, it was only limited to martial artists at the first level and second level of the origin core stage. After all, it was only an origin-strengthening pill with 75% purity. 1 million silver. Finally, after a deep voice sounded out of one of the rooms on the second floor, the bottle of origin-strengthening pills with 75% purity was won by that person. The guest in room number 5 has obtained this bottle of origin-strengthening pills with 75% purity, the old man on the auction platform announced. Subsequently, another young girl held a tray as she ascended the auction platform. The auction item this time was a grade 8 spirit weapon that provided an 18% amplification. Duan Ling Tian's group was without a shred of interest towards this auction item. Scoundrel, those 10 origin-strengthening pills with only 75% purity were actually able to sell for 1 million silver. If the origin-strengthening pills you refined were to be sold, wouldn't they be worth even more money? After Li Fei recovered from her shock, she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a pair of beautiful eyes that had traces of bright lights within. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said, "Of course. One origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75% is worth 100,000 silver. I wonder how much the origin-strengthening pills with over 90% purity that you refine are able to sell for." Li Fei had a curious expression. It was as if she urgently wanted to know the answer. Duan Ling Tian was, of course, able to see through Li Fei's thoughts, and he shook his head with a smile. "Little Fei, if you really want to know, then I'll choose an origin-strengthening pill with the lowest purity to give the Ma Clan auction house to auction out. I assume that they would be interested as well." Li Fei's beautiful eyes shone, and the nearby Ku'er had a face full of curiosity. "Xiong Quan, call the attendant in." Duan Ling Tian instructed Xiong Quan. In next to no time, the attendant entered. "Guest, do you have any instructions?" Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and a pill bottle appeared in it. Then he passed it to the attendant. "There's a medicinal pill within. I intend to auction it away in your auction house. Ask the manager to arrange it." Without asking anything, the attendant extended his hand to receive it after hearing what Duan Ling Tian said. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. After the attendant left, Duan Ling Tian looked at the auction platform again and noticed that the grade 8 spirit weapon had been bid away. "Manager." After the attendant received the pill bottle from Duan Ling Tian, he went to look for the manager, Ma Qin. Ma Qin's gaze descended onto the attendant's hand, and he asked, "A guest wants to auction an item?" "Yes, manager, it's that young guest," the attendant respectfully said. "Young guest? That violet-clothed young man?" Ma Qin asked curiously. "Yes," the attendant nodded. Ma Qin received the pill bottle and opened it to take a look. He couldn't help but frown when he noticed that it was actually an origin-strengthening pill within. What does that guest mean by this? Origin-strengthening pill? And only one. In the end, he didn't send this origin-strengthening pill back directly after all and instead took it to the back of the auction house. Lord Hu Jun. Before long, Ma Qin found the only grade 7 alchemist in their Ma clan, Hu Jun. So long as the Ma clan auction house was carrying out an auction, Hu Jun would be in charge. Yes, Hu Jun was an old man past 70, and he asked in wonder when he saw Ma Qin arrive, "Manager Qin, is something the matter?" Ma Qin passed over the pill bottle in his hand. "Lord Hu Jun, this is an auction item that one of our guests wants to auction off in our auction house. Help me see if it's special in any way." Hu Jun received the pill bottle and asked curiously, "What's this?" Origin strengthening pill. The corners of Ma Qin's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Origin strengthening pill? Hu Jun couldn't help but be stupefied. Then he frowned. Is this a joke? Which guest wants to auction this? Unless it's an origin strengthening pill with a purity of 70% and above, there's no value in auctioning it. Ma Qin was slightly embarrassed as he said, Lord Hu Jun, the guest that wants to auction this origin strengthening pill seems to have an extraordinary background. So I didn't directly send it back to him. Help me take a look first. If it's really not good, then I'll send it back to him. Hu Jun nodded. Then he opened the pill bottle and poured out the medicinal pill from within. 1. When he saw that there was only one origin strengthening pill within, Hu Jun was stupefied, and then his face flushed red. Is that guest intentionally playing tricks on our Ma clan auction house? 1 origin strengthening pill. Does he really think his origin strengthening pill has a purity of 80% or above? Ma Qin wasn't surprised that Hu Jun got enraged, as he was already mentally prepared. Manager Qin quickly returned this origin strengthening pill. Isn't this just intentionally making trouble? Hu Jun took a deep breath and stuffed the origin strengthening pill in his hand back into the pill bottle. Then he covered it up once again before passing it to Ma Qin. Ma Qin didn't take it from him and said, Lord Hu Jun, you'd better just examine it according to usual practice. You acting like this doesn't conform to the rules. Hu Jun frowned and asked, in a low voice, does this even need a test? Could it be that you think this origin strengthening pill is able to compare to that bottle of origin strengthening pills that was just auctioned out? However, even though he spoke in this way, Hu Jun still took out the origin strengthening pill and carefully examined it. Ma Qin concentrated his gaze on Hu Jun's expression and awaited a miracle to occur even though the chances were extremely slim. Before long, Ma Qin noticed that the enraged expression on Ma Qin's face completely froze. There's a chance. Ma Qin's eyes shone. The enraged expression on Hu Jun's face had vanished, and replacing it was an expression of excitement. Simply a work of art that overcomes that of nature, a work of art that overcomes that of nature. Perfect. Too perfect. Ma Qin was shocked by Hu Jun. Lord Hu Jun, are you alright? It wasn't the first day that he'd known this grade 7 alchemist, but he could be sure that it was absolutely the first time that he had seen this grade 7 alchemist be so excited. Even when he appraised the bottle of 75% purity origin strengthening pills, this grade 7 alchemist wasn't so excited. Manager Qin, who placed this origin strengthening pill for auction. I want to meet him. Hu Jun instantly stood up from his seat and had completely lost his composure. Lord Hu Jun, you are? Ma Qin couldn't wrap his head around the matter. Could it be that this origin strengthening pill is a medicinal pill with a purity above 80%? Isn't this too unbelievable? Hu Jun took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and slowly asked, Manager Qin, do you know what the purity of this origin strengthening pill is? Could it be that it really has 80% or above in purity? Ma Qin's eyes opened wide like saucers and had a face full of astonishment. If it really was a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% or above, then their Ma clan auction house was really going to be in the limelight this time. Although rare within the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there were some medicinal pills with a purity of 75%. But a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% or above. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it seems to have never appeared before. 80%? Hu Jun was stunned when he heard what Ma Qin said. Who told you that the purity of this origin strengthening pill is at 80%? Could it be that it isn't at 80%? 79%. Ma Qin had a bewildered expression, and his excited mood had calmed down slightly. Like he thought, how could it be possible for a medicinal pill with a purity at 80% or above to appear? Hu Jun grunted coldly and said, with a clear voice, 79%? Humph. The purity of this origin strengthening pill, if I didn't feel it wrongly, it's at least at 90% or above. As he finished speaking, a trace of excitement appeared on his face. To an alchemist, being able to see a medicinal pill with a purity at 90% or above was undoubtedly an extremely great honor. What he wanted to do now the most was meet the person that placed this medicinal pill for auction. If he could contact the alchemist that refined this origin-strengthening pill and obtain guidance from that alchemist, his achievements in the Tao of alchemy would surely advance. Thus, Hu Jun was anxious in his heart and wished for nothing more than to directly meet the guest that placed this origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% or above for auction. Manager Qin, hurry and take me to see that respected guest. Hu Jun's tone was extremely anxious. His chest rose and fell like bellows, and his eyes flickered with excitement. However, he quickly noticed that Ma Qin didn't react in the slightest. As if Ma Qin had completely not heard a word he said. 90% purity or above? Ma Qin was stunned, and his heart trembled. In the next moment, his entire body seemed as if he was held by the throat, and his face flushed red. Even though he wasn't an alchemist, he knew what a medicinal pill with a purity of 90% or above represented. Heavens! A medicinal pill like this is absolutely an existence of legend and existence of myth. Now it had appeared within their Ma clan auction house. Manager Qin, with Hu Jun's cold shout, Ma Qin recovered from his shock. Lord Hu Jun, my apologies. I was enthralled earlier. Hurry and take me to see that respected guest. Hu Jun continued to repeat with an anxious tone. Within the room, Duan Tian was dozing off. He originally thought that an item that he would be interested in might appear during the Ma clan auction house's auction. But up till now, 5 items had been auctioned and none were things that he was interested in. Ku Er and Li Fei, however, looked on in interest. Xiong Quan stood behind Duan Tian with a calm expression, not a bit concerned with everything in the outside world. Knock! Knock! Right at this moment, the sound of door knocking echoed out, and the attendant's voice sounded. Guest! Our manager wants to see you. Duan Tian returned to his senses and his eyebrows rose. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, as he wasn't surprised. Although that origin-strengthening pill was substandard in his eyes, its purity was still at 91%. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the entire Darkhan dynasty or even the foreign lands, a medicinal pill with a purity of 91% was something that almost no alchemists could refine. This was something that only Rebirth Martial Emperor was capable of as a royal-grade alchemist. He'd long since guessed that so long as the Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist were to identify the purity of that origin-strengthening pill, the alchemist would surely come look for him. Come in, Duan Tian said indifferently. Duan Tian once again saw Ma Qin, and he also saw an old man behind Ma Qin. Even though it was the first time he'd seen this old man, but Duan Tian still guessed his identity at the first possible moment. The old man ought to be the Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist. Guessed. The gaze that Ma Qin used to look at Duan Tian now was filled with reverence. What a joke! A person that was capable of taking out an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% or above, even if he thought with his ass, he would still be able to realize that the person wasn't simple. Behind the person was obviously an extremely formidable alchemist. No, terrifying wasn't enough to describe an alchemist that's capable of refining a medicinal pill with a purity at 90% or above. It wasn't too much to call the alchemist abnormal. Duan Tian glanced at Ma Qin indifferently and asked, "Is something the matter?" Ma Qin took a deep breath and introduced the old man by his side to Duan Tian. Guest, this is my Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist, Lord Hu Jun. It's Lord Hu Jun that wants to meet you. Respected guest. Hu Jun looked at Duan Tian with an excited expression. May I ask, which respected alchemist refined this origin-strengthening pill that you placed for auction? Duan Tian shook his head when faced with Hu Jun's burning gaze. I don't know either. What? Hu Jun was stupefied, and Ma Qin was stupefied as well. Duan Tian continued. That origin-strengthening pill was gifted to me by an old man. However, that's a matter of a few months ago. I only have one last pill now, and the others have already been consumed by me. Hu Jun deeply glanced at Duan Tian when he heard what Duan Tian said, and when he noticed that there wasn't the slightest inkling on Duan Tian's face, he asked, Guest, do you know where that senior has gone? Duan Tian shook his head. I don't know. I only happened to meet him once. He said that I have a handsome appearance and I am pleasing to the eye, so he gave me some origin-strengthening pills. In the start, I still thought he was stingy, but later on I noticed that the origin-strengthening pills he gave me weren't simple. Alas, if I knew earlier that his origin-strengthening pills were so good, I would have asked for a few hundred more from him. As he finished speaking, Duan Tian had a face full of regret. A few hundred? Hu Jun and Ma Qin looked at each other, and they both had bitter smiles on their faces. This young man was really a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. This is an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% or above. Him being able to obtain a few was already an extremely great fortune. Duan Tian looked at Ma Qin and Hu Jun and asked like a fool. Right? This origin-strengthening pill of mine ought to be able to sell for some money, right? Guest? Don't worry, we will absolutely auction out a price that is beyond your imagination. However, guest, the rules of our Ma clan auction house requires the deduction of a 10% administration fee, Ma Qin added. 10%? That's too much, right? Duan Tian frowned. Guest, our Ma clan auction house's rules have always been like this. Do you still want to auction off this origin-strengthening pill? Ma Qin asked. If there's an administration fee deduction of 10%, then I'm not auctioning it. Duan Tian shook his head. Ma Qin was stupefied. Guest, do you want to consider for a moment? There's no need. I'm not auctioning it. Return it to me, Duan Tian said firmly. At the same time, he extended his hand and looked at Hu Jun, who held the origin-strengthening pill. Hu Jun took a deep breath and looked at Duan Tian. Guest, if you really give it to us to auction, we won't deduct the administration fee from it. Lord Hu Jun, Ma Qin was stupefied. Manager Qin, I'm confident that even if the patriarch was present, he would make this decision. You ought to be able to realize the extraordinary meaning this pill has to our Ma clan auction house. Hu Jun had a serious expression as he spoke. Ma Qin pondered for a moment. Then he nodded. Okay. Then we'll do it according to Lord Hu Jun. Guest, we won't deduct the administration fee from you. Are you willing to giving this origin-strengthening pill to our Ma clan auction house to auction away? Since you aren't deducting the administration fee, then I'll naturally be willing to give it to you to auction, Duan Tian said in all seriousness. Thank you, guest. Ma Qin and Hu Jun nodded to Duan Tian before leaving. After they found out that the origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% or above was only an unexpected gain of Duan Tian's, they both lost interest in Duan Tian. The room's door closed once again. Li Fei, who was holding back her laughter all this time, couldn't stop herself from bursting out in laughter, and her face revealed a beautiful and brilliant smile. Scoundrel, when you were bluffing people earlier, it seemed so real. If it wasn't for me knowing the truth, I might have been cheated by you. Yes, young master, your act was really too convincing. Ku'er nodded in deep agreement, and her beautiful face was filled with adoration. What I'm curious of the most now is how much money that origin-strengthening pill will actually sell for. Duan Tian's eyes narrowed and he lightly smiled. And right at this moment, the voice of the old man sounded out from the auction platform and caused Duan Tian's gaze to abruptly light up. Silver fire grass. Silver fire grass? Duan Tian's gaze passed through the window in the room to descend onto the hand of the old man in the auction platform. The old man held an extremely special medical grass in his hand. Unlike an ordinary medicinal grass, this medicinal grass was completely silvery white in color and flickered with a light sheen. With a glance, one would know that it wasn't an ordinary medicinal grass. In the hall, a wave of sounds of surprise sounded out as expected. It's really the silver fire grass. I heard that when refining a medicine of grade 6 or below, so long this silver fire grass is placed into the cauldron, it will be able to increase the purity by 10%. This silver fire grass is a treasure to an alchemist. The old man on the auction platform lightly smiled. Guests, it looks like all of you are well acquainted with the silver fire grass. Exactly, the silver fire grass is indeed capable of increasing the purity of a grade 6 medicinal pill or below, and it can increase the purity by at least 10%. If one's luck I good, it's even capable of increasing the purity by nearly 15%. Increasing the purity of a grade 6 or below medicinal pill. In the room, disdain appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth. As far as he was concerned, this was only the most ordinary and widespread use of the silver firegrass. It was difficult to fully express the worth of the silver firegrass. This silver firegrass, in his hands, could become an ever-successful weapon. Guests, the starting bid price for the silver firegrass is 100,000 silver. Now, interested guests may bid. The old man on the auction platform slowly said, 100,000 silver. At almost the exact moment the old man finished speaking, someone in the hall made a bid. 200,000 silver. 300,000 silver. In a short moment, the price of the silver firegrass rose steadily. Scoundrel, you're interested in this silver firegrass? Li Fei glanced at Duanling Tian and blinked her beautiful eyes. She noticed that Duanling Tian's gaze hadn't left the silver firegrass at all. I'm determined to get this silver firegrass. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth, and he nodded. Young master, could it be that you want to use this silver firegrass to refine medicinal pills? Ku'er looked at Duanling Tian with a curious expression. Refine medicinal pills? Duanling Tian shook his head. Ku'er, the purity of the medicinal pills I refine are all at 90% or above, so there isn't much difference if I add silver firegrass or not. I want to obtain this silver firegrass not to use it to refine a medicinal pills, but instead to use it to inscribe an inscription. The silver firegrass was the core material for a formidable offensive inscription that Duanling Tian was able to inscribe currently. That type of offensive inscription was also one of the most formidable inscriptions that Duanling Tian was able to inscribe currently, and it was extremely domineering. Ku'er came to a sudden understanding and nodded. Li Fei understood as well. Meanwhile, the bidding in the hall had slowed down. The current price of the silver firegrass was 900,000 silver. The person that placed this bid was a fatty in luxurious clothing in the hall, and seeing that no one was continuing to bid with him, the fatty crossed his legs and a trace of complacence appeared on his face. 1 million silver. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from a room on the second floor, causing the smile on the fatty's face to freeze. He cursed as he said, I don't want it anymore. Duanling Tian's gaze focused, as he understood that the guests in the second floor rooms were about to make their moves. He wasn't in a hurry to bid. 1,100,000 silver. A voice sounded out from another room. In the end, these two people bid until the bid price of the silver firegrass rose to 1,700,000 silver. The guest in room number 7 has placed a bid of 1,700,000 silver. Are there any other guests that require it? The old man on the auction platform slowly said, 1,700,000 silver going once, 1,700,000 silver going twice. 2 million. Right at this moment, Duanling Tian spoke out. He was precisely waiting for the last moment to make his move. For a moment, room number 7 went silent. The hall burst into an uproar. Insane. It's only a silver firegrass, actually bidding until 2 million silver. Exactly, the silver firegrass can at most increase the purity of a batch of grade 6 medicinal pills. 1,700,000 silver is already a sky-high price. We don't understand the world of the rich. Most of the people in the hall felt that the person who bid a price of 2 million silver was a sucker. The old man on the auction platform didn't expect that the silver firegrass could be bid to a high price of 2 million silver either, and his face was slightly flushed red. The guest in room number 1 has bid 2 million silver. Are there any other guests that want to bid a higher price? 2 million going once. 2 million going twice. 2 million going thrice. Deal. The silver firegrass belongs to the guest in room number 1. In the end, Duanling Tian won the bid for the silver firegrass. Duanling Tian's face revealed a smile. In a short moment, the sound of door knocking resounded, and an attendant respectfully said, Guest, the silver firegrass you bid for has been sent over. Bring it in. Duanling Tian replied indifferently. The room door was opened. Duanling Tian received the silver fire grass, and at the same time paid 2 million silver. A grass for 2 million silver, this was something unbelievable in the eyes of another, and it was difficult to understand for them. But as far as Duanling Tian was concerned, this 2 million silver was worth spending. The silver fire grass was the core material for the blaze inscription. The blaze inscription was a formidable offensive inscription. Once utilized, a martial artist below the void-prying stage would surely die without a doubt. It would be impossible for even a half-step void stage martial artist to escape with their lives. How domineering the blaze inscription was could be easily imagined. Unfortunately, one blaze inscription requires a complete silver fire grass as the core material. Duanling Tian now wished for nothing more than to use one silver fire grass to inscribe many blaze inscriptions. But he knew that this was only his wishful thinking. If it wasn't inscribed with a complete silver fire grass, then the might of the blaze inscription would decline greatly, even to the extent of even being inferior to the bone corrosion inscription. I'm still too greedy. Duanling Tian shook his head and sighed in his heart. Being able to obtain one silver fire grass and inscribe one blaze inscription could already be considered his good fortune. Li Fei noticed the excited expression on Duanling Tian's face and asked curiously, "Scoundrel, what inscription can this silver fire grass inscribe?" Ku'er looked at Duanling Tian as well. Even Xiong, although his current expression didn't have any great change, his eyes revealed a sense of curiosity. After following the young master for some time, he'd grown from the shock at the beginning to the current numbness. The shocks that the young master brought him were too many. Now he wouldn't feel it to be strange if a miracle were to happen to the young master. The blaze inscription. Duanling Tian's eyes squinted. Then he spoke of the might of the blaze inscription. Able to annihilate any existence below the void-prying stage? Li Fei and Ku'er's delicate figures trembled, as they were both shocked. What a terrifying, offensive inscription. Fright appeared on Xiongquan's face as well. Even though he was from a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a formidable offensive inscription that was able to annihilate any martial artist below the void-prying stage was something he'd heard of but had never once seen. According to his knowledge, this type of inscription could only be inscribed by those heaven-defying inscription masters. He suddenly felt that even now, his understanding of the young master was still a drop in the ocean and was not worth mentioning. Being able to obtain the silver fire grass, my gains can be considered to be not bad. Duanling Tian smiled in satisfaction, and his gaze once again descended onto the auction platform in the hall. What was currently being auctioned on the auction platform wasn't an item, it was a person, a robust man that was tied up in iron chains. On the robust man's face was a strange brand. Slave! Duanling Tian's brows rose, as he recognized this brand. This brand was also present on Xiongquan's face. However, the brand on Xiongquan's face was currently covered by his mask, and others were unable to notice it. The robust man stood on the auction platform and swept the auction house's hall with a cold gaze, causing the faces of many to go pale. Third level of the nascent soul stage? Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of rebirth martial emperor, Duanling Tian could vaguely identify the cultivation level of this robust man. Meanwhile, the old man on the auction platform spoke. "Everyone, the person beside me is a slave with a cultivation at the third level of the nascent soul stage. Everyone understands what slaves are, so I won't introduce him any further. The starting bid is 1 million silver. 1 million silver?" Duanling Tian watched the scene before him with a cold and indifferent gaze, as if it didn't have any relation to him. Even after merging with the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duanling Tian wasn't Rebirth Martial Emperor after all, so he had his own thoughts. Now, looking at the slave before him being bid on by others, his heart slowly went cold. In this world where the strong were respected, a human's life was lowly like grass and could be measured with money. Only by becoming a true expert could he be able to protect himself and protect everyone beside him. He knew that if he wanted to become a true expert, the road he had to take was still far. 5 million silver. 6 million silver. The price of the third-level nascent soul stage slave rose steadily. In the end, he was bought by someone for the high price of 8 million silver. Subsequently, another few slaves were auctioned. The strengths of the slaves that were auctioned later on increased. The strongest was actually in existence at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and he was bought by someone for the high price of 80 million silver. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be astounded. These people spend so much money to buy these slaves. Could it be that they aren't afraid that these slaves would betray them? It was slightly difficult for Li Fei to understand. As far as she was concerned, easily spending a few million silver or even a few tens of millions of silver to buy a slave that might betray you was too dangerous. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Little Fei, people who dare bid for these slaves ordinarily wouldn't lack powerhouses by their side, so they aren't afraid of these slaves betraying them. Since these people have been reduced to becoming slaves, it shows that they're afraid of death. For the sake of living, they wouldn't dare act rashly. Li Fei nodded and then was absorbed in thought. The following item wasn't a slave anymore. A young girl held a tray that was covered in red cloth as she walked up the auction platform. Whoosh! Whoosh! And almost at that exact moment, the two little pythons that were inside Duan Ling Tian's sleeve flashed out and descended before the window. Hiss hiss, little black and little white flicked their tongues, and their sharp eyes stared fixedly at the tray that was covered by the red cloth, as if they'd noticed something. Needless to say, the actions of the two little pythons startled Duan Ling Tian as well. Could it be that little black and little white noticed something that can be eaten? Li Fei's voice abruptly sounded and was filled with surprise. Probably. Duan Ling Tian approved of what Li Fei said, as these two little pythons were basically gluttons. However, he was slightly curious about what exactly would cause these two little fellows to be so excited. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons seemed to be able to understand Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei's conversation, and they turned their heads and fiercely flicked their tongues as if they were announcing their dissatisfaction. Young master, big sister Fei, don't talk about little black and little white anymore. Look, they're both angry. Ku'er lightly stroked the small heads of the two little pythons, and the two little fellows meekly rubbed Ku'er. Then they turned their heads to continue staring fixedly at the tray that was covered in red cloth. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. His gaze then returned to the auction platform. And right at this moment, the old man on the auction platform lifted off the red cloth. It could be vaguely seen that within a special little cage was a fierce beast with a dejected aura. This fierce beast was only a little mouse, and unlike an ordinary mouse that would cause one to feel disgust, this mouse had an entire body of golden fur that was extremely fluffy, extremely similar to a plush toy from Duan Ling Tian's previous life on Earth. Presently, this little mouse lay there in a drowsy state. Drugged. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He was able to discern with a glance that this gold little mouse had been given medicine similar to the origin-sealing parasite. The origin-sealing parasite, the poison that Xianxia was infected with before, which was able to suppress origin energy. So cute! Li Fei and Ku'er's beautiful eyes lit up when they saw this gold little mouse, and traces of a maternal luster appeared within their eyes. Hiss hiss, after the two little pythons saw the little gold mouse, they were extremely agitated, and if it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian being there watching them, it was very likely that they'd already directly shattered the window and rushed down. Little black, little white. You two wouldn't be thinking of eating it, right? Duan Ling Tian looked at the two little fellows with a strange gaze. Little black, little white. You two must be obedient. You can't eat it. Li Fei and Ku'er hurriedly looked at the two little fellows and spoke at almost the exact same time. Instantly, the two little fellows drooped their heads, and flowing lights revolved within their eyes. Obviously, they were slightly unhappy. You two really intended to eat it? Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. However, if the poison in its body is removed, I'm afraid it will be impossible you two little fellows to eat it. Duan Ling Tian's gaze once again descended onto the little gold mouse. He was able to discern that at its prime, this little gold mouse would probably be not one bit inferior to the two little pythons, even to the extent that it was even stronger. Young master, you're saying that that little gold mouse is even stronger than little black and little white? Ku'er couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, as she knew the strength of the two little pythons. That cute little gold mouse that looked harmless was stronger than them? Li Fei was stupefied and had a face full of disbelief. Scoundrel! Did you make a mistake? Hiss hiss, the two little pythons seemed to understand what Duanling Tian said, and they once again glared at Duanling Tian. When they saw Duanling Tian return a glare at them, they instantly waned and drooped their heads in dejection. You two little fellows don't be unconvinced. Duanling Tian smiled. Young master, can you buy it? Ku'er looked at the little gold mouse, and her pair of beautiful eyes flickered with a maternal luster. Yeah, scoundrel, this little gold mouse is too cute, Li Fei said as well. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. Since you both like it, then I'll buy it. If I'm not wrong, this little gold mouse is very likely a gold fur mouse. Gold fur mouse? Ku'er didn't have a big reaction. However, Li Fei was slightly moved. Gold fur mouse? The mouse that's known as the strongest king of fierce beasts below a demon beasts? The strongest mouse-type fierce beast. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. According to its characteristics, there's a 90% and above chance it's a gold fur mouse. As for if it actually is one, it would have to wait until I buy it and examine it closely. The old man on the auction platform had now already started introducing the little gold mouse. Everyone, this auction item now is one of the last 3 auction items of our auction today. I presume some guests have already discerned it. You're right, this is a gold fur mouse. Moreover, it's an infant mouse. Normally speaking, a gold fur mouse infant would at most have a strength at the nascent soul stage. But this infant mouse has a strength at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. The hall went into a complete uproar as soon as the old man finished speaking. Infant gold fur mouse, 7th level of the nascent soul stage? In this way, when this infant mouse matures, it will be very likely to transform into an existence at the half-step void stage. Not only the half-step void stage. A gold fur mouse that has a strength at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage during infancy can be considered to be special amongst gold fur mouses, and its natural talent would be outstanding, even to the extent it might possibly transform into a demon beast. Demon beast? That's an existence at the void stage and above. Everyone was excited. Buying this infant gold fur mouse was comparable to buying an existence that had the potential to transform into a demon beast. A demon beast was comparable to a void stage powerhouse. Humph! Don't get happy too early. The gold fur mouse is famous for being fierce. Do all of you think you're able to control it? Right at this moment, a voice of ridicule sounded out from the corner of the hall. Instantly, the clamor in the hall quieted down. Yeah, a king of fierce beasts like the gold fur mouse wouldn't willingly become a human's vassal. If you don't have formidable strength, then don't hope to control the gold fur mouse. Everyone, this gold fur mouse has been drugged with the origin sealing liquid, so only the strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage remains. Once it's bought by a guest, our Ma clan auction house will send it out with the antidote, the old man said slowly. Young master, what's the origin sealing liquid? In the room, Ku'er had a face full of curiosity as she asked Duanling Tian. Origin sealing liquid is a type of toxic poison that suppresses the origin energy. However, it can only suppress the origin energy of fierce beasts and martial artists below the void prying stage, Duanling Tian explained. The origin sealing liquid could be considered the lower version of the origin sealing parasite. And it was far less domineering than the origin sealing parasite. If it was the origin sealing parasite, so long as it wasn't an existence at the void initiation stage or above, they would practically all be infected. Just like Xiong, at that time he was precisely infected with the poison of the origin-sealing parasite. Ku'er came to a sudden understanding when she heard what Duanling Tian said. I really never would have imagined that this infant gold fur mouse was stronger than little black and little white, Li Fei said in surprise. What she said also caused the two little pythons to become restless, and their two little eyes were filled with refusal to accept it. You two little fellows are still unwilling to accept it? Duanling Tian extended his hand and flicked the small heads of the two little pythons. Then his gaze once again descended onto the infant gold fur mouse, and he frowned. Logically speaking, before an infant gold fur mouse matures, It would at most be at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Looks like this little gold mouse isn't so simple. Earlier, Duanling Tian didn't notice that this little gold mouse was an infant mouse. When he heard the old man's words, he came to a sudden understanding and realized the mysteriousness of this little gold mouse and that it wasn't simple. Meanwhile, the bidding for the infant gold fur mouse had started. 1 million gold. A sonorous voice sounded out from a room on the 2nd floor, directly suppressing all the voices of bids from before. Instantly, the hall was deathly silent. 1 million gold was equivalent to 100 million silver. Practically no one within the hall was able to produce so much money. Room number 7 again. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. He had used 2 million silver to suppress the bid of 1,700,000 silver from room number 7 to obtain the silver fire grass earlier. 1,500,000 gold. A voice sounded from another room. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched. These people were really wealthy. Eventually, after room number 7 bid 3 million gold, the bidding of the infant gold fur mouse temporarily quieted down. 3 million gold. That's 300 million silver. Who the heck is in room number 7? So wealthy. Only the Ma clan auction house knows the identities of the people within the rooms on the 2nd floor. And when they leave, it's all through special passages. Maybe it's someone from Black Wind City's 3 great clans. Or maybe it's someone from those large merchant groups. The people in the hall were now only considered spectators, and they were shocked by such sky-high prices. 3 million gold. To them, this was a wealth that was difficult for them to obtain. The guest in room number 7 has bid 3 million gold. Are there other guests who want to continue bidding? On the auction platform, the old man was slightly excited. 3 million gold once. 3 million gold twice. 3,010,000 gold. Under Li Fei and Ku Er's gazes of anticipation, Duanling Tian bid in an unhurried manner. Duanling Tian's voice sounding out caused the entire hall to go silent. After a moment, the hall went into an uproar. Others all add a few hundreds of thousands a time. Isn't this guest from room number 1 too stingy? Exactly, actually only adding 10,000 gold. Many people started discussing. Duanling Tian regarded these discussions as beneath his notice when he heard them. 10,000 gold? It's easy to talk. That's gold, not silver. 10,000 gold is equivalent to 1 million silver. And that is equivalent to a Fergana horse. Is this still considered a small amount? The sonorous voice from room number 7 sounded out once again. 3,500,000 gold. The crowd in the hall instantly gasped in admiration. This is what's called domineering, directly adding 490,000 gold. Exactly. Compared to the guest in room number 7, that guest in room number 1 is too stingy. I wonder if the guest in room number 1 will continue to bid. Accompanied by the burst of discussion in the hall, Duanling Tian finally opened his mouth lazily. 3,510,000 gold. After Duanling Tian once again voiced out his bid. Silence. The hall was deathly silent. No one would have imagined that not only would the guest in room number 1 follow the bid, the guest had once again added 10,000 gold. Humph! The sonorous voice once again sounded out from room number 7, and it was mixed within was a sense of fury. 3,800,000 gold. 3,810,000 gold. Duanling Tian said unhurriedly. This time, the people in the hall were speechless. However, room number 7 had gone silent and didn't continue bidding. Obviously, 3,800,000 gold was the price the person in room number 7 had set in his heart. The old man on the auction platform raised his voice. The guest in room number 1 has bid 3,810,000 gold. Are there any guests who want to continue bidding? 3,810,000 gold going once. 3,810,000 gold going twice. 3,810,000 gold going thrice. Deal. Yeah. In room number 1, Li Fei and Ku Er had faces full of excitement. Li Fei even bravely came close to Duanling Tian and gave Duanling Tian a kiss. Although Duan Ling Tian's face had a smile, he was bleeding in his heart. The Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had bestowed 10 million gold to him, and in this short amount of time, he had used up a little less than half of it. This amount was almost a quarter of all the wealth in his possession. Guest! In next to no time, the attendant's voice sounded. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian saw the Ma clan auction house's manager, Ma Qin, personally sending the antidote and the cage with the little gold mouse to them. Ma Qin had a complicated gaze. He never would have imagined that this young man had such a large wealth. That was nearly 4 million gold. After Ma Qin put down the little gold mouse and the antidote, Duan Ling Tian withdrew 3,810,000 gold from his spatial ring and passed it to Ma Qin. Thank you, guest. Ma Qin deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian and then turned around and left. After the room's door was closed, Duan Ling Tian opened the cage and carried the little gold mouse out. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse's pair of jade-green eyes flickered with a fierce light. It wanted to explode out and attack Duan Ling Tian. However, its current strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage was nothing in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and Duan Ling Tian easily caught it. He then smiled and said, "Little fellow, be obedient. Otherwise, I'll let them eat you." Duan Ling Tian put the little gold mouse on the table. Then he glanced at the two little pythons. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two little pythons flashed out and descended beside the little gold mouse. Their eyes stared fixedly at the little gold mouse as if they had encountered a natural enemy, and they ceaselessly flicked their tongues. Hiss hiss. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse wasn't at a disadvantage at all when facing the two little pythons, and it glared with its jade-green eyes to cross eyes with the two little pythons. Jade-green eyes. Duan Ling Tian suddenly realized that this little gold mouse was indeed not a gold fur mouse. The eyes of a gold fur mouse were all crimson red in color, and that was one of the characteristics of a gold fur mouse. Through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian was extremely sure of this. Maybe even the members of the Ma clan auction house had made a mistake. Green eyes, gold fur. Duan Ling Tian searched the memories of rebirth martial emperor, and he entirely sunk into a state of absent-mindedness. After a short moment, he finally noticed that the little gold mouse was exactly the same as a type of mouse that the rebirth martial emperor knew of. That type of mouse is a demon beast. Moreover, it was a formidable demon beast that possessed the blood of a demon emperor. In Cloud Continent, among the ones who stood at the peak besides the human martial emperors, there were also the demon beast's demon emperors. The strength of a demon emperor wasn't inferior to a human martial emperor, even to the extent that they were even stronger than humans in some aspects. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Duan Ling Tian finally confirmed it. The little gold mouse before him that seemed to be similar to a gold fur mouse was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse that had the natural talent to become a demon emperor. A demon beast that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Who? Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and grabbed the little gold mouse. Then he carefully sized up the halos within its eyes. In the end, he confirmed it. It hadn't been 5 years since this little gold mouse was born, and it was around 1 year older than Little Black and Little White. Duan Ling Tian's mood couldn't help but surge. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse. That's an existence of legend. Even Rebirth Martial Emperor had only heard of the existence of jade-eyed heavenly mice and had never seen one. So long as the jade-eyed heavenly mouse doesn't come to a premature end on the road to maturity, relying on its formidable bloodline, becoming a demon emperor was only a matter of time. Now Duan Ling Tian felt that coming to the Ma clan auction house was the right decision. This trip was worthwhile. Not only did he bid on and obtain a silver firegrass, now he had even obtained a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Young master, don't grab it like that, it will feel pain. Ku'er heart ached as she seized the little gold mouse from Duan Ling Tian. Then she lightly stroked the little gold mouse's fluffy fur and consoled it. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the little gold mouse's pair of green eyes that fiercely glared at him returned to a gaze of warmth when it looked at Ku'er, and it now even rubbed Ku'er's hand extremely meekly. So cute. Li Fei extended her hand to stroke the little gold mouse as well, and the little gold mouse closed its eyes with an expression of enjoyment. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons that were nearby had eyes that had a sense of envy when they saw this scene. This little gold mouse wouldn't be a male, right? Duan Ling Tian extended his hand. He was full of curiosity as he flipped over the lower half of the little gold mouse and took a look. Squeak squeak! The little gold mouse cried out and angrily glared at Duan Ling Tian. So it's a little female mouse. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Then he extended his hand and grabbed the two little pythons. Little black, little white. If you two are obedient in the future, I'll give you 2 more good food, and your strengths will surpass it sooner or later. At that time, you two can bully it to your heart's content. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons rubbed Duan Ling Tian when they heard what he said. They were slightly excited. Scoundrel, you're leading little black and little white astray. Li Fei couldn't stop herself from rolling her eyes at Duan Ling Tian when she saw this scene. Ku Er looked at the antidote on the table and asked, Young master, can I give this antidote directly to Little Gold to eat? Little Gold. Duan Ling Tian was startled. It had only been a moment, but Ku Er had already given the little gold mouse a name. He nodded. Okay, directly give the antidote to it. However, if you give the antidote to it now, it wouldn't hurt you, right? As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse with a face full of vigilance. The little gold mouse was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse after all, a king amongst demon beasts. If it were to throw a tantrum, it wouldn't be a joke. At that time, even with Xianxia's strength, he might not be able to rescue them in time. Ku Er touched the little gold mouse, and her beautiful eyes were like water as she lightly asked, Don't worry, young master. Little Gold won't attack us. Right, Little Gold? The little gold mouse nodded its small head like a human when it heard what Ku Er said, and at the same time, it glanced at Duan Ling Tian complacently, causing Duan Ling Tian to be happy. In next to no time, Ku Er fed the antidote to the little gold mouse. After consuming the antidote, the dejected aura on the little gold mouse vanished, and replacing it was a vigorous aura. It was as if the mouse was given a stimulant. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons that were held by Duan Ling Tian glared at the little gold mouse, and their pair of gold and silver eyes were filled with vigilance. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the two little pythons, and a formidable aura arose from its body. Instantly, in the space above the little gold mouse, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, as if it was telling that its small body contained formidable strength. Duan Ling Tian's face sank when he saw this scene. Xianxia took a step forward when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and the formidable aura of a void-prying stage powerhouse swept out to envelop the little gold mouse and press down upon it. Squeak squeak instantly. The 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the little gold mouse vanished and it suddenly waned. It buried its small head in Ku Er's hand, and its body was even shivering. Young master, how could you ask Xianxia to scare it? Ku Er looked at Duan Ling Tian and pouted. Then she extended her hand to stroke the little gold mouse's fluffy fur and comforted it. Little Gold, it's all right now, it's all right now. Exactly, scoundrel, it's only just a child, Li Fei said as well. Then she went to comfort the little gold mouse with Ku Er. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly, as he knew that the maternal instinct of the two girls had flowed out again. However, as far as he was concerned, the deed earlier was a must. He at least needed to let this jade-eyed heavenly mouse infant know who the master was and that it mustn't be presumptuous in front of the master. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons both jumped for joy when they saw the little gold mouse being forced to surrender. They coiled around Duan Ling Tian's arm as they danced about, and their small heads ceaselessly rubbed Duan Ling Tian intimately. Little black, little white. Luckily, I still have you too. Otherwise, I would really not have any place in this family. Duan Ling Tian pretended to sigh. Then he looked at the two little pythons with an expression that said, I can only stick together and depend on you two in the future. His tone vaguely had a trace of jealousy mixed within. Young master, what are you saying? Scoundrel! Ku Er and Li Fei rolled their eyes at Duan Ling Tian when they heard what he said, as they never expected Duan Ling Tian to be jealous of the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse became obedient after being intimidated by Xiong Quan, and even when Duanling Tian occasionally extended his finger to knock its small head, it would be forced to keep its anger to itself. However, towards the two girls, the little gold mouse had a heartfelt intimacy to them. It was as if it had taken the two girls as its mothers. Based on Duanling Tian's evaluations, even if he tried to drive this jade-eyed heavenly mouse infant away now, it would probably be unwilling to leave. This was something he'd never imagined earlier. 1 million gold. Right at this moment, a voice entered Duanling Tian's ears, and Duanling Tian once again looked at the auction hall. In next to no time, he found out what the current auction item was from the discussions in the hall. It was an offensive inscription. Light Edge inscription. The Light Edge inscription was a type of inscription that was capable of annihilating nascent soul martial artists, and if one attacked unexpectedly, even a 9th-level nascent soul martial artist might be killed. This Light Edge inscriptions was far inferior in strength compared to the Bone Corrosion inscription that Duanling Tian refined. However, in the outside it was still an extremely precious existence. In the end, this Light Edge inscription was obtained by the person in room number 7 for 1,600,000 gold. The sounds of surprise rose and fell within the hall. The guest in room number 1 actually didn't make a move. Yeah, truly strange. The Light Edge inscription is a great item. Even though it's a disposable item, compared to the gold fur mouse, it's much more practical. Duanling Tian couldn't help but snicker when he heard the discussions of these people. Light Edge inscription? Not to mention he paid no regard to such an inscription. Even if he wanted one, he could refine it himself. Moreover, the cost would at most be 3 million silver or 30,000 gold. As far as he was concerned, that person in room number 7 was simply a sucker for spending 1,600,000 gold to buy this Light Edge inscription. I never would have imagined that the art of inscription has declined to such a state. A mere Light Edge inscription is able to be sold at such a high price. Duanling Tian sighed rather emotionally, and he couldn't help but think in his heart. When the time comes that he's so poor that he's unable to keep the pot boiling, he can also sell some inscriptions, and it would absolutely be an extremely profitable transaction. In next to no time, the voice of the old man on the auction platform sounded again, and his voice was slightly excited. Everyone, the next thing to be auctioned is the last auction item for today's auction. According to our Ma Clan auction house's original plan, the Light Edge inscription should have been the final auction item. And the current final auction item is something a guest entrusted to our auction house to auction out at the last minute. As the old man finished speaking, his face was slightly flushed red. This scene also caused all the people in the hall to become curious. What exactly was it that caused the old man to be so excited? Old man Ma, stop beating around the bush. Hurry up and say what item it is. Exactly. It's already the final auction item. Hurry up and finish the auction. The entire auction hall was clamorous for a moment. Everyone was filled with interest towards the auction item that the Ma Clan auction house placed at the end. They were clear in their hearts that according to the Ma Clan auction house's usual practice, this final auction item's worth would absolutely not be inferior to the gold fur mouse and Light Edge inscription. In room number 1. Scoundrel. I never expected the Ma Clan auction house to place your origin strengthening pill as the final auction item. Li Fei looked at Duanling Tian, and her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. I wonder how much the final bid price for the origin strengthening pill with 90% or above purity that you refined will be. Duanling Tian had a face full of anticipation as well. We'll soon know how much it can be auctioned for. In next to no time, under the gazes of everyone present, the old man on the auction platform lifted up the red cloth from the tray in the young girl's hand. A pill bottle appeared before everyone's eyes. A medicinal pill again? Instantly, the hall exploded out in an uproar. Could it be a void advancement pill? Possibly. Only a void advancement pill has the worth to be placed as the final auction item. If it's a void advancement pill, its price would easily surpass the earlier gold fur mouse. After all, this is a medicinal pill that would allow a half-step void stage martial artist to directly break through to the void prying stage. For a time, Many people guessed that it was a void advancement pill that was within the pill bottle the old man held in his hand. As far as they were concerned, only a void advancement pill had the qualification to become the final auction item. Void advancement pill? Now even Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to admire the imagination of the crowd of people in the hall. The old man raised his hand to make the people in the hall quiet down. Everyone, it isn't a void advancement pill that's in my hand. Not a void advancement pill? For a moment, the people in the hall were all stupefied. Not a void advancement pill? Then what medicinal pill was it? Under the gazes of everyone present, the old man slowly spoke. The pill bottle in my hand has one origin-strengthening pill within it. Origin-strengthening pill? For a moment, all the people in the hall were dumbstruck. Origin-strengthening pill again. And only one. However, this time no one made a fuss about it again. After all, with the 10 origin-strengthening pills with 75% purity earlier, they were mentally prepared. Everyone surely thinks it's weird. Why would our Ma clan auction house make an origin-strengthening pill as the final auction item? Speaking up to this point, the old man stopped for a moment, sufficiently holding them in suspense. This old man is quite professional in directing an auction. In room number 1, Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man through the window and shook his head with a smile. Li Fei and Ku Er couldn't help but nod in deep agreement. If it wasn't for them knowing what the old man would say next, they might have been held in suspense by the old man as well. Finally, the old man spoke with a voice that had a trace of excitement mixed within. Everyone, I can guarantee to all of you, the value of this origin-strengthening pill is absolutely not inferior to a void advancement pill. Hurry up and be straightforward. I even thought you were going to say it earlier. But who knew you were holding us in suspense again? The old man's actions had obviously caused public rage. The old man laughed embarrassedly. Then he took a deep breath and his face went serious as he solemnly said, "Guests, what I said earlier wasn't nonsense. This origin-strengthening pill in my hand, not to mention you wouldn't be able to find a second in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even throughout the entire Darkhan dynasty, you might not be able to find a second. Because, after the testing and verification of Lord Hu Jun, the purity of this origin-strengthening pill has attained an unprecedented 91%. As the old man finished speaking, he himself got excited. Bang! A tossed stone raised 1,000 ripples. Instantly, the entire hall was stirred, and at least half the people shuddered and instinctively stood up from their seats. An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%? How could this be possible? Even a medicinal pill with a purity at 80% or above is an existence of legend. This origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% is practically impossible to exist. If it's real, the value of the origin-strengthening pill is indeed something that the void advancement pill can't compare to. Of course, even though void advancement pills are valuable, they frequently appear in the auctions of the various large auction houses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. But this origin-strengthening pill, not to mention its purity, is above 90%. Even if its purity was above 80%. Something like that has never appeared before in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's history. This origin-strengthening pill has an extraordinary significance. After a burst of excitement, the group of people that stood up sat back down. Can you let me take a look at this origin-strengthening pill? Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded out from a room on the second floor. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, a person directly jumped out of the window and descended onto the auction platform. This was an old man in green clothes. The old man's gaze was brimming with vigor, and he had an extraordinary bearing as he stood there. Grade 7 Alchemist? Duan Ling Tian's eyes were sharp, and he noticed the Alchemist Guild badge on the old man's chest at the first possible moment. This badge precisely belonged to a Grade 7 Alchemist. Grade 7 Alchemist. In next to no time, many other people identified the old man's identity and exclaimed in low voices. The green-clothed old man looked at the old man that directed the auction and slowly said, "I'm the alchemist that has just been sent to Black Wind City by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild. In another few days, I'll complete the takeover from the acting guild master of the Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild and become the new guild master. As soon as the green-clothed old man finished speaking, the hall went into an uproar again. So it turned out that this green-clothed old man was a member of the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, it's the new guild master for Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild. After all, since 3 years ago, after the Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild's guild master, a grade 7 alchemist, died from an accident, the guild master position of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild was assumed by a senior grade 8 alchemist. No one had imagined that after 3 years, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild would send someone over. So it's the guild master. The old man who directed the auction respectfully bowed to the green-clothed old man. Then he passed the pill bottle in his hand over. He wasn't worried that the green-clothed old man would forcefully seize this origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. On the day their Ma clan auction house held an auction, there would be 3 half-step void stage powerhouses guarding the auction. Unless you had a void prying stage powerhouse backing you up, don't think about having any ideas in their auction house. The green-clothed old man poured out the origin-strengthening pill, then he carefully examined it. Before long, his figure lightly trembled, and he said in disbelief, "Really? It's really an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. The green-clothed old man took a deep breath before returning the origin-strengthening pill to the old man that directed the auction, and he said with an anxious tone, "Can you tell where the person who placed this origin-strengthening pill for auction is?" "Guild Master, I'm sorry. Our Ma clan auction house maintains complete secrecy towards the identity of every guest in the rooms." The old man who directed the auction shook his head. The green-clothed old man nodded. Then he once again flew back into his room. And at the same time, his voice sounded out once again. "I'm determined to obtain this origin-strengthening pill. I hope that everyone can give me some face." However, no one paid any attention to him. But along with the appearance of the green-clothed old man, practically everyone present was able to confirm that the origin-strengthening pill of 91% purity that was being auctioned now was real. On the auction platform, the old man continued, "I presume that everyone is clear in their hearts about what an origin-strengthening pill of 91% purity represents. If an alchemist used this as a blueprint to conduct research, he might be able to pry into the profound secrets of its high purity and obtain a great benefit from it. Moreover, even if you buy such a medicinal pill as a valuable collectible, it's still a unique item. If you offer it to those large sects or even the imperial family, you'll even have the opportunity to obtain benefits that are hard to imagine. I won't talk any more nonsense. The starting bid for this origin-strengthening pill, with a purity of 91%, is 1 million gold. In the end, the old man spoke in a clear voice and started the bid. And right at this moment, the entire hall was deathly silent. Even the rooms on the second floor had all gone silent without any movement. In room number 1, Li Fei was stupefied as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Scoundrel, is this Ma clan auction house intentionally not wanting you to sell off this origin-strengthening pill? Is he mad? 1 million gold. For only a mere origin-strengthening pill, how would anyone possibly?" Li Fei never finished what she was saying, because her beautiful pupils couldn't help but constrict, because a voice had interrupted her. 5 million gold. 5 million gold. An aged voice sounded out, and it broke the peace in the auction hall. Li Fei's expression froze for a second, and she had a face full of disbelief. Ku'er was stupefied as well, and she had a burning gaze that was filled with adoration when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was startled as well. He was able to discern that the owner of this was precisely the green-clothed old man from before, the grade 7 alchemist that was soon to become Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild's guild master. 5 million gold? This price had already completely surpassed the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. The first thought in Duan Ling Tian's heart was, "I've earned back the money I spent on the jade-eyed heavenly mouse." The second thought was, "I can be considered to have experienced the meaning of items are precious when they are rare." As expected, the old man's bid caused a stir in the auction hall. That guild master directly bid 5 million gold? Even though he's a grade 7 alchemist, He ought to not have that much money, right? Humph. Didn't you hear of his identity earlier? An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% has an extraordinary significance to the Alchemist Guild as well. He's surely thinking of using the wealth of the Alchemist Guild to bid for this origin-strengthening pill. Everyone present was shocked by the green-clothed old man's massive bid. I wonder if anyone will continue to bid. Many people couldn't help but think this in their hearts. Finally, 6 million gold. That sonorous voice from room number 7 echoed out once again. Room number 7 again. Who the heck is in room number 7? Too terrifying, casually bidding 6 million gold like that. The voice from room number 7 once again caused a stir in the hall. 7 million gold. Right at this moment, the voice of the green-clothed old man sounded out again, and at the same time he said with a deep voice, "Sir, I hope you can give out Alchemist Guild some face." Humph. Let's rely on our own ability. The sonorous voice sounded out once again from room number 7, not giving a shred of face to the green-clothed old man. 8 million gold. The room that the green-clothed old man resided in went quiet, and he didn't bid anymore. Seemingly, the price had already passed the value of the pill in his heart. The guest in room number 7 has bid a price of 8 million gold now. Are there any other guests who want to continue bidding? 8 million gold going once. 8 million gold going twice. The voice of the old man on the auction platform was excited as he spoke. The guest in room number 1 has given up again? Seems to be so. He doesn't want such a good item? Voices of surprise echoed out within the hall, one after the other. 8 million gold going thrice. Deal. Along with the old man's voice sounding out, the origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% had become the property of the person in room number 7. In room number 1, Duan Ling Tian started laughing. An origin-strengthening pill that cost 1,000 or so silver was actually sold for 8 million gold, and in silver it would be 800 million silver. Even if he deducted the cost of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse and silver fire grass from before, he'd still earned over 4 million gold. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Li Fei felt as if she was dreaming. Young master, they're still wondering why you didn't fight for it with the person from room number 7. Ku'er looked at Duan Ling Tian and playfully stuck out her tongue. Fight for it? Duan Ling Tian laughed. That was an item he placed on auction. In next to no time, the attendant knocked the door again. The Ma clan auction house's manager, Ma Qin, appeared once again, and he passed the 8 million gold to Duan Ling Tian. Congratulations, guest. Ma Qin's heart was bleeding. The 10% administration fee. Gone just like that. 8 million gold, even if it was only a 10% administration fee, it would still be 800,000 gold, which was equivalent to 80 million silver. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ma Qin and asked, "How do we leave?" "Guest, we have provided a special passage for every guest in the rooms. You, lead the guests out." Ma Qin looked at the attendant and instructed. "Yes." The attendant hurriedly nodded. Then he led Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 out of the room and turned into the special passage that was at the side of the room. As for Ma Qin, his eyes flashed. Then he gritted his teeth, seeming to have made a difficult decision. In next to no time, Ma Qin left room number 1 and walked into room number 7. In room number 7, a dignified middle-aged man sat there, and behind the middle-aged man, another 2 old men followed. The dignified middle-aged man's sonorous voice sounded out when he saw Ma Qin come in. "Manager Ma, have you considered it? I only want that gold fur mouse. The other things are yours. That person is able to pay nearly 4 million gold in one go, so he is obviously someone that doesn't lack money." The corners of Ma Qin's mouth twitched when he heard this. That violet-clothed young man naturally doesn't lack money. Not to mention the wealth in his possession. Even just the money that the origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% sold for was already 8 million gold. As far as he was concerned, the wealth of that violet-clothed young man would absolutely surpass 10 million gold. Noticing Ma Qin being slightly hesitant, the dignified middle-aged man continued. "If Manager Ma doesn't feel at ease, you may follow behind us." Once we kill them, Manager Ma can directly appear, and you won't have to do anything to obtain all the wealth of that person. Manager Ma, when you let an opportunity slip by, it may never come back. What we want you to provide is only where he went. The dignified, middle-aged man glanced deeply at Ma Qin. I hope Manager Ma can quickly come to a decision. Otherwise, once they've left, it will be too late. Needless to say, every sentence that the dignified middle-aged man uttered smashed against Ma Qin's restless heart that wanted to agree. Outside the Ma clan auction house, Duanling Tian's group of 4 walked out in large strides. Then he looked at their surroundings and noticed that before them was a remote alley that was devoid of people. This Ma clan auction house is rather thoughtful. Leaving from this passage will allow us to completely avoid the coveting of others. Li Fei looked at the surroundings and evaluated. Duanling Tian nodded, then walked out in large strides. Let's first find an inn to stay at. We'll leave Black Wind City tomorrow morning at dawn. However, he'd only takes a few steps when Duanling Tian became vigilant and stopped his footsteps. Meanwhile, Xiong Quan, who was behind Duanling Tian, stopped as well and turned around. Who are you all? Along with Xiong Quan's surprised shout, Duanling Tian turned around as well. With a glance, he saw the 3 nearby people. A dignified middle-aged man in green clothes and with an extraordinary bearing. Behind the middle-aged man, 2 old men followed. The old men both wore gray clothes, and even though their eyes were muddy, they gave out an oppressive feeling. 3 half-step void stage martial artists? Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of rebirth martial emperor, Duanling Tian perceived their rough cultivation levels at the first possible moment. Towards these 3 people appearing here, he didn't have to think to know that it was surely because of the Ma clan auction house. Ma clan auction house. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of a cold light. What he hated the most was people who didn't keep their word and stabbed another in the back. Duanling Tian's gaze descended on the 3 people and he asked, in a deep voice, "You're members of the Ma clan?" "The Ma clan?" The dignified middle-aged man in the lead said, with a sonorous voice. "Do you think that we look like Ma clan members?" Duanling Tian's face sank when hearing the dignified middle-aged man's voice. "You're the person from room number 7? "Exactly." The dignified middle-aged man's gaze descended on the little gold mouse that lay on Ku Er's shoulder. Then he glanced at Ku Er and Li Fei and a trace of surprise flashed within his eyes. "Kid, today your wrong was that you shouldn't have bid with me for this gold fur mouse. What a pity for these 2 little beauties. They're going to be buried with you today. Needless to say, your romantic fortune is really good." Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that this person had come for the little gold mouse. Gold fur mouse? Duanling Tian snickered. He wondered if the middle-aged man knew the true identity of the little gold mouse. What sort of expression would the middle-aged man have if he found out? Maybe the middle-aged man would go wild with joy. "Are you that sure that you can kill me?" Duanling Tian looked at the dignified middle-aged man with a calm gaze and spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, seeming to have noticed something, Duanling Tian's brows rose and his gaze swept out into the distance. He noticed a figure that was concealed in the distance. This figure wasn't unfamiliar to him. The Ma clan auction house's manager, Ma Qin. Now he'd come to an understanding. It was surely Ma Qin who had come to an agreement with this middle-aged man and colluded with the middle-aged man to sell Duanling Tian out. Ma Qin. Killing intent arose in Duanling Tian's heart. "What? Could it be that you think the 4 of you and this gold fur mouse can go against us?" The middle-aged man couldn't stop himself from laughing when he heard what Duanling Tian said. And his gaze when he looked at Duanling Tian was as if he was looking at an extremely weak little kid, utterly not taking Duanling Tian seriously. "You can try." Duanling Tian grinned widely, and the smile on his face was filled with a trace of an evil smile. The middle-aged man frowned when faced with Duanling Tian, who was as composed as ever, and he started to be on guard. The 2 old men behind him started to look around. After noticing that no one was concealed in their surroundings, the middle-aged man looked at Duanling Tian, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. You aren't thinking that acting deliberately mystifying before me will be of any use, right? Since you want to seek death, then I'll send you off. Old Peng! Along with the middle-aged man's voice sounding out, one of the old men behind him flew out as if transforming into a swift cheetah, pouncing towards Duanling Tian. Vast amounts of origin energy shook on the old man's body, and above him, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Half-step void stage. Duanling Tian's expression remained unchanged when faced with the old man that approached in full fury, and he slowly spoke with a cold and indifferent voice. Xiongquan, I'll give you 2 breaths of time. Yes, young master. And at almost the same time that Duanling Tian's voice sounded out, Xiongquan replied, then made his move. His entire body instantly disappeared on the spot. Whoosh! An extremely swift sword light flashed by, and the head of the old man that rushed towards Duanling Tian fell down. The other half of the old man's body spouted out fresh blood that was dazzling to the eyes, like a fountain. When Xiongquan appeared once again, he was already in front of the middle-aged man. In the instant that the old man was cut into 2, the pupils of the middle-aged man and the other gray-clothed old man constricted, and their faces flushed red as if they were held by the neck by someone, completely unable to catch their breaths. And at the same instant, they were enraged to the point that their eyes were splitting. They only saw an incomparably swift figure arrive before them in the blink of an eye. At this moment, their heartbeats had completely stopped. Whoosh! Xiongquan raised his hand and a green sword light flashed by. On the sword light, a mysterious aura intertwined. Advanced sword force. Where the sword lights pointed at, 2 lines of blood whirled out. The middle-aged man and the gray-clothed old man maintained astonished expressions as their figures trembled and then crashed onto the ground without any signs of life. The eyes of the 2 were opened wide like saucers, dying with everlasting regret. Perhaps even in their wildest dreams, they'd never imagined that there would be such a terrifying existence by the side of the violet-clothed young man that they looked down upon. Void. Second level of the void-prying stage. The body of Ma Qin, who was concealed far in the distance, trembled. His expression instantly went ghastly pale as he looked at the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky, and his eyes revealed a sense of panic and terror. He never imagined that the 3 half-step void stage powerhouses would all die in the blink of an eye. And what he never imagined even more was that there would actually be a void-prying stage powerhouse by the violet-clothed young man's side. Moreover, it was a second-level void-prying stage powerhouse. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. He shouldn't have been greedy. Now, not only was the 10+ million gold that he saw as already his gone, but he had even offended this violet-clothed young man that had a void-prying stage powerhouse by his side. I hope he won't pursue the matter further. Even though the possibility was extremely slim, this thought couldn't help but arise within Ma Qin's heart. Ma Qin, who had a perturbed expression, took a deep breath and silently prepared to leave. Whoosh! However, Ma Qin's face went completely deathly pale when he saw the person that had appeared before him block his path, and his voice trembled. Lord. Xiongquan stared at Ma Qin with a cold and indifferent gaze and paid no attention to him. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer as he walked out in large strides to arrive before Ma Qin, and he looked at Ma Qin with a calm gaze. Manager Ma Qin, I trust you've been well since we parted. Put on. Ma Qin seemed to have seen a devil when he saw Duanling Tian. He knelt down on the spot and his body shivered. Lord, spare me. I shouldn't have been greedy. I shouldn't have told them of Lord's whereabouts. Lord, I was wrong. Please, I beg you to spare me. Humph. Duanling Tian swept Ma Qin with a cold gaze. Then he called the 2 little girls over before walking towards the Ma clan auction house. Xiongquan, bring him along. Ma clan, today I'll make you give me an explanation. Duanling Tian's voice sounded out and caused Ma Qin's face to become incomparably ghastly pale. If the clan were to be alerted of this matter, he could imagine his end. What was most important to an auction house was its reputation. And now, for the sake of his selfish desire, He'd acted on his own and single-handedly destroyed the reputation of the Ma clan auction house. Within the Ma clan auction house, all the guests had already left, and only some Ma clan members remained. At the rear of the auction house, 4 old men were gathered there. Geezer who, when you saw that origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% today, you were surely stunned, right? A robust old man in red clothes looked at Hujun and laughed. Do you have to ask? An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. However, the luck of the young man is really not bad, being able to obtain such an origin-strengthening pill and earning 8 million gold. A blue-clothed old man nodded, and a sense of jealousy appeared on his face. What a pity! We didn't collect the administration fee from the young man. That's 800,000 gold. A yellow-clothed old man sighed with a face full of regret. Humph! Short-sighted. Selling out the origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% also spread out the name of our Ma clan auction house. Are you still worried we can't recoup that mere 800,000 gold? Hujun glanced at the yellow-clothed old man in contempt. Your Ma clan auction house still has a reputation to talk about? Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out. It caused the faces of the 4 old men, including Hujun's, to go grim. Duan Lingtian walked in with large strides. It's you. Hujun recognized Duan Lingtian, and his eyes squinted. What do you mean by what you said earlier? Geezer who? Who's he? The other 3 old men looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned. They were all dissatisfied with what Duan Lingtian said earlier. Hujun let out a breath and said, He's the guest that auctioned the 91% purity origin strengthening pill. Instantly, the 3 old men looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. What is the meaning of what I said earlier? Duan Lingtian looked at Hujun and then said indifferently, Then I want to know even more. What are the intentions of your Ma clan auction house? Xianxia, bring him in. Xianxia walked in with large strides, and he had a middle-aged man held in his hand. The middle-aged man had a deathly pale expression, and when he saw Hujun and the others, his gaze was averting them, vaguely showing a trace of dread. Manager Qin? Hujun frowned when he saw Ma Qin, who was held in Xianxia's hand, and he looked at Duan Lingtian. Guest, aren't you going too far? Let him go. The red-clothed old man who had an explosive temper glared. Then he took a step forward, wanting to seize Ma Qin from Xianxia. Above him, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, he was in existence at the half-step void stage. Humph! Xianxia's gaze went cold. The strength of over 2,000 ancient mammoths exploded out with the raise of his hand, and his origin energy condensed into a palm and then smashed onto the red-clothed old man, blasting him flying. Bang! The red-clothed old man transformed into an arrow that had left the bowstring and fiercely smashed into the wall. Instantly, the entire wall broke into pieces, and a hideous fissure appeared there. Pooh! The red-clothed old man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face went deathly pale when he gazed at the 2,000-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed above Xianxia. Void! Void prying stage! Not only was the red-clothed old man astonished, but the other 3 old men, including Hujun, all had deathly pale expressions. 3 half-step void stage martial artists. Not bad. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the 3 old men besides Hujun and examined them before he slowly nodded. After hearing what Duan Lingtian said and then looking at Duan Lingtian's attitude, the 3 old men were angered to the point that their faces were green. However, when their gazes descended onto Xianxia, they suppressed the rage in their hearts. Endure. They could only endure. Not to mention them, even the entire Ma clan would find it difficult to go against an existence at the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he saw the old men go silent, as Xianxia was sufficient to deter them. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto Hujun, and he said indifferently, You asked me earlier if was going too far? Hujun's face was unsightly, but he still took a deep breath and said, Guest, I want to know why you did this. Why did I do this? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and he had an awe-inspiring killing intent on his figure as he looked at Ma Qin, who was held by Xiong Quan. You can ask him. Instantly, Hu Jun's gaze looked at Ma Qin. Manager Qin, what actually happened? Ma Qin's face was ghastly pale. How could he say it? Could he say that he was covetous of the violet-clothed young man's wealth and had joined hands to kill the violet-clothed young man and seize all his possessions? Ma Qin. The other three old men were all existences at the half-step void stage and were supreme elders of the Ma clan. Now, their gazes all descended onto Ma Qin. Ma Qin took a deep breath. He knew that he had to speak, and he hurriedly said, Supreme Elders, Lord Hu Jun, this is what happened. During tonight's auction, that Lord Xia Guang of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company was in room number 7, and he took a fancy to the gold fur mouse that this guest here obtained. When the auction was about to finish, he looked for me and made a promise. So long as I tell him about the whereabouts of this guest, then after he killed this guest, he would only want the infant gold fur mouse, and all the wealth in the possession of this guest would be mine. As he spoke up to this point, Ma Qin's face revealed a bitter smile. Hu Jun and the other old men's faces had went gloomy halfway through Ma Qin's explanation, and when they heard the entire story from Ma Qin, their faces were incomparably gloomy, and they glared angrily at Ma Qin. Ma Qin, as the manager of the Ma clan auction house, not only did you not make a good example of yourself, but you colluded with others to make a move on a guest. Where do you place our Ma clan auction house? Where do you place the clan? Even though Ma Qin hadn't finished speaking of what happened later on, they could roughly guess that the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's Xia Guang was probably dead. Ma Qin became dejected and despondent, as if he had lost all the strength in his body. He knew that even if the violet-clothed young man didn't kill him, and even if he could escape death, it would still be difficult for him to escape the punishment of the clan. His entire life could be considered to be destroyed. Destroyed by a single word. Greed. If the heavens gave him a chance to do it all over again, he wouldn't dare be greedy even if he was beaten to death. But unfortunately, all this was only an extravagant hope, as there was no medicine for regret in the world. Now you understand? Duan Ling Tian's face flashed past the four old men, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Now, do you still think I'm going too far? The corners of the four old men's mouths held bitter smiles, and Hu Jun took a deep breath. Guest. All of this is the fault of our Ma clan auction house. So long as Guest is willing to minimize the problems and overlook them, we're willing to compensate you. Yes. The other three old men hurriedly nodded. It would be fine if the young man was just ordinary, but the young man had a formidable void-prying stage powerhouse by his side. If they were to truly piss off the young man, not to mention the fact that they would surely die, it would be difficult even for their Ma clan to escape this calamity. Compensation. Duan Ling Tian suddenly started laughing extremely heartily. If there's compensation, everything can be discussed. However, let me say it first, we can minimize the problems and overlook them, but he must die. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto Ma Qin's figure. Duan Ling Tian's voice in Ma Qin's ears seemed to transform into a life-taking talisman, causing Ma Qin's face to go deathly pale. Lord, spare me. The culprit, Ma Qin. Duan Ling Tian could imagine that if it wasn't for him having Xiong Quan by his side, then today he and the two girls by his side would surely be dead. So as far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, regardless of how the Ma clan's compensation was, Ma Qin must die. And at almost the exact same moment that Ma Qin pleaded for mercy, a blue afterimage flashed past him with a speed like wind, as if it was a ghost. Bang! The blue-clothed old man, one of the Ma clan's supreme elders, attacked out in rage, blasting Ma Qin to death with a single palm strike. The blue-clothed old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and slowly said, Even if Guest hadn't said anything, our Ma clan would not allow one who brings disgrace to the clan like this to continue living. Then, let's talk about the compensation. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile, and his gaze swept past the figures of the four old men, causing the old men to feel depressed and helpless. After all was said and done, Their Ma clan auction house was indeed in the wrong. Guest, please speak. Hu Jun took a deep breath. He'd already made the mental preparations to pay a large sum in compensation. 10 million gold. Duan Ling Tian slowly said, with a carefree expression as if 10 million gold was nothing in his eyes. Hu Jun and the other old men were instead stupefied. They'd never imagined that the violet-clothed young man before them would demand such an exorbitant price. Guest. This 10 million gold, isn't it too? Hu Jun was in a difficult situation, as even to their Ma clan, 10 million gold wasn't a small sum. If they were to take out so much gold, their Ma clan would surely be greatly weakened. What? Think it's too much? Duan Ling Tian calmly glanced at Hu Jun. Don't forget that today's incident was caused by your Ma clan. 10 million gold? Send it to the flowing cloud in tonight. Otherwise, bear the consequences. After he finished, Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to the four old men with flushed faces and directly left. This time, Duan Ling Tian's group left the Ma clan auction house through the front door. It was late in the night now, and the alley at the door of the Ma clan auction house had quieted down. Only occasionally could some sparse pedestrians be seen. The flowing cloud inn was just a short distance to the front. When Duan Ling Tian walked over to the auction house from the restaurant earlier, he'd seen this inn. Their group walked into the inn. And currently, the Ma clan estate's audience hall was lit up brightly by lanterns. 4 old men and a middle-aged man stood together. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was extremely unsightly. That Ma Qin actually caused such a disaster. He deserved to die. Ma Qin deserved to die. But Patriarch, that violet-clothed young man, asked for 10 million gold. That is really going too far. Are we really going to give it to him? The yellow-clothed old man's voice was low, and it seemed to have slight rage mixed within. Supreme Elder, if we don't give him 10 million gold, will you have another way to resolve the matter? The middle-aged man, the Ma clan's patriarch, had an extremely unsightly expression as he spoke. The yellow-clothed old man was speechless. Did he have a way? No. He didn't consider himself capable of bearing the rage of that void-prying stage powerhouse by the violet-clothed young man's side. I'll order someone to send this 10 million gold to him. However, our Ma clan's money isn't so easy to take. Later, when sending the money over, I'll order someone to send Xiaguang's corpse to the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, his eyes flickered with a strand of a fierce light, and within that strand was a trace of a scheming aura. Patriarch is wise. Instantly, the gazes of the 4 old men, including Hu Jun's, lit up. The Jade Magnolia Trading Company was one of the 7 great trading companies within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and there was no lack of void-prying stage martial artists within it. Xiaguang was the person in charge of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City. And most importantly, Xiaguang's father was the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. And on top of that, his father was also a formidable void-prying stage powerhouse. That night, Duan Ling Tian obtained the 10 million gold that the Ma clan sent over as he wished, and it caused him to be unable to stop himself from sighing with emotion. This money came too quickly. Deep in the night, Duan Ling Tian cultivated as usual. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, WYRM Python form. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was still stuck in the 3rd level Origin Core Stage bottleneck, and he was only half a step away from the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage. I ought to be able to break through before arriving at the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian let nature take its course and cultivated until deep into the night before falling into a deep slumber. At dawn the next day, after having breakfast with the 2 little girls, Duan Ling Tian's group departed on 4 Fergana horses, going directly out of Black Wind City. And not long after Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 left, another 2 Fergana horses pursued, following from afar. Humph! After spurring their horses forward and going far away from Black Wind City, Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly went cold. When he came out of the inn earlier, he noticed someone watching them from the shadows. In the beginning, he paid no attention to it. Now, When he noticed someone pursuing from far away, Duanling Tian's face went gloomy. Duanling Tian notified the two little girls and Xianxia. Then the four of them swung down the horse whips in their hands onto the Fergana horses, causing the Fergana horses to speed up and gallop madly. In an instant, they had created more distance between them and the two people behind. The two people who were following from behind were two middle-aged men. When they saw Duanling Tian's group of four abruptly speeding up to disappear before their eyes, an anxious expression appeared on their faces, and they hurriedly spurred their horses to madly run forward. However, they quickly noticed that after galloping for some time, the road in front of them was peaceful, and they couldn't see the figures of the people they were following. Where are they? The two men looked at each other, and both had bewildered expressions. As far as they were concerned, the horses beneath them were Fergana horses as well. Thus those four people should not be able to create so much distance between them. Are you two looking for us? Right at this moment, a voice sounded from behind them, causing their faces to go pale. When they turned their horses around, they saw their four targets spurring their horses to walk forward slowly, walking towards them. They noticed the middle-aged man among the four sweeping them with his icy cold gaze, and they couldn't help but have coldness arise within their hearts. They could perceive how terrifying this middle-aged man was. Their bodies lightly trembled, and traces of terror appeared in their eyes. Duanling Tian looked at them with a calm gaze. Speak. Why are you following me? Duanling Tian's gaze went slightly cold when he saw the two of them seeming to be hesitant. If you don't speak, you too can die here today. Instantly, under Duanling Tian's gaze, the faces of the two men went pale, and they hurriedly said, Lord, I'll speak, I'll speak. We're from the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City. It was our vice president that asked us to follow you. Jade Magnolia Trading Company? Duanling Tian's brows knitted. Only now did he recall that the Ma clan auction house's Ma Qin seemed to have mentioned this Jade Magnolia Trading Company yesterday. The middle-aged man that wanted the jade-eyed heavenly mouse seemed to be a member of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. That middle-aged man and the two old men were all at the half-step void stage, so their status in the Jade Magnolia Trading Company ought to not be low. Why did he send you two to follow me? Duanling Tian asked in a deep voice. Lord, we aren't quite sure of the exact reason. We're only following orders. The two of them shook their heads. Duanling Tian's gaze didn't leave them from beginning till the end. And in the end, he noticed that these two people seemed to not be lying. Recalling the middle-aged man from yesterday, Duanling Tian asked, Do you two know Xia Guang? Xia Guang. The two of them hurriedly nodded upon hearing this. The president of our Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City is precisely Lord Xia Guang. The president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City? Duanling Tian's eyes squinted, as he never imagined that the middle-aged man from yesterday had such a background. It looked like the spatial ring that he casually took from Xia Guang ought to have quite a large amount of wealth within it. Right at this moment, Xianxia looked at the two of them and asked, This Xia Guang, what relationship does he have with your Jade Magnolia Trading Company's main branch's vice president? Xiado? The two men answered after hearing what Xianxia asked. Lord Xia Guang is precisely the only son of Lord Xiado. Duanling Tian noticed that when Xianxia heard what the two of them said, he frowned. Scram! If I notice you following me again, you too will surely die. Duanling Tian's icy cold gaze swept past the two men, causing the two men to feel a sense of relief and reveal overjoyed expressions before spurring their horses to kick up a cloud of dust, not daring to turn around. Duanling Tian noticed something wrong in Xianxia's expression, so he curiously asked, Xianxia, you know Xiado? Young master, that Xiado is the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's main branch, and I've had dealings with him before. His strength was on par with mine when my strength was at its prime, Xianxia respectfully said. 6th level of the void prying stage? Duanling Tian nodded. That year, when he had just encountered Xianxia, he still remembered what Xianxia had told him. Xianxia at his prime had a cultivation at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Young master, The people from the Jade Magnolia Trading Company were probably following you because of the Ma clan. Should we? Xiong waved the hand sign for killing. A mere Ma clan is nothing. Hurrying on with our journey is more important now. We have to arrive at the 7-Star Sword Sect as soon as possible. If we're late to the 7-Star Sword Sect's Outer Court Disciple test 3 months from now, then we'll have to wait another 6 months. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Just like he said, he completely looked down upon the Ma clan. If they turned back now and annihilated the Ma clan, it would only be a waste of time. As far as he was concerned, if he delayed entering the 7-Star Sword Sect because of the matter with the Ma clan, then the losses would outweigh the benefits. Yes, Xiong nodded. To him, whatever the young master says goes. He was only a servant of the young master. The 4 of them continued to hurry on their journey. Squeak, squeak, at an unknown time, the little gold mouse had awoken from its deep sleep, and after noticing it was on a Fergana horse, it was extremely thrilled. It then jumped onto the head of the Fergana horse and nodded to Ku'er like a human. It was extremely happy. Hiss hiss, seeming to have been awakened by the little gold mouse. Little Black and Little White poked their heads out from Duan Ling Tian's sleeve and looked at the little mouse. Their gold and silver eyes flickered with strands of bright lights. Squeak! The little gold mouse looked at the 2 little pythons. Then it actually turned its body around and shook its ass at them. Duan Ling Tian and the 2 little girls couldn't help but start laughing when they saw the actions of the little gold mouse. Whoosh! Whoosh! The eyes of the 2 little pythons went cold, and they transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that flew out, opening their mouths to bite at the little gold mouse. 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above each of them. Little Black, Little White, don't! Ku'er exclaimed in surprise. She wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the 2 little pythons, and it raised its claws to slap out towards them. 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above it. The 2 little pythons were successively slapped down by the little gold mouse's claws. Although the little pythons weren't a match for the little gold mouse, it didn't dare attack with a killing blow, as it noticed the gaze of warning that Duan Ling Tian shot at it. Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons felt pain, but they were still unwilling and continued to confront the little gold mouse. Little Black, Little White, come back. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. He never thought that these 2 little fellows were so aggressive. He didn't even react until after they had fought with the little gold mouse. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 little pythons returned onto Duan Ling Tian's hand, but their eyes still stared fixedly at the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse was unwilling to lag behind. It twisted its ass around and swayed its ass at the 2 little pythons in provocation. That's about enough. Noticing the mood of the 2 little pythons becoming restless and slightly losing control, Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse and frowned. The little gold mouse seemed to be slightly afraid of Duan Ling Tian, and it obediently lied down. All right, you 2 little fellows will surpass it sooner or later. You 2 are younger than it by more than a year. After a year, you 2 will surely be stronger than it is now. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the 2 little pythons were still unwilling to return into his sleeve, so he comforted them. Of course, he wasn't talking nonsense when he said this. Based on his observations of the 2 little pythons for almost 3 years, their potential was absolutely not inferior to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and when they matured in the future, they might become existences comparable to demon emperors. The 2 little pythons were both variant fierce beasts, and there weren't any records of the 2 little pythons within the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor. But based on their recent growth rate, they'd long since surpassed the growth rate of most demon beasts. Hiss hiss, hearing Duan Ling Tian's comforting words, the 2 little pythons obediently returned to his sleeve. This caused the 2 little girls to laugh helplessly as well. The 2 little pythons and the little gold mouse simply seemed as if they were born to be enemies. That Xiaguang really let me gain a lot this time. Duan Ling Tian withdrew the 3 spatial rings. They were precisely the spatial rings of Xiaguang and the 2 old men. There wasn't much within the spatial rings of the 2 old men, but there was a large amount of wealth within the spatial ring of Xiaguang. The origin-strengthening pill that he'd refined had returned to his possession, and the light edge inscription that was inscribed on a ring was there too. He left all these at that because they were worthless to him. Most importantly, there was an entire 20 million gold in Xiaoguang's spatial ring. Now the combined wealth in Duanling Tian's possession had already come close to 50 million gold. Hurrying on their journey at a gallop, after 2 months' time, Duanling Tian's group finally arrived at a city near the Seven-Star Sword Sect. This city had an area that wasn't inferior in size to Black Wind City. Duanling Tian found out the name of this city by looking at the 3 words above the city's gate. Black Bamboo City. At the beginning, Duanling Tian still found it difficult to understand why a city would have such a poetic name. And only after he entered the city and saw the black bamboos that were jet black like ink that rose up from the ground that he came to a sudden understanding. So this was the origin of the name, Black Bamboo City. Along the way, Duanling Tian saw some people who wore a uniform, green-colored attire. These people were mostly young men and women. The same symbol was embroidered on their clothes. A sword encircled by 7 stars. Duanling Tian looked at Xiongquan and asked curiously, "They're all members of the 7-Star Sword Sect?" Li Fei and Ku Er, who wore veils, looked at Xiongquan as well, and their beautiful eyes had a sense of wondering mixed within. Xiongquan nodded. "Yes, young master. This is the uniform attire of the 7-Star Sword Sect. The 7 stars on the symbol of an outer court disciple's clothes are copper in color. They're silver for the inner court disciples, and gold for the 7-Star Sword Sect elders." Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding. The 7-Star Sword Sect's test is another half a month away. Let's first look for a place to stay in. Before long, Duanling Tian directly bought a courtyard house. "Xiongquan, you can't follow us to the 7-Star Sword Sect, so you'll stay here from now on," Duanling Tian said to Xiongquan. "If I have anything I need you to do in the future, I'll come look for you." "Yes, young master." Xiongquan hurriedly nodded in a respectful manner. 10 days later, bang! Origin energy rushed out from within Duanling Tian's body. He had finally broken through the final bottleneck of the 3rd level of the Origin Core Stage and smoothly stepped into the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage. Lightly using strength, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duanling Tian. The strength of 71 ancient mammoths. Compared to ordinary 4th-level Origin Core martial artists, he had entire strength of 11 ancient mammoths more. Even if compared to an ordinary 5th-level Origin Core martial artist, he still had an extra strength of 1 ancient mammoth. A brilliant smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face. "I've finally broken through." After breaking through, Duanling Tian's mood was elated, and he called Xiongquan before leaving the courtyard house with the 2 little girls and finding a restaurant to have a meal. The restaurant was ancient-styled, giving one an extremely comfortable feeling. Duanling Tian brought the 2 little girls to find a table that was beside a window. Then he sat down and ordered some dishes. 7-Star Sword Sect Inner Court Disciples? Duanling Tian's sharp eyes noticed with a glance that amongst the 3 7-Star Sword Sect disciples in the neighboring table, the stars that encircled the sword on symbol of one of their clothes was silver. This young man that was around the age of 25 was obviously a 7-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duanling Tian could confirm that the strength of this 7-Star Sword Sect disciple ought to be at the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage or above. Merely around 25 and at the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage or above. Duanling Tian couldn't help but be astounded. As expected of an inner court disciple of a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-Star Sword Sect. After all, among the martial artists of the younger generation that he knew of, when they were around this age, the strongest amongst them was the junior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis Estate, Niefan. However, even though Niefan was older than this 7-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple, his strength was inferior. As for the other 2 young men, they were around 22 and 23, and they were 7-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples. Their strengths weren't weak either. They were both at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage or above. Looks like even little Fei can only be considered to have ordinary natural talent once she's at the 7-Star Sword Sect. Duanling Tian thought in his heart. Li Fei was 21 this year, and she had broken through to the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage a month ago. Of course, the reason why Li Fei had her current cultivation was because she consumed the high-purity medicinal pills that Duanling Tian refined. Before long, their food had arrived, and Duanling Tian's group of 3 started eating. Squeak, squeak. The 3 of them had only started eating for a while when the little gold mouse sprung out from under Ku'er's sleeve. Its green eyes flickered with a strange light as it stared at the food on the table and gulped down a mouthful of saliva like a human. What? You want to eat too? Duanling Tian noticed the little gold mouse's current appeared and couldn't refrain from laughing. The little gold mouse hurriedly nodded. Duanling Tian blinked his eyes and said to the little gold mouse, "Come, roll twice and I'll let you eat." Unexpectedly, the little gold mouse raised its head and showed an arrogant and disdainful expression as it ignored Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's face sank. This little gold mouse is really intelligent. Duanling Tian could almost be certain now that the little gold mouse was absolutely able to completely understand human speech, and not only that, its intelligence wasn't inferior to a human's. Scoundrel, don't bully little gold. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duanling Tian. Then she clamped up a piece of meat and put it before the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse picked up the piece of meat and started nibbling on it with gusto. As it nibbled, it looked in anticipation at Ku'er. Ku'er couldn't help but laugh. She picked up a few pieces of meat and then placed them before the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse nodded in satisfaction. Right at this moment, Duanling Tian heard an exclamation in surprise from the neighboring table. "Senior brother, is that a gold fur mouse?" This was something said by one of the 2 7-Star Sword sect outer court disciples from the neighboring table. The 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciple couldn't help but turn his head and look at Duanling Tian's table when he heard what the outer court disciple said. The other outer court disciple looked over with a curious expression as well. Infant gold fur mouse? The eyes of that 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciple lit up, and a flowing light of greed flashed within his eyes as if he'd seen some sort of treasure. Although the greed within the 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciple's eyes flashed by quickly, Duanling Tian still noticed it, but he paid no attention to it. An infant gold fur mouse indeed posed an extremely large temptation to a martial artist below the void prying stage. So beautiful! Right at this moment, one of the 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciples noticed the appearance of Ku'er, who had already removed her veil and started eating, and his eyes shone. The other 7-Star Sword sect outer court disciple looked at Ku'er as well when he heard what the other outer court disciple said, and a trace of a burning gaze flashed within his eyes. Only that 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciple glanced indifferently at Ku'er. Then his gaze once again descended onto the little gold mouse. His interest for the little gold mouse was obviously more than his interest towards Ku'er. Duanling Tian didn't continue to look at those 3 7-Star Sword sect disciples, and his gaze returned to the little gold mouse. Then he shook his head and smiled. This little gold is a glutton like little black and little white. And at the moment Duanling Tian finished speaking, a burst of agitated movement occurred within his sleeve. Obviously, it was the 2 little fellows concealed under Duanling Tian's sleeve that were unhappy when they heard what Duanling Tian said. Duanling Tian shook the 2 little pythons that were concealed under his sleeve and coiled around his arm and comforted them with a light voice. "All right, I won't talk about you too." Only then did the 2 little pythons quiet down. Suddenly Duanling Tian frowned, because he noticed that the 7-Star Sword sect's inner court disciple had stood up and was slowly walking over to their table. He was coming over with bad intentions. This 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciple around the age of 25 had an ordinary appearance, but a trace of gloominess was vaguely mixed between his brows. The 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciple arrived before Duanling Tian's table and indifferently said, "How much do you want for this infant gold fur mouse?" "I'm buying it." Ku'er's beautiful brows frowned when she heard this. She was slightly unhappy. The little gold mouse seemed to have understood what the 7-Star Sword sect inner court disciple said, and it glared its jade-green eyes at him while baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. However, with the little gold mouse's fluffy fur, even if it acted fierce, it didn't have any power of deterrence. Green-eyed gold fur mouse? The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's eyes shone, and the first thought that arose within his heart was, I've encountered a variant gold fur mouse. A gold fur mouse, when grown to its peak, would possess a strength at the half-step void stage. If it was a variant gold fur mouse, it could even break through to the void stage and become a demon beast. Duan Tian noticed the greedy light that arose within the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he said indifferently, Leave, we're not selling it. We're not selling it. What Duan Tian said caused the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple to be stupefied. Do you know who I am? The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple looked at Duan Tian and intentionally lifted up his chest, causing the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple symbol to be completely revealed. Are you putting on a monkey show? Duan Tian frowned and was slightly impatient. I know you're a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, but so what about it? Could it be that since you're a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, I must give up a cherished possession and sell this little gold mouse to you? Putting on a monkey show? The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face went grim when he heard what Duan Tian said. And he said, in a low voice, Kid, be careful. Misfortune comes from the mouth. When had he even been humiliated by someone like this? As far as he was concerned, this sentence that was similar to a joke was no different from humiliation. Seeing the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple suddenly turning hostile, Duan Tian swept him with a calm gaze. Then he lowered his head to continue eating, not paying any more attention to him. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple thought Duan Tian was afraid of him when he saw Duan Tian doing this, and he sneered. Really a contemptible wretch. He raised his hand as he spoke and a stack of silver appeared out of thin air. Then he slapped it on the table and said, in a low voice, This is 100,000 silver to buy your infant gold fur mouse. 100,000 silver? Duan Tian was stunned. He swallowed the mouthful of food in his mouth. Then he glanced at the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple as if he was looked at an idiot. I'll give you 1,000,000 silver to get me another infant gold fur mouse. How about it? Ku'er and Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows lightly frowned as well, and they had faces of dissatisfaction. This seven-star sword sect inner court disciple was really going too far. Right at this moment, the other two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples stood behind the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple and stared fiercely at Duan Tian. And one of them threatened, Kid, if you're sensible, hurry and hand over the infant gold fur mouse. My senior brother is someone you can't afford to offend. Exactly, our senior brother is an outstanding inner court disciple of the seven-star sword sect, and he is an existence that will become a seven-star sword sect elder in the future. If you're sensible, give this infant gold fur mouse to our senior brother. In this way, you might be able to form some good faith, the other seven-star sword sect outer court disciple said to Duan Tian. Duan Tian's eyes squinted, and he looked at the two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples. According to what you two have said, submissively giving this infant gold fur mouse to your senior brother now is my most sensible and wisest choice? Of course, the two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples said at the same time. Ha ha! The corners of Duan Tian's mouth curled into a smile, and he raised his hand to grasp the little gold mouse. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse nodded to Duan Tian and bared its claws and brandished its fangs. Then it turned around to look at the three seven-star sword sect disciples. Duan Tian naturally was able to discern what the little gold mouse meant. The little gold mouse was currently asking him if it could attack and kill these three hateful fellows. Duan Tian naturally believed that the little gold mouse had the ability, but he shook his head. If these three seven-star sword sect disciples were really killed by the little gold mouse, then he would have really come for nothing this time. At that time, the seven-star sword sect would absolutely not allow him to enter the sect. Kid, you're sensible. One of the seven-star sword sect outer court disciples saw Duan Tian shake his head and thought that Duan Tian was refusing the little gold mouse's request to stay with him, and the corners of that seven-star sword sect outer court disciple curled into a complacent smile. Not only was it him, even the other seven-star sword sect outer court disciple and the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple had the same thought. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face revealed a smile of victory. He looked at Duanling Tian and extended out his hand. Duanling Tian's brows knitted, and he coldly swept the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple with his gaze and said in vigilance, "What are you doing?" The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank. "Kid, are you playing tricks on me?" "Playing tricks on you?" Duanling Tian was stunned. "When did he play tricks on this fellow?" "Scoundrel, he thought you were persuading little Gold to follow him earlier," Li Fei said to Duanling Tian, as she'd noticed everything that happened earlier. Duanling Tian frowned and impatiently said, "Look, is there something wrong in your head? Didn't I say I'm not selling it earlier? Hurry up and leave, we still want to eat." "Kid, you." The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face went gloomy. Then his extended hand fiercely exerted force, origin energy raged out, and above him 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 8th level of the origin core stage. "What? You still want to forcefully seize it?" A seven-star sword sect inner court disciple can be so overbearing. Duanling Tian's face sank, and his burning gaze stared fixedly on that seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. Meanwhile, the crowd of customers in the restaurant shot their gazes at the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. A seven-star sword sect inner court disciple is seizing another's things? It can't be. The seven-star sword sect has always been strict and impartial with its rules. They strictly forbid their disciples from using their strength to bully the weak. Didn't this little brother say that this seven-star sword sect inner court disciple wanted to seize his things? The crowd of customers discussed animatedly. When the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple noticed the surrounding gazes, his face sank, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he said, in a loud voice, "Kid, you've already sold this gold fur mouse to me. Now you're going back on your word. I'm only taking back my own belongings. So it's like that. Like I said, the seven-star sword sect disciples would not use their strength to bully the weak. One must have integrity. Since you've agreed with someone, then you must do as you say. This young man has gone too far." The customers present came to a sudden understanding, and for a moment, they all stood at the side of the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple and denounced Duanling Tian. Shameless! Li Fei and Ku'er were angered to the point that their faces flushed red when they heard what the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple said, as they never imagined that a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple would actually talk irresponsibly like this. Haha! Looks like within the entire seven-star sword sect, not everyone can abide by the rules of the sect. Duanling Tian laughed. He laughed brilliantly, and his gaze descended onto the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. "Kid, you don't have to give excuses. You've already agreed to sell this infant gold fur mouse to me. Now hand it over. I'll give you a chance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple stared at Duanling Tian, and dense killing intent flickered deep within his eyes. "Young man, since you've already agreed, then hand it over to him. Yeah, as the saying goes, a man is nothing without his word. Integrity is extremely important, and there's no need to lose your life because of this. Young people nowadays are really ignorant." The spectating customers spoke out one by one. Some advised Duanling Tian and some lectured him. Duanling Tian directly ignored these fence-sitters, talking endlessly when they didn't know anything. Did they really think they were impartial saints? "Kid, public rage is difficult to go against. Just obediently hand over the infant gold fur mouse." The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple couldn't help but reveal a trace of complacency when he heard so many people helping him denounce Duanling Tian. "Exactly, hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, we'll make you bear the consequences. Kid, be sensible, or else I'll throw you out." The other two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples cooperated as they talked down to Duanling Tian and were on their high horses. Seven-star sword sect. The smile on the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth grew wider. Sure enough, there were black eggs everywhere. Even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's top sect, the Seven-Star Sword Sect, wasn't excluded. These 3 Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples had taken a fancy towards the little gold mouse, so they left no means unused, turning black into white, and for the sake of achieving their goal they would stop at nothing. Duanling Tian looked at the 3 Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples and indifferently asked, "What if I don't hand it over?" He had a carefree expression. It was as if he didn't take the 3 of them seriously at all. Actually, he indeed didn't take them seriously. It was only 3 existences at the origin core stage. The Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple's face sank, and he said, with righteous indignation, "Kid, looks like you're intentionally playing tricks on us." The origin energy in his hand raged restlessly. Everything he said now was obviously providing a basis for his ruthless attack in the next moment. In this way, he would be in the right, and no one would say it was a Seven-Star Sword Sect disciple who took advantage of his sect to bully another. And the truth was precisely like this. Hearing what the Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple said, the sounds of sighing with emotion sounded out within the restaurant as expected. Young people nowadays are too rash, not to mention not keeping to their words. They have so many excuses and are so arrogant. Today, he can only blame himself if he's killed by this Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple. Exactly. If he dies, he will have died for nothing. After all, he isn't in the right. Voice after voice helped the Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple build up the circumstances a step further. You all. How can you all be like this? Young master didn't agree to sell little gold to them at all. Ku Er's beautiful face flushed red when she heard the discussions of the restaurant customers, and she explained for Duanling Tian. Ku Er, it isn't necessary for you to explain to them. They're only a crowd of fence-sitters. Li Fei extended out her hand that was pure white like jade and lightly patted the back of Ku Er's hand. What Li Fei said naturally caused public outrage. Little girl, mind what you say. Exactly. On what basis are you calling us fence-sitters? Could it be that what you mean is that this Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple is intentionally accusing all of you unjustly? Is there any need for a Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple to accuse you unjustly? The crowd of customers all glared at Li Fei. When had Li Fei ever experienced such a scene? For a moment, she was angered to the point that her face flushed red. She clenched her fist tightly, and her delicate figure lightly trembled. Abruptly, a loud sound echoed out, and the clamorous noise within the restaurant abruptly stopped. It was Duanling Tian who had slapped his palm on the table. Shut up! At this moment, Duanling Tian's face was extremely grim. These people could talk about him, as at most he would just laugh it off. But these people actually dared talk about Li Fei, dared talk about his woman. This was something that he couldn't tolerate. Meanwhile, the gazes of the crowd of customers in the restaurant descended onto Duanling Tian, and most of them revealed sneers, as they were waiting for the Seven-Star Sword Sect disciple to teach Duanling Tian a lesson. What? Kid? You're getting angry from embarrassment. The Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple had a smile of ridicule on his face. He never imagined that the development of events would actually completely turn towards him. He knew that it was time. Now, even if he attacked, no one would think that he relied on the backing of the Seven-Star Sword Sect to bully another. Duanling Tian looked at the Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple with a gaze that contained a piercingly cold light. He had already lost all patience in playing with this Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple. Xiong Quan. Throw all of them out. The 3 Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples couldn't help but laugh when they heard what Duanling Tian said. Even most of the customers within the restaurant couldn't refrain from laughing. Not to mention the fact that the strength of the Seven-Star Sword Sect's inner court disciple was shocking. Even if someone had a strength that surpassed a Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple, they still wouldn't dare act rashly. After all, doing so would directly offend the Seven-Star Sword Sect. The Seven-Star Sword Sect was a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. How could it be something that anyone would offend? However, their smiles quickly froze. Because they saw. Yes, young master, Xianxia replied. Then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a gust of wind. At the instant that the smiles of the 3 7-star sword sect disciples froze, Xianxia attacked out like a bolt of lightning, catching them one by one and directly throwing them out of the restaurant. Bang! 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 3 loud crashes sounded from outside the restaurant, and accompanying the crashes were 3 shrill cries. The restaurant went deathly silent, as all the customers within were dumbstruck. They weren't dumbstruck by the nascent soul stage strength that Xianxia revealed. Instead, they were dumbstruck by the fact that Xianxia dared to touch a 7-star sword sect disciple. The 7-star sword sect was famous for being protective of their own. They thought that this middle-aged man would surely meet great disaster since he dared to touch 7-star sword sect disciples. How would they know that those 3 7-star sword sect disciples wouldn't go to the sect elders about this matter? Them being on the right was only a false front. The 7-star sword sect elders weren't stupid and weren't so easy to bluff. Buying an infant gold fur mouse for 100,000 silver? This was already relying on the backing of the sect to bully another. So the 3 7-star sword sect disciples fiercely glared at Duanling Tian before leaving with their tails between their legs. Senior brother, could it be that we're to let it go at that? One of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples had a face full of unwillingness. What else can you do? I never expected him to have a nascent soul martial artist by his side. The face of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple sank. He originally thought that the infant gold fur mouse could be easily obtained, but never had he expected that such an unforeseen event would occur. Senior brother, your 100,000 silver seems to still be on their table. Should we go back and take it? The other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple had a flash of light in his head, and he recalled this matter. Why don't you go take it? I'll give you half if you do. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple glared at this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple, causing the latter to have a bitter smile on his face. He didn't dare to make another sound. Damn it! If it wasn't for that nascent soul martial artist being present, I'd surely make that violet-clothed young man die. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face was gloomy as he said this in a deep voice. Suddenly, one of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciple's eyes flickered as he guessed. Senior brother, our 7-star sword sect outer court disciple's test is in 5 days. Do you think they came here for this? According to their accent, they don't seem to be from the area near Black Bamboo City. Right, senior brother. There really is such a possibility. The other 7-star sword sect outer court disciples' gaze lit up. Now that you mention it, there really is this possibility. Humph. If you really have come to enter our 7-star sword sect, then you're delivering yourself to me, and I'll surely make you die. The eyes of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple went cold. He seemed as if he wanted to catch and swallow Duanling Tian, and his icy cold voice seemed to come from a thaw hole that was filled with piercingly cold winds. Within it was a breathtaking killing intent. If he enters the 7-star sword sect, that nascent soul stage martial artist by his side will be unable to protect him. The other 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples started laughing. Within the restaurant, after Xianxia revealed a strength at the nascent soul stage, the crowd of customers instantly shut their mouths and went quiet, fearing that they would piss off the violet-clothed young man. They didn't doubt it in the slightest that if they dared to talk too much, based on the violet-clothed young man's temper, he would definitely not hesitate in asking the nascent soul stage martial artist by his side to make a move against them. The violet-clothed young man feared the people behind the 3 7-star sword sect disciples, and thus didn't dare go for the kill, but he wouldn't fear them. All right, little Fei, don't be angry. Duanling Tian looked at Li Fei. Then his gaze went cold as it swept past the customers. How about this? So long as you say the word, I'll ask Xianxia to throw them all out right away. Duanling Tian said this in a very casual manner, but in the ears of the crowd of customers, it was like the sound of thunder. When they raised their heads, they noticed the middle-aged man that tossed the 7-star sword sect disciples out earlier looking at them with a burning gaze. Instantly, all the customers were in a commotion, as they directly put down the money for their food and wine and then left the restaurant as if they were fleeing. In the next moment, only one table of people remained within the restaurant, as well as the dumbstruck manager and attendants of the restaurant. Seeing this scene, Li Fei finally couldn't hold back her laughter, and she laughed charmingly and enchantingly. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be dumbstruck. He wished for nothing more than to push Li Fei down and come down on her to his heart's content. "Scoundrel, what are you looking at?" Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian, and her tone was filled with shyness. Truly an attractive and coquettish little girl. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt his lower regions get hot, and he forcefully endured his urges and took a deep breath. "Big Sister Fei, young master has been entranced by you." Ku'er lightly smiled and said to Li Fei, as she stroked the little gold mouse. Li Fei's beautiful face flushed to the point that it seemed as if it would drip blood when she heard Ku'er, and at the same time, she stretched out her hand to scratch Ku'er. "Little Sister Ku'er, what did you say?" "Ah, so itchy. Big Sister Fei. Spare me. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." Ku'er hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse seemed to turn into a spectator when it saw this scene, and it joyfully watched Ku'er and Li Fei playing. Its pair of jade-green eyes spun as they flickered with a strange luster. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, and his mood was slightly better. 7-star sword sect. Once I, Ku'er, and Li Fei enter it, we will be bound to encounter those three from before. I hope they can be sensible and won't look for trouble with me again. Otherwise, humph. Suddenly, seeming to have recalled something, a trace of a cold light flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Azure Forest, Imperial Kingdom, Imperial City. What did you say? You said my son is dead. In a spacious courtyard house, an aged old man stared at the middle-aged man that stood before him, and his eyes revealed a dense killing intent. Yes, the middle-aged man's body shivered. The old man that currently stood before him was an existence that summoned wind and called for rain within the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, the vice president of the entire Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xiado. An existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Enraged, a terrifying pressure was emitted from Xiado and enveloped the middle-aged man, causing his breathing to become difficult. "Guang!" Xiado exclaimed grievously, and his muddled eyes instantly emitted a bright light that flickered with a scarlet-red killing intent. The middle-aged man's face went pale as he felt the aura being emitted from Xiaodo's body growing larger and larger, and he gritted his teeth as he endured. He believed that if this were to continue, it probably wouldn't be long before he would collapse on the ground. Finally, the raging aura that stretched out from Xiaodo's body vanished, and the terrifying pressure vanished with it, allowing the middle-aged man to catch his breath and heave a sigh of relief. "Speak, what happened? Who killed my son?" Xiaodo looked at the middle-aged man, and his eyes were filled with a dense, cold light that seemed to be waiting to swallow someone. The middle-aged man let out a breath of cold air. At this moment, he had the illusion that instead of a person standing before him now, it was a venomous snake, a terrifying venomous snake that could make one die in an instant. Lord Xiaodo, the person who did it was an existence at the void prying stage. The middle-aged man caught his breath and slowly said, "This matter happened after the Ma Clan auction house's auction 3 months ago." Subsequently, the middle-aged man spoke of everything he learned from Black Wind City's Ma Clan. A violet-clothed young man took out a 91% purity origin strengthening pill. Xiaodo's face sank. When he heard this, even he couldn't help but be surprised. A medicinal pill with a purity of 91%. In the past, in his opinion, this was something that was practically impossible to exist. Now, he couldn't help but be slightly afraid. If that person was able to take out such an origin-strengthening pill, did it mean that behind that person was a formidable alchemist? Perhaps the middle-aged man discerned Xiaodo's fear, and he added, "Lord Xiaodo, according to the Ma Clan, that origin-strengthening pill was something the young man obtained by chance. And he doesn't have any relations to the alchemist that refined that origin-strengthening pill." Xiaodo heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and his eyes contained an awe-inspiring killing intent. I'll make a trip to the Black Wind City with you. No matter who it is that dared kill my son, even if I have to dig to the ends of the earth, I'll still drag him out. The 7-star sword sect had 7 peaks that stood perfectly straight. The 7 peaks rose straight from level ground, like 7 sharp swords that shot into the sky. These 7 peaks were also called as the 7-star sword sect's 7 great sword peaks. The 7 great sword peaks were named based on the Ursa Major constellation. They were respectively the Dubhe Peak, Merak Peak, Fekta Peak, Migres Peak, Alioth Peak, Mizar Peak, and Alcade Peak. Among them, the Dubhe Peak was the main peak, and it was the most towering sword peak that had a grand imposing manner. The other 6 sword peaks were spread around the Dubhe Peak like a host of lesser stars around the leading star, surrounding Dubhe Peak in the middle. Only on this peak are the clouds so deep that one does not know where one is. Duanling Tian listened to Xiongquan's introduction. Then he gazed from afar at the 7 sword peaks that had clouds coiled around them. His heart was filled with shock. This was the 7-star sword sect. Young master, there seems to be something stop the surrounding 6 sword peaks connection to the Dubhe Peak. Ku'er's eyes were sharp and noticed the scene when the clouds and mist cleared away. Duanling Tian glanced over when he heard Ku'er. When the clouds and mist cleared away, it could be seen that above the 6 sword peaks surrounding Dubhe Peak was indeed a thing that was similar to a black-colored chain that connected to Dubhe Peak. Young master, it is said that only the main peak, the Dubhe Peak, has a path to ascend the peak among the 7 great sword peaks of 7-star sword sect. The other 6 sword peaks don't possess a path to ascend the peak, so unless one is in existence at the void prying stage, they can't climb the other 6 sword peaks. Xiongquan spoke of everything he knew. So if you want to ascend the other 6 sword peaks, then you must pass through the main peak and use the chain bridges on the main peak to enter them. Chain bridges. Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding. So in this way, there's only one path to ascend to the peak of this 7-star sword sect, and that is the path up the Dubhe Peak. The defense of this sect can be called amazing. With only one path, it was completely possible for one man to hold the pass and hold back all the enemy forces. Coupled with the hidden forces of the 7-star sword sect, even if the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family were to personally come here, they might not be able to obtain any benefit. In next to no time, Duanling Tian's group of 4 arrived at the foot of one of the sword peaks. The part of the sword peak that was immersed in the ground was incomparably precipitous, and one couldn't see the end of it with a glance. Such a precipitous cliff. Even a half-step void stage martial artist probably wouldn't be able to ascend it. Duanling Tian couldn't help but be astounded as he sighed with emotion. Before long, Duanling Tian noticed that wasn't just him and the 2 little girls by his side that were sighing with emotion. Many young men and women had gathered here from various places and were pointing at the sword peak. Their discussions also had exclamations of surprise mixed within. Duanling Tian was clear that these people ought to be people who had come to participate in the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test. The closer they got to the main peak, the more people they could see. The young men and women that had gathered from all over had seniors following by their sides, and in the end, they gathered beneath the 7-star sword sect's main peak, the Dubhe Peak, the only entrance into the 7-star sword sect. The 7-star sword sect's entrance had a height of 10 over meters, and on it were 4 large words carved exquisitely. 7-star sword sect. This, with just a glance, Duanling Tian was attracted by these 4 large words. Even though he didn't study calligraphy, he was able to discern that these 4 large words were carved by a sword-cultivating expert with a single swing of his sword. They were like words of nature that didn't have any flaws. This entrance seems to have some history, Li Fei lightly said, with a tone that had traces of shock mixed within. She'd obviously been shocked by these 4 large words. Allegedly, this entrance existed when the 7-star sword sect was established. These 4 words, 7-star sword sect, were carved by the founder of the 7-star sword sect. As Xiongquan spoke up to this point, he had a face full of reverence. Rumors say that when the 7-star sword sect's founder established the 7-star sword sect, he was already a void interpretation expert. Void interpretation expert. In other words, an expert that had stepped into the void interpretation stage. Void interpretation expert? Li Fei couldn't help herself from exclaiming in surprise. There are void interpretation experts in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Xianxia shook his head. That's a matter of a few thousand years ago. According to my knowledge, it's already been very long since a void interpretation expert has appeared in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if it's void initiation experts, there probably aren't more than 50 of those in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As he spoke up to hear, Xianxia slightly sighed. That time, if Out Boundless Sect had a void initiation expert, it most likely would not have been annihilated by the Black Fiend sect. Duan Ling Tian also knew some of the matters of the Boundless sect from Xianxia. The Boundless sect could be considered a second-rate sect within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Among the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, sects that could be called top sects ordinarily had 5 or more void initiation stage experts within the sect, and there was no lack of existences at the 4th level of the void initiation stage or above. Below the top sects were first-rate sections. There were ordinarily 1 or 2 void initiation experts within these sects, and the strongest would ordinarily be at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage. Below that were the second-rate sections. They didn't have void initiation experts, and the difference between them and third-rate sects were the quantity and quality of void prying experts. Below the third-rate sects were some unrated sects. These unrated sects ordinarily only had 1 or 2 void prying martial artists, and in terms of strength, there was not much difference between them and the various imperial families of the kingdoms under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Black Fiend sect that annihilated the Boundless sect was precisely a first-rate sect. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xianxia and asked, "The voice transmission jade slip that your Boundless sect's young sect leader left behind asked me to pass it to the Solitary Summit Solitary Old Man. Shangguanyen. Could it be that Shangguanyen isn't a void initiation expert?" Xianxia slowly said, "Young master, the old man you speak of is the ancestor of our Boundless sect. He was in existence at the 9th level of the void prying stage over 10 years ago. Later on, he discarded his vexations on worldly affairs and decided to stay alone. As for whether he's broken through to the void initiation stage, it's something I have no way of knowing." As he finished speaking, Xianxia had a sighing expression. He didn't carry any hopes. In terms of difficulty, a 9th level void prying martial artist wanting to break through to the void initiation stage was far more difficult than a half-step void stage martial artist breaking through to the void prying stage. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then he asked, "How far is the solitary summit?" Xianxia lightly pondered. "If you were to travel by Fergana horse, it ought to take 5 months to arrive near the solitary summit." "That far?" Duan Ling Tian frowned. He originally thought that if the solitary summit wasn't far away, he would ask Xianxia to pass the void transmission jade slip to Shangguanyen, and this could be considered as completing the desire of the Boundless sect's young sect leader. Now it would seem that there would temporarily be no need for this. If Xianxia left, the round trip would take 10 months. It was too long. When I have the chance in the future, I'll go to the solitary summit to look for Shangguanyen. Duan Ling Tian made a decision in his heart. He didn't want Xianxia to leave for so long. As if there was any urgent matter that he needed Xianxia for, wouldn't he be delayed? Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian's estimations, even if Shangguanyen knew of this matter, he might not be able to do anything to the Black Fiend sect. According to what Xianxia said, there were 2 existences at the void initiation stage within the Black Fiend sect. One of them was even an expert at the 2nd level of the void initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and then looked around at his surroundings. He noticed that the people that gathered increased as time went by, and these people were all a group of young men and women, with the eldest seeming to be not older than 25. This was the criteria of the 7-star sword sect when recruiting disciples. Below 25, practically every young man and woman had a senior following by their side. Some of the seniors that followed by the side of these young men and women were even existences at the void prying stage. At noon, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. 3 people finally walked out from behind the 7-star sword sect's entrance. Among the 3 people, the old man in the front was in the lead. This old man had an emaciated figure and a firm expression, and between his brows were traces of vigor and vitality mixed within. The old man's essence, energy, and spirit were all at the peak, and in some aspects, he wasn't inferior to a young person in the slightest. A 7-star sword sect elder? Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended on the symbol at the old man's chest. The 7 stars surrounding the sword-shaped symbol were all gold. It was precisely the symbol of a 7-star sword sect elder. 2 young men followed behind the old man. Their ages were around 30, and they were 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. All those who are below 25 and participating in the test, stand over here. The old man had a calm expression as he spoke indifferently. Although his voice wasn't loud, it contained an incomparably large and heavy origin energy that echoed out into the ears of everyone present. Xiongquan, you can return. I'll look for you in Black Bamboo City if I need anything. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Xiongquan and instructed him before taking the 2 little girls and slowly walking over. For a moment, a crowd of young men and women gathered together. Many young men noticed Li Fei and Ku Er. They were slightly stunned by the peerless appearances of the 2 and only recovered from their shock after a short moment. Then they looked at Duan Ling Tian, who stood in between Ku Er and Li Fei, with faces full of envy and jealousy. So many people. Ku Er sized up the surroundings for a moment and was slightly surprised. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The young men and women who were currently gathered together numbered at least 1,000. Meanwhile, the old man spoke again. Now, those that are 20 and below and haven't stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage, leave. Instantly, a portion of the crowd left in dejection. Those that are 20 to 22 and haven't stepped into the 1st level of the origin core stage, leave. The old man continued. This time, even more people left. Those who are 22 and below and haven't stepped into the 1st level of the origin core stage must leave. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be astounded. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom that he previously resided in, one could count with one hand the amount of people that were able to step into the 1st level of the origin core stage when at 22 or below. The 7-star sword sect, as expected of the top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The test hadn't even started. It was only the 1st round of screening and it was already so strict. Those that are 22 to 23 and haven't stepped into the 2nd level of the origin core stage, leave. The old man's voice continued to sound out. This time, the faces of many young men and women went ghastly pale. Although they were slightly unwilling, they still obediently left. Those that are 23 to 25 and haven't stepped into the 3rd level of the origin core stage, leave. The old man's voice sounded out once more, and practically everyone was numb to it. Now, after the 1st round of screening, there were nearly 200 young men and women that still remained. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be astounded. The quality of the genius martial artists of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdoms wasn't something that the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to after all. There were still so many that remained even under such harsh requirements. The remaining people follow me, then old man ordered. Then he led the way with the 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. The crowd, including Duan Ling Tian's group, followed behind in a formidable array to ascend the Dubhe Peak. Dubhe Peak, the main peak of the 7-star sword sect. On the way, the old man had a stentorian voice as he slowly said, I'm the elder in charge of this time's outer court disciple test. You all can call me Test Elder. Ascending the Dubhe Peak now represents being one step closer to becoming 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. However, whether or not you're able to become an outer court disciple will all depend on your own ability. The old man continued, if you become an outer court disciple, don't slack off. The 7-star sword sect has a rule that if an outer court disciple is unable to pass the inner court test and become an inner court disciple by the age of 30, they will be expelled from 7-star sword sect. The old man's words caused many people to be shocked. An outer court disciple who's unable to become an inner court disciple by the age of 30 will be expelled from the 7-star sword sect. I heard that if one wanted to become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, one would at least need a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage. I also heard that even if you have a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage, you might not be able to pass the inner court test. Only with a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage when participating in the inner court test would you be able to firmly pass the test. Many young men and women whispered amongst themselves. Even though their natural talents were good, wanting to break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage, or even the 8th level of the origin core stage, by the age of 30 wasn't an easy thing to accomplish. For a moment, many people felt pressured. Duanling Tian followed within the crowd and only smiled indifferently when he heard the whispers of discussion from the crowd. Scoundrel, breaking through the 8th level of the origin core stage by the age of 30. So I have a chance? Li Fei looked at Duanling Tian and was slightly perturbed. Duanling Tian put his mouth close to Li Fei's ears, lightly blew at it and said, with a voice that had a sense of agitation mixed within. So long as you're obedient, I guarantee to make you break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage by the age of 25. How about it? Big scoundrel! Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duanling Tian, and her beautiful face went slightly red all the way to her neck. Many young men looked at Duanling Tian with gazes of envy that seemed as if they could pierce directly through him when they saw him and Li Fei being so intimate. However, Duanling Tian ignored all these gazes. The nearly 200 people followed behind the old man and arrived halfway up Dubhe Peak. Here was a vast stone platform, and near the stone platform stood many people. Duanling Tian's gaze was sharp, so with a glance, he noticed that there were 6 batches of people standing there. 5 of the 6 batches were all led by an aged old man, and behind the old man were another 3 or 4 young men following. These old men were all 7-star sword sect elders. As for the young men following behind them, they were all 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. The other batch of people were all women. Although the 7-star sword sect women's attire was also green clothes, there were differences from the men's attire. It had lesser sturdiness and more delicateness, causing one to feel comfortable when laying eyes upon it, and it wasn't ugly. The person in the lead of the batch of women was a dignified, beautiful woman with a beautiful appearance. She was also a 7-star sword sect elder. Behind the beautiful woman followed 3 young women, and they were all 7-star sword sect outer court disciples as well. Duanling Tian and the others followed behind Test Elder and stepped onto the stone platform. Meanwhile, that beautiful woman had already brought along the 3 young women as she walked over with large strides towards Duanling Tian and the others. As for the 5 old men, they instead waited on the spot with the people behind them. What's this about? Duanling Tian wondered in his heart. However, he quickly found out the answer. Test Elder's gaze swept past Duanling Tian and the others. Then he slowly said, "The women amongst you are exempted from the outer court disciple test and will directly become 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Now, all of you follow the Alcade Peak's elder Bai to head to the Alcade Peak and become disciples of Alcade Peak." What Test Elder said caused all the young men and women that followed him to ascend the Dubhe Peak to be stunned. All the young women's faces revealed pleasant surprise. Exempted from the test. Directly become 7-star sword sect outer court disciples? All the young men were dumbstruck. Even this is possible? Absurd thoughts arose within the hearts of some of the men. They wished for nothing more than to be women. The beautiful woman that came over, the Alcade Peak's elder Bai, said, with a calm voice that didn't contain any feelings, "Female disciples, follow me. Go on." Duanling Tian smiled as he said this to the 2 little girls by his side. Seeing the 2 girls seeming to be hesitant, Duanling Tian said, "I'll go look for you too once I become an outer court disciple." The 2 girls only obediently nodded after they heard what he said. Then they walked out with the group of young women. Li Fei and Ku'er seemed to stand out amongst the group of young women. Earlier, during the journey here, due to there being many people didn't see their true appearances. But now, along with the 30-plus women walking out, they instantly attracted the gazes of everyone present. So beautiful! Many men's eyes lit up, as they were subdued by Li Fei and Ku'er's peerless appearances. Even the beautiful woman, Elder Bai, her eyes couldn't help but shine when she saw Li Fei and Ku'er, and her eyes had a sense of surprise mixed within. It wasn't that she hadn't seen women with such extraordinary appearance. However, the most hard-to-come-by point would be having an extraordinary appearance and shocking natural talent. So many beautiful women had ordinary natural talent and at most would only end up being reduced to trophy wives. In next to no time, the beautiful woman notified Test Elder. Then she brought along the group of young women to directly leave, obviously returning to Alcade Peak. I heard long ago that there are only women in the 7-star sword sex Alcade Peak. I never expected it to be true. A young man that stood nearby to Duanling Tian exclaimed in surprise. Of course, allegedly, the female outer court disciples of 7-star sword sect are ordinarily cultivating on Alcade Peak. You can see some female disciples on Dubhe Peak, but those female disciples are all inner court disciples, and their ages aren't young anymore. As a young man finished saying this, his face had a strange expression. I really am jealous of them for being able to be exempted from the test and directly become outer court disciples. Many people had jealous expressions. Actually, it can be understood, as they're women after all, and women that are able to satisfy Test Elder's earlier screening conditions could already be considered to be hard to come by. Directly becoming outer court disciples is reasonable, another person said. What the latter said also obtained the agreement of most of the people present. Women were born weaker than men. Duanling Tian's gaze was on Ku Er and Li Fei the whole time until they followed the Alcade Peak's elder by to ascend higher up Dubhe Peak and disappear before his eyes. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. Meanwhile, the remaining 150-plus young men, including Duanling Tian, accompanied Test Elder to arrive at the center of the platform. Test Elder abruptly turned around and then looked at Duanling Tian and the others. The group of people stopped their footsteps upon seeing this. Only 100 people amongst all of you will remain in the end. In other words, 53 people will be eliminated. Test Elder's burning gaze flashed past the group of young men, causing many young men who were already slightly perturbed to go pale. Now there were precisely 153 people amongst them. In other words, more than 1/3 would be eliminated. I wonder what test it will be, Duanling Tian thought in his heart. He was slightly curious and slightly in anticipation. Duanling Tian still had 100% confidence towards passing the test, so he wasn't worried. Duanling Tian's face went grim. Suddenly, he noticed that a formidable aura instantly enveloped down towards them from Test Elder, pressing down on the group of young men, including Duanling Tian. This formidable aura belonged to a void-prying stage expert. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary void-prying stage expert's aura. This Test Elder is actually an existence at the 7th level of the void-prying stage. Duanling Tian was shocked in his heart. As for Test Elder's aura, it couldn't pose much of an effect to him. After all, his spiritual force was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist. And not to mention this, just the tenacity of his will wasn't something that an ordinary person could compare to. He was someone who had experienced 2 lifetimes. Duanling Tian quickly noticed that due to being caught off guard, over 10 young men had instantly collapsed on the ground. These young men that collapsed on the ground found it difficult to stand up again and lay there with shivering bodies. To them, the imposing manner of a 7th-level void-prying stage expert was too strong. Before long, Duanling Tian noticed that many people had collapsed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the sky, ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form one by one. It was the remaining young men reacting to the situation and circulating their cultivation to defend against Test Elder's imposing manner. For a time, the sky was filled with dense ancient mammoth silhouettes, and it was utterly impossible to see clearly which ancient mammoth silhouettes belonged to who. Bang! In next to no time, another young man collapsed and was frothing in his mouth. Time slowly passed by. Only 127 young men currently still remained standing. Now, practically all the people present had realized that this sudden imposing manner of a void-prying stage expert was precisely the outer court disciple test that they had to face. The 10+ people that collapsed first all lied there on the ground with faces full of bitterness and helplessness. They knew that they were bound to have no fate with the 7-star sword sect. Among the 127 people that remained standing, only a portion of the people were stable like Mount Tai. The figures of most people were trembling and would collapse at any moment. They gritted their teeth and persisted, because they knew that so long as another 27 people collapsed, and so long as they didn't collapse, they would pass the test. So boring. Duanling Tian stood in the crowd and yawned as he lazily stretched his body. A young man just happened to be standing behind Duanling Tian. The young man originally gritted his teeth and tried his best to forcefully hold on. However, when he saw the leisurely and carefree Duanling Tian before him lazily stretching, he couldn't hold on any longer, and he lost his focus. Then his body trembled before crashing onto the ground. The sound from behind startled Duanling Tian, and he turned around to take a look. The young man that had collapsed on the ground had a face covered in bitterness, and when he noticed Duanling Tian turning around, his eyes nearly went black and passed out. Oh my God! What did he see? The young man that stood before him was actually a young man that wasn't even 20. He suddenly felt that he'd wasted his life for all these years. Duanling Tian noticed the young man that had collapsed on the ground staring at him and couldn't help but ask in wonder, "Friend, are you all right?" The young man opened his mouth when he heard Duanling Tian, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The imposing manner of Test Elder enveloped them, causing it to be difficult for him to speak. In his heart, only one thought remained. Abnormal. This violet-clothed young man is simply abnormal. Bang, 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 bang. After half an hour, one by one the young men collapsed onto the ground, and only 100 young men still remained standing. Meanwhile, the imposing manner of Test Elder was withdrawn. Duanling Tian looked around at his surroundings. He noticed that amongst the young men that were standing, some of them had similar ages to him, and the cultivation of these people hadn't yet broken through to the origin core stage. They obviously could hold on because of their shocking will. A test like this is really interesting. It's direct enough and straightforward enough. Duanling Tian secretly thought in his heart. Along with the withdrawal of Test Elder's imposing manner, everyone instantly felt the pressure on their bodies lessen, and brilliant smiles hung upon the faces of the people who still remained standing. Whereas the 53 people who were collapsed on the ground all had bitter smiles and helpless expressions. You too, take them down the peak. Test Elder instructed the two 7-star sword sect inner court disciples behind him. Yes, the two 7-star sword sect inner court disciples brought the 53 people who had just stood up with difficulty to leave. These 53 people could be considered to have come here for nothing. Congratulations to all of you for becoming outer court disciples of our 7-star sword sect. Test Elder's gaze flashed past all 100 young men, including Duanling Tian, and he slowly said, "Now, I'll roughly introduce our 7-star sword sect to you. Our 7-star sword sect is divided into 7 great sword peaks, and the Dubhe Peak is the main peak amongst them. The cultivation locations in the main peak belongs to the 7-star sword sect higher-ups and the inner court disciples. Outer court disciples cultivate on the other 6 peaks. Among the outer court 6 peaks, the Alcade Peak is the cultivation location for the outer court female disciples. The other 5 peaks are the cultivation locations for the outer court male disciples." Speaking up to this point, Test Elder continued. "Now, the elders of the other 5 peaks and the inner court disciples they brought along will each choose 20 people from amongst you. In the future, all of you will be the outer court disciples of the peak that the elder who choose you is from. As for other details and introductions, the elders of each peak will give all of you a detailed account. Alcade Peak, the cultivation location for the female outer court disciples?" Duanling Tian shook his head with a smile. That was no different than a kingdom of women. Meanwhile, under the instructions of Test Elder, the other elders of the other 5 peaks brought along the disciples behind them and walked over in large strides. When these people came close, Duanling Tian noticed a familiar figure. Duanling Tian never expected that he would encounter this person here. Among the 3 outer court disciples behind an old man that had a goatee, one of them could be considered to be an old acquaintance of Duanling Tian. It was precisely one of the 3 7-star sword sect disciples he'd encountered in the restaurant 5 days ago. One of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Because of the far distance between them earlier, Duanling Tian didn't notice this person. In next to no time, Duanling Tian noticed that this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple had noticed him as well, and not only that, this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple didn't seem surprised when he noticed Duanling Tian, as if he'd known of Duanling Tian's existence since long ago. Perhaps when Ku Er and Li Fei left with the Alcade Peak's elder Bai, he'd already guesses that I was here, Duanling Tian thought secretly in his heart. Meanwhile, the elders of the other 5 peaks had already arrived before them with the outer court disciples behind them. Duanling Tian noticed that the outer court disciple he had enmity with directly charged towards him. The outer court disciple had a smile of victory on the corners of his mouth as he threw a small command token to Duanling Tian. In the future, you're an outer court disciple of our Migres Peak. Duanling Tian's brows knitted as he caught the command token, and when he looked carefully, he noticed that this was the command token of the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak's disciple. A smile of mischief appeared on the face of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciple. Then he looked at Duanling Tian and inclined his body forward to come close to Duanling Tian, and he said, in a low voice, "Kid, I never expected to encounter you here. Enemies really are bound to meet. I'm truly curious, without that nascent soul martial artist to rely on here, will you kneel before me and plead for mercy?" Kneel and plead for mercy? Duanling Tian couldn't refrain from bursting out into a laugh when he heard what this outer court disciple said. In the blink of an eye, Duanling Tian withdrew the smile from his face and put an expressionless face as he crossed eyes with the outer court disciple. Then he slowly said a word. "Idiot! You!" This 7-star sword sect outer court disciple never imagined that Duanling Tian would still dare to be perverse before him now. His face instantly sank and he gnashed his teeth. "Kid, you'll regret it." Duanling Tian yawned, then paid no further attention to this outer court disciple. He walked over to the old man with the goatee, the elder of Migres Peak. Meanwhile, the Migres Peak had chosen the allocated 20 people. "I'm Lu Qiu, the outer court elder of Migres Peak. In the future, all of you can address me as Elder Lu," the old man with the goatee said, to the 20 new outer court disciples. Elder Lu. Instantly, many people took the lead to greet him, as they were thinking of getting familiar with Elder Lu. "All of you have just entered the sect and don't know of many things. I'll take all of you back to Migres Peak now. I and these 3 senior brothers of yours will explain the things you need to pay attention to in the 7-star sword sect on the way." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qiu brought Duanling Tian and the others to continue ascending Dubhe Peak. On the way, Lu Qiu's voice sounded out. "Since all of you have entered the 7-star sword sect, you must abide by the rules of 7-star sword sect. Disciples of the 7-star sword sect must not use their strength to bully the weak. This is the thousands of years old decree of the sect since its establishment. Besides that, unless on the life and death arena, sect disciples within 7-star sword sect must not kill each other. Violators will be severely punished without mercy according to the rules of the sect." As he finished speaking, his tone had a sense of coldness within, causing chills to run down one's spine. "Elder Lu, what's the life and death arena?" Instantly, the outer court disciples that had just entered 7-star sword sect couldn't refrain from asking. Lu Qiu looked at one of the outer court disciples beside him. "Xianxia, explain it." Yes. The person that Lu Qiu called upon wasn't anyone else. It was precisely that 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that was enemies with Duanling Tian. However, before Lu Qiu, Xianxia was reverent and respectful and didn't dare be inattentive in the slightest. Xianxia's gaze descended onto the group of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that had just entered the sect, and when his gaze flashed past Duanling Tian, it seemed to have a strand of a cold light mixed within. Of course, when this cold light flashed by, only Duanling Tian, the target of the coldness, was able to notice it. "Xianxia?" The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. He was disdainful towards the cold light that flashed within Xianxia's eyes. As far as he was concerned, this Xianxia was nothing more than a clown. The life and death arena is an extremely special existence in our 7-star sword sect. Every one of the 7 great sword peaks of 7-star sword sect has their own life and death arena. This life and death arena is the place where disciples vent irreconcilable enmities. Once one enters the life and death arena, it is equivalent to putting one's own life as a wager. Entering the life and death arena also means that the enmity won't end until one of the parties die. The life and death arena is the one and only place within our 7-star sword sect where one doesn't have to take any responsibility for killing someone. Wuxia slowly spoke. As he finished, his gaze once again descended onto Duanling Tian's figure, and there was no lack of provocation within it. As if he was asking Duanling Tian, "Do you dare enter the life and death arena with me?" In next to no time, Wuxia noticed that Duanling Tian hadn't looked him in the eye from the beginning until the end, and this caused his face to go even gloomier. When was he ever ignored by someone like this? More importantly, the person that ignored him was an outer court disciple that had only just entered 7-star sword sect. "Kid, I'll make you die sooner or later." Dense killing intent arose within Wuxia's heart. The current him wasn't purely wanting to get back at Duanling Tian for the loss of face in the restaurant 5 days ago. In his heart, he'd already completely hated this violet-clothed young man. Along with Wuxia finishing his speech, besides Duanling Tian, who was still composed, all the outer court disciples who had just entered the 7-star sword sect more or less experienced changes in their expressions, and some of them were terrified to the point that their faces went ghastly pale. Life and death arena. No end until one party dies. No need to take responsibility for killing someone. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a smile. This life and death arena was really a great place. Of course, Duanling Tian was also clear in his heart that the existence of the life and death arena was only capable of restricting 7-star sword sect disciples from killing each other up to a certain extent. Secretly, so long as it's not noticed by another, one can still kill and not need to take any responsibility. The existence of the life and death arena was only to cause the 7-star sword sect disciples to not dare kill another under the circumstances that someone else is present. If no one was present, there would be no difference whether there was a life and death arena or not. Before long, Wuxia spoke again. "After all of you become members of Migra's Peak, I hope all of you can bring honor to Migra's Peak. So long as someone brings honor to Migra's Peak, the Migra's Peak will absolutely not treat you shabbily." What Wuxia said caused all the 20 outer court disciples who had just entered 7-star sword sect to be stunned. "Elder Lu, what do you mean by this?" One of the new outer court disciples had a bewildered expression and couldn't stop himself from asking. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian came to an understanding. Perhaps competition existed between the peaks of the 7-star sword sect. The facts proved that Duanling Tian's guess was correct. Wuxia slowly said, "Within the 7-star sword sect, the outer court disciples of the 6 sword peaks have a martial competition every year. The outer court martial competition is divided into 2 phases. The first phase is each peak deciding on the strongest 10 people. These 10 people will participate in the second phase of the outer court martial competition. The second phase of the outer court martial competition will be a competition between the 6 peaks, and the 60 most outstanding outer court disciples will compete against each other." As he spoke up to this point, the corners of Wuxia's mouth curled into a bitter smile. It had been very long since a Migra's Peak outer court disciple had taken the first place. Outer court martial competition? Many people's gazes shone, but some shook their heads. "We've only just entered the 7-star sword sect. Once we participate in the outer court martial competition, we'll only be asking for a beating. We perhaps might be able to show off ourselves in the outer court martial competition in a few years." The people that shook their heads whispered amongst each other. "Humph!" Wuxia snorted coldly when he heard the words of these people. "All of you listen well, not every outer court disciple has the qualifications to participate in the 7-star sword sect outer court martial competition. Only outer court disciples who have been in the 7-star sword sect for less than 3 years have the qualifications to participate in it." In the sect for less than 3 years? Some of the outer court disciples who had just entered the 7-star sword sect showed neither approval nor disapproval when they heard what Wuxia said. Even then, there's no lack of existences at the 5th or 6th level of the origin core stage amongst those outer court disciples. Exactly, to us, Encountering an existence at the 5th or 6th level of the origin core stage is no different from encountering an existence at the 7th level of the origin core stage. However, in this way, so long as another 2 years passes, we ought to be able to show off our skills. You're right. Of course, there were also some outer court disciples who looked forward to the future and imagined themselves being in high spirits in the outer court martial competition. Elder Lu, when is the next outer court martial competition? Duanling Tian looked at Lu Qiu and asked curiously. He was interested in the outer court martial competition. As a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-star sword sect ought to not be stingy with rewards. Lu Qiu's face was slightly gloomy, but when he heard Duanling Tian, his expression eased up slightly. Then he turned around to look at Duanling Tian. The next outer court martial competition will be held 6 months from now. Duanling Tian nodded. Lu Qiu withdrew his gaze and shook his head. He originally thought that the person who asked him this question was a person that was confident enough to participate in the outer court martial competition 6 months from now. When he saw Duanling Tian's age, he'd dispelled this thought. As far as he was concerned, even if his natural talent was any higher, a young man that wasn't even 20 ought to only be a first-level origin core martial artist, and the young man might not even be able to break through to the 2nd level of the origin core stage 6 months from now. It was utterly impossible for a person like this to obtain any good results in the outer court martial competition, even to the extent that it would be impossible for him to obtain one of the top 10 places in the Migres Peak. It's good to be confident, but being overconfident, that's arrogance. Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Duanling Tian ask this question to Lu Qiu, and now that he'd recovered from his shock, he couldn't refrain from ridiculing. Duanling Tian had a carefree expression. It was as if he had not heard what Xianxia said at all. In half a year? At that time, he ought to be able to break through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. Eventually, Duanling Tian followed behind Lu Qiu and arrived at a stone platform on the way up Dubhe Peak. This stone platform was much narrower and smaller, and it seemed crowded when 20+ people stood together. Behind the stone platform was a chain bridge that was made of chains that were buckled together. It led to a sword peak in the south. That's Migres Peak? Duanling Tian looked at a precipitous mountain that was coiled by mist and clouds in the distance, and his gaze abruptly shone. This mountain stood there as if it had transformed into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky, giving one a peerlessly fierce and swift feeling, captivating one's mind. Come! Lu Qiu took the lead and brought along the group of outer court disciples to walk up the chain bridge. The chain bridge started swaying once the group of people stood atop it. So high! Oh my God! If we were to fall from here, then not a shred of us would remain. What a pile of nonsense! That would happen without a doubt. Instantly, besides Duanling Tian, the remaining outer court disciples that had only just entered the 7-star sword sect exclaimed in shock, and a small amount of people had ghastly pale expressions. There are people who have a fear of heights in this world? Duanling Tian shook his head, and his gaze descended onto the other end of the chain bridge. This chain bridge was at least 300 or 400 meters long, connecting Migres Peak to Dubhe Peak, and was undoubtedly an extremely large amount of work. This chain bridge ought to have been connected by experts at the void-prying stage or above. Duanling Tian thought in his heart, and the vision before his eyes swayed. It was as if he could see the time the 7-star sword sect was established and figures flew past in the sky carrying iron chains in their hands. Sure enough, the predecessors planted a tree, and their descendants enjoyed the shade. Duanling Tian couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Lu Qiu stood at the side and his gaze quickly descended onto the violet-clothed young man, and it completely froze there. Among the 20 new outer court disciples that he'd brought over, this violet-clothed young man was the youngest, but now when on the chain bridge, the most composed was undoubtedly this young man. If the violet-clothed young man was originally a disciple of the 7-star sword sect and was able to be composed when walking on the chain bridge, he wouldn't find it strange. But this violet-clothed young man had only come here for the first time and had stepped onto the chain bridge like stepping on flat ground. After all, below this chain bridge was a bottomless chasm. even when he'd just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect all those years ago to become a Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciple. His heart couldn't help but tremble when he walked on this chain bridge. Finally, Wuxia couldn't refrain from looking at Duanling Tian and asking, "What's your name?" This young man caused him to feel slightly unable to see through him. He'd been in the Seven-Star Sword sect for many years, but it was still the first time that he had such a feeling towards a person who just entered the sect. "Elder Lu, are you asking me?" Duanling Tian was stunned, and seeing Wuxia nodding to him, Duanling Tian lightly smiled. "I'm Duanling Tian." "Duanling Tian? Ling Tian? Your name is truly domineering." Wuxia's face emitted a trace of a rare smile. "Elder Lu, you're too kind." Duanling Tian lightly smiled in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Humph! When Xianxia noticed Wuxia taking the initiative to talk with Duanling Tian, a trace of hate out of jealousy flashed within his eyes. Even he, who was an outer court disciple who'd entered the Seven-Star Sword sect 2 years ago, Wuxia had never once talked to him in such a friendly manner. "I noticed you were daydreaming as you looked at the chain bridge. What were you thinking of?" Wuxia looked at Duanling Tian and touched his goatee as he asked curiously. Duanling Tian's gaze once again descended onto the chain bridge when he heard Wuxia's question. Then he lightly smiled. "Actually, it wasn't anything. I was just thinking that this bridge is at least 300 or 400 meters long and must have been personally built by a group of void-prying stage experts. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to complete such a large task." Wuxia hadn't even said anything when Xianxia couldn't refrain from ridiculing. "Our Seven-Star Sword sect's 6 chain bridges are famous within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Who doesn't know that the 6 chain bridges of our Seven-Star Sword sect were completed by void-prying stage experts?" The other people looked at Duanling Tian as well with gazes that were slightly off. Duanling Tian paid no attention to this and only shook his head and smiled. Only Wuxia glanced deeply at Duanling Tian and then asked, "You didn't know of our Seven-Star Sword sect's chain bridges in the past?" Duanling Tian shook his head. "Elder Lu, I'm not from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I'm only someone who's from a kingdom under the rule of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Before today, I'd never heard of this marvelous chain bridge of the Seven-Star Sword sect. If it's really like this, then your power of observation is rather strong." Wuxia nodded, but in his heart he was shocked to the extent that waves crashed within his heart. This violet-clothed young man that wasn't even 20 was actually from a kingdom under the rule of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Since when was a mere small kingdom able to possess such a genius martial artist? "Humph! So you're just a bumpkin from a small place." The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled into a slight sneer, and he was even more disdainful of Duanling Tian in his heart. As far as he was concerned, what ability could someone from a small kingdom possess? Duanling Tian naturally noticed Xianxia's gaze of disdain, but he still maintained his carefree expression as if he didn't notice it. Xianxia was even more unrestrained when he noticed this, as he thought that Duanling Tian was like this due to being afraid of him. Meanwhile, the group of people had walked over the chain bridge to arrive at Migres Peak. After walking off the chain bridge, what entered their eyes was a spacious, stone platform, and a building stood atop the stone platform. After hearing Wuxia's explanation, Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that this was the location where the disciples of Migres Peak ordinarily bought and exchanged both medicinal pills and spirit weapons. Here, one was able to spend gold and silver to buy medicinal pills and spirit weapons, or they could use materials to exchange for medicinal pills and spirit weapons. On the northern part of the Seven-Star Sword sect, there was a primeval forest that was vast without boundary, and within it were various medicinal materials and/or deposits that were inexhaustible. Unless a Seven-Star Sword sect disciple was born from a rich family, they would all enter the primeval forest to search for materials to exchange for medicinal materials and spirit weapons for cultivation and to increase their strengths. Of course, within this primeval forest was an exceedingly large amount of savage, fierce beasts. Allegedly, there were even quite a few demon beasts deep within this forest. So this primeval forest had also become the ordinary location where many Seven-Star Sword sect disciples gained experience and trained. All of you can use the Migra's Peak Disciples command token to receive your Outer Court Disciple attire. After you receive your attire, each of you can find your own places of cultivation around the entire Migra's Peak. All of you can seize a location that was already taken by another, but you must not kill another. As he finished speaking, Lu Qiu's gaze became fierce. We can still seize the place of cultivation of another? Many new Outer Court disciples were stupefied. Looks like the Seven-Star Sword sect tacitly consents to the competition between sect disciples. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh emotionally in his heart. The environment within the Seven-Star Sword sect was similar to the law of survival within nature, the law of the jungle. After warning the group of Outer Court disciples that had just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect, Lu Qiu turned around and left. Duan Ling Tian followed behind the group of Outer Court disciples as they went together to receive their sets of Outer Court disciple attires. After getting his attire, Duan Ling Tian looked around his surroundings and was slightly surprised. That Xianxia is gone? He originally thought that now that Lu Qiu had left, based on the hostility that Xianxia had towards him, he would probably make a move against him. But now Xianxia had vanished. Could it be that he noticed something? Duan Ling Tian was slightly curious in his heart, and his first thought was that Xianxia had noticed that he wasn't so simple. However, would that Xianxia have such sight? Duan Ling Tian was extremely doubtful in his heart. Perhaps he suddenly encountered an urgent matter. Duan Ling Tian thought secretly in his heart. However, since Xianxia wasn't present, Duan Ling Tian didn't think over it any longer. He prepared to look for his place of residence and cultivation on Migra's Peak in the future. He could imagine how some of the good places on Migra's Peak would have surely been already occupied by another. So if he wanted to find a place with a good environment, then he must use martial prowess to seize it from the grasps of another. This was something that Duan Ling Tian didn't feel averse to. The Cloud Continent was a world where the strong were respected, and it ran on the basis of survival of the fittest. My top priority right now is to find a good place. Duan Ling Tian was clear in his heart that there was no point in thinking too much now, and he must first find a target before taking action. Hiss hiss right at this moment. A burst of noise sounded out from beneath Duan Ling Tian's sleeve. It was the two little pythons who had awakened from their slumber. Duan Ling Tian walked into a remote area of Migra's Peak. Then he let the two little fellows out. In the next moment, his pupils couldn't help but constrict at first glance of the two little fellows. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons shook their heads and flicked their tails at Duan Ling Tian, and their pairs of gold and silver eyes flickered with a sheen of complacency. You two little fellows actually broke through? Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. He remembered clearly that this morning when he left Black Bamboo City, these two little fellows were only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. But just now, his sharp spiritual force perceived that these two little pythons had broken through. Broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. A trace of complacency flashed within the eyes of the two little pythons when they saw Duan Ling Tian being surprised. They flicked their tails, then opened their mouths to reveal sharp teeth that flickered with an icy cold luster, as if trying to tell something to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian vaguely guessed what the two little fellows meant, and he asked uncertainly, "You two want to get even with little gold?" The two little fellows nodded like humans, their movements identical as if they had virtually rehearsed it. Duan Ling Tian chuckled to himself, as he never expected that he would really understand what the two little fellows wanted to express. Little black, little white. You two temporarily might not be able to get even with little gold. The two little fellows became restless when they heard this, and they transformed into two bolts of lightning that flashed out as if they were searching all around for something. In the end, they returned back to Duan Ling Tian's hand in disappointment, and their eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian as if they were asking him something. Little gold is with Ku Air, and Ku Air isn't by my side. Duan Ling Tian shrugged, then he shook his head as he consoled in a light voice. All right, I'll bring the two of you to look for it when I'm free. As he spoke, Duan Ling Tian put the two little pythons that had faces full of reluctance back into his sleeve. He was slightly helpless towards the grudges the two little fellows bore towards little gold, and at the same time, he silently mourned for the little gold mouse. Unless the little gold mouse broke through as well, it is impossible for it to be a match for little black and little white. Migra's peak is so big. I wonder where a good place for cultivating is. Duanling Tian walked up the peak for some time, and all the way he saw many sunken gorges on the mountain, but he wasn't really interested in these gorges. There was practically no light within these gorges, and they could be said to be in complete darkness within. Unknowingly, Duanling Tian noticed that he'd already arrived at the peak of Migra's peak. There was no railing to hold on to at the peak, and with a single mistake, one might fall down the bottomless chasm and be shattered until nothing remains of oneself. Standing on the peak, what entered his eyes was boundless clouds and mist, and his line of sight was completely obstructed. Looks like it isn't an easy matter to find a suitable place of cultivation. So cold. Duanling Tian could feel the cold wind that came at him from the front. It blew on him to the point that his body felt slightly cold, and he couldn't help but tighten his clothes. I'll go down and take a look. The place that Chain Bridge connects to is already near the peak of the mountain. There should be more choices below. On his way up here, Duanling Tian had noticed some gorges that, although were habitable, there were no people within. Obviously, those gorges were places that were rejected by everyone. Right when Duanling Tian was about to walk down. Whoosh! Whoosh! His sleeve expanded and black and white bolts of lightning flashed out. Little black, little white, what are you two doing? Duanling Tian noticed that the two little pythons actually stood at the side of the peak, and with a slight bit of carelessness, they would very likely directly fall down. For a time, Duanling Tian's expression completely went pale. Hiss unexpectedly. The two little pythons seemed to be completely unaware of their dangerous situation and instead turned around to flick their tongues at Duanling Tian. Two mischievous little fellows. Duanling Tian was slightly helpless as he walked over. Then he slapped out with his palm to directly grab the two little pythons in his hand. Little black, little white, knock it off. Let's hurry up and go down. Aren't you too afraid of falling and being shattered into pieces? As he finished speaking, Duanling Tian glared at the two little pythons. Hiss unexpectedly. The two little fellows got restless again and directly struggled out of Duanling Tian's hand and then returned to the side of the cliff. They nodded to Duanling Tian, then slapped their tails on the cliff a few times as if they were trying to express something to Duanling Tian. What do you two want to tell me? Duanling Tian frowned. He looked at the two little pythons, then slightly stuck his head out to look at the cliff, but in the end he didn't notice anything. The other side of the cliff was incomparably precipitous. He could imagine that if he were to fall down from here, he would surely be shattered into pieces, and even a god that came down to the mortal world wouldn't be able to save him. Hiss in next to no time. A scene Duanling Tian never expected appeared. The two little python actually slid down along the side of the cliff and disappeared before his eyes. Little black, little white. Duanling Tian's face went ghastly pale, and he held on to the side of the cliff and stuck half of his body out. What entered his eyes were boundless clouds and mist, and the two little pythons had completely vanished. Little black, little white. Duanling Tian's expression was extremely unsightly, as over these few years, he'd long since taken these two little pythons as family and didn't take them purely as fierce beasts. Now they'd fallen down the cliff just like this? A trace of melancholy appeared within Duanling Tian's eyes, and extreme regret arose within his heart. He shouldn't have come to the peak of Migra's peak. Now these two little fellows were gone just like that. Hiss. Suddenly, Duanling Tian's pupils constricted, as he vaguely seemed to have heard something, like the sound of the two little pythons flicking their tongues. However, when he lowered his head to look, he instead noticed that his vision was filled with clouds and mist, and there was no sign of the two little pythons. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? A trace of doubt arose within Duanling Tian's heart, and the more he thought about it, the more sure of it he was. Hiss. But these hallucinations are really too strange, right? Still hasn't stopped? Whoosh. Right at this moment, Duanling Tian noticed that the cloud and mist in his vision dispersed, and the figures of the two little pythons appeared before his eyes. It was precisely Little Black who'd swung its tail to clear away the clouds and mist. Only now did Duanling Tian notice that on the other side of the precipitous cliff was actually a tilted tree that grew straight out of the cliff. What was strange was that this tilted tree grew out of this desolate cliff, but it was actually lush and dark green, and it appeared to be full of vigor and vitality. Its thick trunk stuck into the side of the cliff and was firm like Mount Tai. Before long, the clouds and mist floated over it again and once again obstructed Duanling Tian's line of sight. Whoosh! 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 This time, the two little pythons went berserk together and swung their tails to completely disperse the clouds and mist that were obstructing Duanling Tian's line of sight. The tilted tree once again appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes. Not only that, Duanling Tian also noticed that the two little pythons were signaling him to come down as well. "You two little fellows, I'll trust you two once, don't make me die." Duanling Tian took a deep breath as he stared fixedly at the tilted tree. Then he stomped his feet and flew downwards to firmly stand on the trunk of the tilted tree. Needless to say, this tilted tree was extremely firm. Duanling Tian's body that was 1.8 meters tall and 150 plus pounds descending onto it actually didn't cause the trunk to show signs of swaying in the slightest. "Little Black, Little White, have you two noticed something?" Duanling Tian looked at the two little pythons with a wondering expressions. Now he'd realized that these two little pythons weren't rash or out of their minds but had instead noticed something. Hiss hiss. Little Black nodded to Duanling Tian, and its golden eyes stared at the cliff before it. Little White's silver eyes now stared fixedly at the cliff before it as well. "Is there something here?" Duanling Tian stepped on the trunk of the tilted tree and walked forward slowly. Then he touched the cliff with a bewildered expression. Whoosh! A black bolt of lightning flashed by. It was Little Black who'd ran into the cliff. Little Black! Duanling Tian's face went grim. Even if Little Black was able to knock out a hole in the cliff, running into the cliff at such a speed would surely cause it to be knocked down the bottomless chasm by the force of rebound, and it would surely die. However, in the next moment, the fear on Duanling Tian's face disappeared and was replaced by astonishment. Because Little Black's body had actually drilled through to the back of the cliff and vanished before his eyes. There was another small hole on the cliff. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Little While moved as well and similarly went through the small hole in the cliff to enter it. Hiss hiss. Right when Duanling Tian was still stunned, the sound of the two little pythons flicking their tongues sounded out through the small holes that they had drilled out. Could it be that there's a hidden cave within? Duanling Tian's eyes squinted as he seriously sized up the cliff before him. Before long, he noticed an inkling. Duanling Tian noticed that around the part of the cliff that the tilted tree was stuck into, traces of moisture was emitted in the area around 2 to 3 meters around it. This was completely different from the other parts of the cliff. Moreover, this part of the cliff had a slightly darker color than the other parts of the cliff. If one didn't carefully observe it, one wouldn't notice it. Hiss hiss. The sound of the two little pythons sounded out from behind the cliff and passed through the two small holes to echo out, seeming to be urging Duanling Tian to quickly come in. "You two little pythons wouldn't be wanting me to learn from you to enforce my way in, right?" The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. He looked down to glance at the bottomless chasm beneath the tilted tree, and a trace of coldness arose within his heart. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud noise echoed out. It was the sound of knocking from the inner side of the cliff, and the sound of knocking was deep and powerful. Duanling Tian knew that this activity was surely caused by those two little fellows. Just when he was curious about what the two little fellows wanted to do, he instead noticed that the cliff before him had actually cracked open, and crack after crack spread out. These cracks became like a spider web in the blink of an eye, enveloping half of the cliff. Could it be? Duanling Tian's gaze couldn't help but light up when he saw this scene, and at the same time he shouted in a low voice, "Little Black, Little White, move away." Hiss hiss. The sounds of the two little fellows flicking their tongues grew further and further away. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and clenched his right hand into a fist. Then origin energy suffused onto his fist. Above him, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form as if they were hunting on the sky, ready to dash out at any time. Suddenly, Duan Tian moved. He pulled back his right arm abruptly as if pulling back the string of a bow. Then in the next moment, his fist shot straight out as if transformed into a cannonball, fiercely smashing onto the cliff before him. Bang! An ear-piercing, explosive sound echoed out. The cliff that already had countless cracks on it was shattered by Duan Tian's fist strike. Stone pieces and stone chips flew out to fall down into the bottomless chasm. The sound of them hitting the ground couldn't be heard. Duan Tian's gaze abruptly lit up when he saw the scene behind the cliff. However, the swaying that came from beneath his feet caused Duan Tian's face to go grim, and his heartbeat raced. At this moment, he was truly worried that he would fall down into the bottomless chasm along with the tilted tree. Luckily, at the critical moment, the swaying tilted tree returned to peace and held on. It's truly terrifying. My heart nearly jumped out. The corners of Duan Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile and had a slight lingering fear. But when his gaze once again returned to the space behind the shattered cliff, he instead seemed to have forgotten his great trepidation from earlier and had a face full of excitement. Whoosh! Duan Tian exerted force with his feet and seemed to transform into a spirit serpent as he flashed into the space behind the cliff. There was really a hidden cave behind the cliff after all, and it was a naturally formed cave passage. If it wasn't for the two little pythons discovering this cave, not to mention him, even if Rebirth Martial Emperor arrived here personally during his peak, he would still be unable to discover this place. In certain aspects, the ability of a fierce beast was far beyond the reach of humans. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two little pythons transformed into bolts of lighting and returned onto Duan Tian's hand. Then they nodded to Duan Tian before swinging out their tails to point to the cave. You two want me to go in and take a look? Duan Tian looked at the two little fellows and lightly smiled. The two little fellows hurriedly nodded like humans. Duan Tian let out a deep breath and slightly loosened up his stiff nerves from before. Then he walked towards the inner part of the cave in large strides. Even if the two little pythons hadn't reminded him, he would have still gone in. This place was extremely strange, and it revealed mysteriousness from every corner, causing Duan Tian to have a desire to explore it until the end arise within his heart. This passage within the cave was full of twists and turns. Not long after Duan Tian walked in, he noticed total darkness before him. However, this wasn't a problem. With a strand of pill fire burning in Duan Tian's hand, the entire cave was instantly bright as day, allowing him to continue walking forward slowly. Hiss hiss suddenly. The two little pythons that were coiled on Duan Tian's hand seemed to have sensed something and were extremely excited. Duan Tian took a few more large strides forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, the two little pythons transformed into black and white bolts of lightning and flashed forward. Duan Tian didn't hesitate when he saw this, and his body moved to follow the two little fellows. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. At the corner in the front, Duan Tian noticed that the two little pythons had stopped, and their gold and silver eyes were looking into the distance in stupefaction. Duan Tian looked over curiously as well. That is, Duan Tian saw that at the end of the cave passage before him, a trace of a gentle, white light actually flickered there. Now only that, as he stood here, Duan Tian could still clearly feel the origin energy within his body pulsing. And the origin energy within his dantian seemed to start boiling as well. What's that place? Duan Tian had a face full of astonishment. Then he put out the pill fire in his hand, as this place didn't need the light of a flame to illuminate it. Duan Tian brought along the two little pythons to walk towards the end of the cave passage step by step. This was the center of the Migres Peak. Before long, Duan Tian left the cave passage and stepped into a space that was bright as day. The air here was slightly cold, and Duan Tian couldn't stop himself from shivering when he just arrived here. But when he carefully sized up this place, he was completely dumbstruck. This space that was bright as day was around the size of an ordinary room, and in the front was a natural pond. Within the pond was a puddle of milky white liquid. Drip! A clear sound echoed out by his ears, and Duanling Tian clearly saw a drop of milky white liquid dropping into the pond, causing circles of ripples that spread out. Duanling Tian abruptly raised his head to look above him. A large stretch of stalactites appeared before his eyes. This type of stalactite. Duanling Tian searched through the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor. After a short moment he came to sudden enlightenment, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. This is 10,000-year stalactite milk. 10,000-year stalactite milk. According to the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor. Stalactite milk formed from 100-year-old stalactites could be used as medicine, but its effects were minimal. Stalactite milk formed from 1,000-year-old stalactites had extremely high effects, was able to nourish origin energy, and to a certain extent was able to slightly increase one's natural talent in the martial Tao. However, stalactite milk formed from 10,000-year-old stalactites were of the highest grade. Once 10,000-year stalactite milk was formed, the medicinal effect of it was even better than 1,000-year stalactite milk. Even rebirth Martial Emperor, who'd experienced 2 lifetimes, only encountered 10,000-year stalactite milk once during his second lifetime. And it was precisely that fortuitous encounter that allowed the natural talent in the martial Tao of rebirth Martial Emperor's second lifetime to increase to a monstrous state. And the time he used to cultivate to the Martial Emperor stage was only 50% of the time he spent doing so during his first lifetime. What sort of notion was this? The 10,000-year stalactite milk was able to increase a person's natural talent in the martial Tao to a monstrous state. I've struck it big. I've struck it big. Duanling Tian's face flushed red and he was extremely excited. He'd never imagined that his luck was so good. He'd only just entered the 7-star sword sect and only just entered Migres Peak, but he'd encountered the 10,000-year stalactite milk that one could find by luck but not by searching for it. Moreover, that pond of 10,000-year stalactite milk, it was at least. Duanling Tian was thinking in his heart, and subconsciously looked towards the puddle of milk in the pond. This glance instead made his eyes nearly split. Little black, little white. Duanling Tian's pupils constricted, and his voice was filled with an ear-piercing howl that was slightly exasperated. Heavens! What had he seen? The 2 little pythons were currently greedily sucking the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and in a short moment, half of the puddle of milk was eaten by them, an entire half. At the instant that Duanling Tian looked over, the 2 little pythons had already lied down in satisfaction and fallen asleep with their bloated stomachs. On their bodies, the gold and silver markings flickered with a light luster. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched, and he wished for nothing more than to expel the 10,000-year stalactite milk from the stomachs of the 2 little fellows. So much 10,000-year stalactite milk, and half of it was swallowed by them in the blink of an eye. Duanling Tian walked over and took out a few unused pill bottles. Then he filled the bottles with the remaining 10,000-year stalactite milk. After cleaning out the puddle, Duanling Tian raised his head to look at the 10,000-year stalactites above him. He noticed that another drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk hadn't dropped down after a long time. According to this speed, this 10,000-year stalactite milk will probably need a few months before being able to drip down another drop of milk. Duanling Tian guessed. Duanling Tian's gaze descended onto the 2 little pythons who had fallen asleep with bloated stomachs, and he thought in his heart while filled with curiosity. These 2 little fellows swallowed so much 10,000-year stalactite milk, it can be considered to be a great fortune. I wonder how they will change in the fortune. The 2 little pythons were both variant fierce beasts and already had extraordinary talent that was not inferior to the little gold mouse who was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Now, after swallowing so much 10,000-year stalactite milk that was able to increase natural talent, they would surely be even more heaven-defying in the future. Even though it's cold here, it is full of spirit energy. It's a good place to cultivate in. Duanling Tian found a stone platform at a side of the cave and sat down. His eyes narrowed and he circulated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques WIRM Python Form Mental Cultivation Method. Duanling Tian could clearly feel that at this place, the origin energy within his dantian boiled, and when he cultivated, his advancement was incomparably swift. Even the place with the most abundant spirit energy in the seven-star sword sect's main peak, the Dubhe Peak, might not be able to compare to this place, Duanling Tian secretly thought in his heart. I never imagined that there actually existed such a place in the seven-star sword sect's Migres Peak. These stalactites have already formed for 10,000 years and are even older than the history of the seven-star sword sect. The members of the seven-star sword sect have obviously not discovered this place. Otherwise, the 10,000-year stalactite milk would have long since been cleaned out. After an unknown amount of time, Duanling Tian slowly opened his eyes. He noticed that his cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage had completely stabilized. I originally thought it would at least take 3 to 5 days for my cultivation to stabilize, but I never imagined that within this 10,000-year stalactite cave, it would be done within one cultivation session. Duanling Tian's face revealed a sense of pleasant surprise. The cultivation environment of the stalactite cave caused Duanling Tian to be extremely surprised. If this place was discovered by members of the seven-star sword sect, it would very likely be directly called a sacred place. Duanling Tian couldn't help but snicker when he thought of this. The seven-star sword sect had been established for a few thousand years, but they didn't notice the abnormality of the Migres Peak, and it had now benefited him. Before long, Duanling Tian withdrew a pill bottle that was filled with 10,000-year stalactite milk. Then he opened the bottle and directly drank it all. Instantly, Duanling Tian felt a warm current fuse into his body, fuse into his flesh, lifeblood, and bones, practically covering every corner of his entire body. For a time, Duanling Tian felt his entire body being warm and comfortable, and the coldness of the stalactite milk didn't make him feel uncomfortable again. Continue. Duanling Tian withdrew another pill bottle and swallowed the 10,000-year stalactite milk within it. This time, the warm current from the 10,000-year stalactite milk once again covered Duanling Tian's entire body, and at the same time, the warmth on his body grew. Duanling Tian felt the pores on his entire body seem to open up because of it, and it was unspeakably satisfying. Satisfying! Duanling Tian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of foul air. Meanwhile, he felt sticky on his body, and when he lowered his head to look, he noticed that a large amount of impurities had been expelled from his body, washing the meridians and cleansing the marrow. Duanling Tian's gaze abruptly shone, as he knew that his body had already been completely changed by the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and his current body could be considered to be the most perfect body for cultivation. My current body has already reached the utmost limit of peak natural talent. The origin energy on Duanling Tian's body flickered to remove the impurities on his body. Then he stretched his body and felt refreshed. One only needed to consume a certain amount of 10,000-year stalactite milk to be able to completely change their constitution and be completely reborn. 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk allowed Duanling Tian to complete a perfect change of his constitution. Even throughout the entire Cloud Continent, there wasn't anyone who could surpass his current natural talent in the martial Dao. Of course, the size of the Cloud Continent was something that was difficult for an ordinary person to imagine, or perhaps at a corner of the Cloud Continent, there was someone with a similar fortuitous encounter like Duanling Tian and had encountered the 10,000-year stalactite milk. But even then, it would be impossible for the natural talent of that person to surpass Duanling Tian's, and at most it would be equal to Duanling Tian's. This, in next to no time, Duanling Tian was stupefied, because he noticed that his hands had lost their former bronze color and had become rosy. Duanling Tian felt like weeping but had no tears. The delicateness of his current skin even slightly surpassed Ku Er's and Li Fei's. My face! Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Duanling Tian's face went pale, and he hurriedly stretched out his hand to touch his own cheeks. In next to no time, his face completely fell. He noticed that his face was now as smooth as jade and was delicate to the point that it seemed that his face would be easily damaged with the flick of a finger. The thing he didn't want to happen the most had happened. Now he could be considered as a genuine pretty boy. I nearly forget that after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, at the same time that my meridians are washed, my marrow are cleansed, and my constitution are completely changed, the entire skin on my body returns to the delicateness of when I was a baby. Duanling Tian had a bitter smile on his face. How would he show his face in public in the future? Although he was vexed, Duanling Tian knew that milk was already spilt, so he didn't continue to think about it. He moved his attention back to the 10,000-year stalactite milk that he'd collected. The two little fellows ate half the 10,000-year stalactite milk. I collected 18 pill bottles from the remaining half. I consumed 2 bottles, and another 16 bottles remain. 16 bottles for Ku Er and Li Fei, and another 2 for my mother. As for little gold, it would probably at least need 8 or 9 bottles. In this way, it's more or less finished. Duanling Tian sighed. There was too little to go around. Duanling Tian let out a breath. Then he closed his eyes to continue cultivating. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, WYRM Python form. His cultivation now advanced at an entire 2 times his speed from before, and the effect of the 10,000-year stalactite milk was completely revealed. After a long time, Duanling Tian opened his eyes when he felt hungry. He retrieved a suckling pig from within his spatial ring, and after he roasted and ate it, Duanling Tian burped. Duanling Tian glanced at the 2 little pythons, and as he knew that they wouldn't awaken for quite some time, he didn't disturb them. After changing into the attire of a 7-star sword sect outer court disciple, Duanling Tian walked out of the stalactite cave and once again arrived at the exit at the cliff. At this time, Duanling Tian carefully sized up the cliff's exit. He noticed that the tilted tree at the cliff exit was able to live precisely because of the existence of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, as it absorbed the nourishment that came from the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Moreover, it was far more tenacious than an ordinary tree. After Duanling Tian carefully inspected the roots of the tilted tree, and confirmed that it wouldn't easily fall off the cliff, Duanling Tian walked out of the cave and once again stepped onto the tilted tree. As Duanling Tian stood on the tilted tree, he could only see cloud and mist in his vision. Although there was a hole on the cliff, it could be imagined that unless a void stage expert intentionally approached this place, it was utterly impossible to notice the existence of the cave. So Duanling Tian wasn't worried that someone would find this place. However, Duanling Tian still stayed on the tilted tree for a moment, and only after his sharp spiritual force confirmed that there was no one above did he leap up to return to the peak of the mountain. I ought to have cultivated for an entire day and night, and today is already the 2nd day. Duanling Tian raised his head to look into the sky and noticed that the blazing sun that hung in the sky. It was precisely noon. He still remembered that when he arrived at the peak of Migres Peak yesterday, it was already past noon. I'll go look for Ku Er and little Fei. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a gentle smile. Even though he hadn't seen the 2 little girls for only a day, he still missed them in his heart. Duanling Tian left the peak of Migres Peak. He walked all the way down to arrive near the chain bridge, and only then did Duanling Tian see other Migres Peak disciples. Under gazes of astonishment, Duanling Tian walked onto the chain bridge. Behind him, sounds of sighs echoed out as expected. The skin of that kid is simply whiter and more delicate than a woman's. Where did this pretty boy come from? A pretty boy like this was able to pass our 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test to become an outer court disciple of our Migres Peak? Could it be that the requirements of the outer court disciple test of our 7-star sword sect has been relaxed? Duanling Tian's body slightly stiffened as he heard the burst of discussion that echoed out from behind him. Sure enough, it was exactly as he'd thought. His skin after he'd been reborn was sufficient to attract strange gazes from others. All the way, similar gazes and discussions caused Duanling Tian to be nearly numbed. Finally, Duanling Tian passed through the chain bridge and arrived at the stone platform on Dubhe Peak. The stone platform that led to the other 6 peaks from Dubhe Peak were all at the similar heights, and before long, Duanling Tian had arrived at another stone platform. However, he quickly felt depressed. He seemed to not know which stone platform led to the Alcade Peak. Finally, Duanling Tian locked on an outer court disciple that passed by. Duanling Tian stopped an outer court disciple and asked, with a light smile, "Senior brother, do you know which stone platform leads to the chain bridge that leads to Alcade Peak?" This outer court disciple was a young man at an age around 23 or 24, and he looked at Duanling Tian with a face full of astonishment. Obviously, he'd never seen a man with such good skin in his life. Senior brother, do you know? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Did he have to have such an exaggerated reaction? Finally, the outer court disciple recovered from his shock and pointed towards behind him. Walk forward. The second stone platform is the Alcade Peaks. Right when Duan Ling Tian was about to express his thanks, the outer court disciple continued. However, junior brother, the Alcade Peak only accepts female disciples. Even though your skin is extremely, really not bad, you're a man after all, and the Alcade Peak won't accept you. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard this, and his face went black. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, but I've never thought of becoming a disciple of the Alcade Peak. I'm only going there to look for someone. Ah! The outer court disciple laughed embarrassedly when he heard this. Sorry, junior brother. I've misunderstood you, I thought. But this outer court disciple hadn't finished speaking when he noticed that Duan Ling Tian had already walked far away with large strides. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, then mutter. The skin of this junior brother is rosy, and it is more delicate than the skin of a woman. If I can have a touch, it might be even more comfortable than a woman's. Duan Ling Tian hadn't gone far, and his body froze when the muttering of the outer court disciple entered his ears. He felt a burst of disgust, and the corners of his mouth twitched even more frequently. Duan Ling Tian forcefully endured the desire to turn around and rush over to bash this outer court disciple. He walked towards the stone platform that led to Alcade Peak. At practically the same time that Duan Ling Tian stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak, two figures walked shoulder to shoulder on the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak. These were two outer court disciples, and one of the young men said to the person beside him, Horexen, you should have directly taught him a lesson yesterday. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would surely be able to recognize the person that spoke. It was precisely one of the 3 7-star sword sect disciples that he had gotten into conflict with at the restaurant in Black Bamboo City a few days ago. The other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that was with Huaxian. I wanted to go look for you and senior brother Fan yesterday and tell you too of this matter. After all, senior brother Fan wishes for nothing more than to be able to skin that kid alive. Who would have expected that senior brother Fan would go on a long journey at the last minute? Huaxian shook his head and slowly said, If I knew earlier that senior brother Fan had left, I would have made that kid lose a layer of skin yesterday. As he finished speaking, Huaxian's eyes flickered with a dense, fierce light. All right, our top priority right now is to find that kid. Migres Peak is neither big nor small, and if he wants to hide, we'll utterly be unable to find him. The other outer court disciple's eyes flashed with a strand of fierce light, and within the fierce light, dense gloominess and hatred jumped about. Many female disciples walked towards Duan Ling Tian as he walked on the chain bridge towards Alcade Peak, and their gazes all descended onto him. Moreover, he noticed that most of these gazes were gazes of envy. Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. He wanted to directly say to these female disciples, I'm a man, what's there for all of you to be envious about? Finally, Duan Ling Tian endured great pressure to arrive at the Alcade Peak stone platform. Behind Alcade Peak stone platform was a vast building as well. This was something exactly the same as Migres Peak. I assume the other 4 peaks ought to be more or less the same. Duan Ling Tian thought secretly in his heart. This is a male disciple, right? The heavens are blind, allowing a man to possess such good skin. How good would it be if his skin grew on me? Smooth as jade and extremely delicate. The skin that we women dream of. The burst of discussion that entered his ears caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to stop himself from fleeing and directly entering Alcade Peak. As the saying goes, women are like tigers, and he could be considered to have completely experienced it today. However, after he entered Alcade Peak, Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. Only now did he recall that Alcade Peak was so big, and him looking for Ku'er and Little Fei was virtually like looking for a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Enduring the gazes full of jealousy and envy of the Alcade Peak's female disciples, Duan Ling Tian could only ask all the way, Senior sister, Do you know where the female outer court disciples that just arrived at Alcade Peak yesterday stay at? Senior sister, have you seen two female disciples that travel together? They're new disciples that have only just entered 7-Star Sword Sect yesterday and were brought to Alcade Peak by Elder Bai. Senior sister, you? Duan Ling Tian asked all the way, but didn't obtain the slightest clue, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Those two junior sisters are really beautiful. There's no one within our Alcade Peak that's able to compare to them. It's not only our Alcade Peak. I'm afraid even in the entire 7-Star Sword Sect, you'd be unable to find a third person that could compare to their appearance. However, Shi Yan seems to not like them, and she even asked them to move out. Those two junior sisters didn't even stay within her gorge. They stayed in the neighboring gorge, but she actually wants to drive them away. It isn't as if you do not know that Shi Yan is famous for being jealous, and always says that the female disciples that are more beautiful than her are seductresses. I think that it's she who's ugly, has a warped mentality, and is unable to see another be better off than herself. If it wasn't for her having an older brother who's the number one in our 7-Star Sword Sect's outer court, she would have been taught a lesson God knows how many times by now. Two women with beautiful appearances were discussing as they walked towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's gaze shone when he heard the discussion of the two women. I've got a clue. Senior sisters. Duan Ling Tian walked over and lightly smiled in greeting to the two women. Ah! The two women were startled when they saw Duan Ling Tian, and their eyes were filled with envy when they saw Duan Ling Tian's face that was extremely delicate and smooth as jade. Junior brother, how do you normally take care of your skin? Can you teach your senior sister? Yes, junior brother. You've really taken too much care of your skin. The two women were attracted by Duan Ling Tian's delicate and rosy skin and asked familiarly. They'd completely forgotten that this was the first time they'd met Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's expression slightly stiffened, and he said in embarrassment, Senior sisters, I was born this way. Actually, I don't want it. The two women rolled their eyes at Duan Ling Tian. Junior brother, you have such good skin. We can't get it no matter how envious we are. Why do you seem to have a face full of unwillingness? Exactly, junior brother. You really irritate us. What the two women said caused Duan Ling Tian to be speechless. He's a man. Why would a man need extremely delicate skin that was smooth as jade? Senior sisters. Duan Ling Tian didn't allow the two women to have a chance to continue speaking, and he hurriedly asked, Those two new female disciples the both of you were talking about, do you know where they stay? One of the women sized up Duan Ling Tian. Junior brother, although you're quite handsome, those two junior sisters are drop-dead gorgeous beauties. They might not like you. Exactly, junior brother. Beauties like that have great ambition, and they might not pay any attention to you, the other woman said as well. Senior sisters, I know them. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for finding the two little girls, he wouldn't bother wasting time with these two female disciples. Why didn't you say so before? One of the female disciples shook her head. Then she turned around to face behind her. Walk all the way along this path. Then turn right twice and you'll be able to see an azure stone tablet erected outside a gorge. At the side of that gorge is a small gorge. The two junior sisters you're looking for stay there. Didn't say so before? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard what the two women said. Did you two give me the chance? But even though Duan Ling Tian thought like this in his heart, he still expressed his gratitude and went over according to what the female disciple said. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian saw the azure stone tablet the female disciple spoke of. This azure stone stable was precisely erected outside a gorge, and 4 words were carved on it. Duan Ling Tian looked carefully, and what was carved on it was, belongs to Shi Yan. Shi Yan? Duan Ling Tian slightly frowned. Only now did he recall that this Shi Yan was precisely the Alcade Peak's female disciple that the two women mentioned during their discussion. Moreover, this Shi Yan seemed to have bullied his two little girls. Humph! Duan Ling Tian swept the gorge that Shi Yan stayed in with a cold and indifferent gaze. Then he walked forward another 2 steps before noticing a small gorge that was overgrown with weeds. He knew that this ought to be the place the two little girls were staying at. Compared to Shiyan's gorge, this place simply seemed like it wasn't a place for a person to stay at. Duanling Tian's face revealed a slight smile when he thought of how he would be able to see the two little girls soon, and he walked out in large strides to enter the gorge. However, he'd only just entered the gorge when he heard a burst of shrill voices that sounded like the cry of a crow. "You two seductresses! Didn't I tell you two yesterday that I want you two to fuck off out of this gorge?" The shrill voice was filled with an arrogant tone. Duanling Tian frowned. Now he felt like he had walked into the wrong place. Right at this moment, Duanling Tian heard a familiar voice. However, at this moment, the smile on his face completely froze. "Senior Sister Shiyan, our gorge and your gorge are separated from each other and don't disturb each other. We've only just arrived and found this residence with great difficulty. Can you not make it difficult for us?" Ku'er's clear and melodious voice sounded out. Duanling Tian was able to discern that there seemed to be a sense of grievance mixed within Ku'er's voice, and it caused his heart to ache. Normally, he loved and doted upon Ku'er and treasured her. Now, someone actually dared to make Ku'er suffer a grievance. Duanling Tian's face was covered in a layer of ice, and his eyes flickered with a fierce light. As he stood there, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty azura that would swallow its target up. "Don't disturb each other?" The shrill, crow-like voice sounded out once more, and a sneer was mixed within. "Seductress, let me tell you, even if you two staying here won't disturb me, so long as I don't want you two to stay here, then you two can't stay here." The owner of the shrill voice spoke in an overbearing tone. "Why?" Another voice that was pleasant to the ear like an oriole sounded out, and a trace of rage was mixed within it. Duanling Tian was able to discern that this was Li Fei's voice. Li Fei was obviously enraged. "Why?" The crow-like shrill voice sounded out once more, and a trace of disdain was mixed within. "Since you two asked this, then I'll tell you two why. Just because I'm Shiyan. You're so overbearing." Ku'er's voice was slightly exasperated, but she didn't know how to retort. "Exactly, I Shiyan am overbearing, so what about it? Who asked you two seductresses to have such repugnant appearances? And with a glance I know you're seductresses that seduce men. What I, Shiyan, hate the most is people like you two." The crow-like, shrill voice had traces of envy mixed within as it sounded out once more. "You want to force us out just because of this?" The rage that was mixed in Li Fei's voice was slightly difficult to restrain. "Exactly, just because of this you two are an eyesore to me, so I want to make you two leave. Let me tell you two, even if you two leave this place and change to another place, when I'm in a bad mood, I might force you two out of that place. I feel disgusted in my heart when I see seductresses like you two." Shiyan's crow-like, shrill voice was filled with utmost envy, and when it entered Duanling Tian's ears, it caused Duanling Tian to be unable to endure any longer. He exploded in rage. "It seems to me that you're the most disgusting." Duanling Tian's figure moved and he executed the spirit serpent movement technique. He seemed to transform into a spirit serpent that flashed into the gorge in the blink of an eye. Presently within the gorge, a woman that had crooked features and had an appearance that was a disservice to the viewer was holding her head high as she stared at two women who had appearances that were beautiful like flowers. Amongst the two women that had appearances that were beautiful as flowers, the woman who had a devilish figure and an angelic face had a flushed face, and her beautiful eyes contained rage that was difficult to restrain. The other woman seemed delicate and touching, and traces of rage appeared on her face. Duanling Tian's suddenly appearance also made him the center of attention for a moment. "Who are you?" Shiyan turned around to look at Duanling Tian, and her triangular eyes stared at Duanling Tian as she asked in her shrill voice. However, Duanling Tian paid no attention to Shiyan, and he completely took her as air as he walked over in large strides towards the other two women. "Scoundrel! Young master!" As Li Fei and Ku'er looked at the current Duanling Tian, they couldn't help but be stupefied, and traces of shock appeared on their beautiful faces. Even though Duanling Tian was still Duanling Tian and his appearance hadn't changed in the slightest, the skin on Duanling Tian's face, and the skin on his two hands that were revealed, were all smooth as jade and rosy, not the slightest bit different from the skin of a baby. This caused Li Fei and Ku Er to be slightly dumbstruck. Their man, how did he become like this? Needless to say, at this moment, even they couldn't help but have a trace of envy arise within their hearts. Envy towards Duanling Tian's skin that was extremely delicate and smooth as jade. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, as he naturally noticed the weird gazes of the two little girls. What? Don't recognize me anymore? Duanling Tian shook his head and laughed, and a trace of helplessness was mixed within his tone. He didn't wish for this either. Only now did Li Fei and Ku Er recover from their shock and walked over swiftly to Duanling Tian. Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes and had a face full of curiosity as she asked, "Scoundrel, how did you become like this?" "Yeah, young master, your current skin is even whiter than mine and big sister Fei's," Ku Er said in all seriousness. Actually, among the women that Duanling Tian had seen, only Princess Bai Yao and Xiaolan could compare to the skin of Ku Er and Li Fei. But compared to his skin now after he was reborn, their skin was quite inferior. After all, his skin now was comparable to that of a baby's. Shi Yan, who stood at the side, had a face full of disbelief when Duanling Tian ignored her. When had someone dared to ignore her like this? Now Shi Yan's expression was practically warped as she looked at Duanling Tian, Ku Er, and Li Fei chatting happily together, and her crow-like, shrill voice had a frightening coldness mixed within. "Pretty boy, I'm talking to you." "You? Who the heck are you?" Shi Yan's voice forcefully interrupted the conversation between Duanling Tian and the two girls, causing Duanling Tian to be unable to stop his expression from going gloomy. However, when his gaze touched Ku Er and Li Fei, it instead transformed into a gaze of infinite gentleness. "I forgot that there was still a crow disturbing us at the side." Duanling Tian lightly smiled to Ku Er and Li Fei. Then he turned around to look at Shi Yan, and the gloominess on his face reappeared once again and his eyes flickered with a frightening luster. "Crow?" Ku Er and Li Fei were both stupefied when they heard how Duanling Tian described Shi Yan. Then they came to an understanding of what he meant and burst out into a laugh that was charming and moving, a laugh that could charm all living beings. You dare call me a crow?" Shi Yan was stupefied. Then she looked at Duanling Tian with a face full of disbelief. You called me a crow earlier?" Duanling Tian frowned, as he recalled the threats Shi Yan made to his women earlier, and he'd never thought of giving any face to this Shi Yan. "Is there something wrong with your ears? But not only if your voice like a crow's, your appearance can't even compare to a crow. Appearance can't even compare to a crow?" Shi Yan was completely dumbstruck and was out of sorts for a moment. Her triangular eyes flickered with a frightening luster. "Kid, do you know who I am?" She'd been in the 7-Star Sword sect for 2 years, and this was the first time that someone dared to speak of her like this. Moreover, it was spoken in her face. "Aren't you Shi Yan?" Duanling Tian said indifferently, with an incomparably calm gaze. "You know me? And you still dare to humiliate me?" Shi Yan looked at Duanling Tian with a stupefied expression. "Humiliate you?" Duanling Tian couldn't refrain from laughing when he heard this, and after he finished laughing, his face sank and he said, in a cold voice, "I only said you're a crow, and it's humiliating you? You can't take it? Then why don't you think about how my women felt when you humiliated them?" "Your women?" Shi Yan's gaze descended onto the two girls by Duanling Tian's side. "They are your women?" "Humph." Duanling Tian's gaze was icy cold as he stared at Shi Yan with a cold and indifferent expression, but he didn't intend on answering her. Shi Yan looked at Duanling Tian, and her eyes contained a piercing coldness as she said, in a low voice, "In other words, you're an outer court disciple that just entered the 7-Star Sword sect with them yesterday? So what?" Duanling Tian's voice was terrifyingly calm, and only someone who was familiar with him would know that it was the calm before he went berserk. "Ha ha ha ha." Shi Yan started laughing loudly, and her face with warped features seemed to be gloomy and terrifying. Her triangular eyes even seemed as if they were telling the tale of her warped heart. Young master. Ku-Er cowardly came slightly closer to Duanling Tian. Then she extended her hand to grab a hold of Duanling Tian's arm. Duanling Tian patted the back of Ku-Er's hand. Then he lightly smiled to her and gave her a reassuring gaze. A trace of a light smile appeared on Ku-Er's nervous face when she saw this. Li Fei frowned and shuddered in her heart as she looked at Shi Yan, who was laughing loudly. Eventually, Shi Yan stopped laughing, and her pair of triangular eyes stared fixedly at Duanling Tian. Kid, an outer court disciple that has just entered the 7-Star Sword sect like you actually dares to be arrogant before me, Shi Yan. I know you want to show off in front of these 2 seductresses. But unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong target. Today, I, Shi Yan, will let you know who you can't afford to offend. And once you offend such a person, then you have to pay the price of lifelong suffering. Shi Yan took a step forward. Traces of coldness were emitted from her body, and her cold, triangular eyes descended onto Duanling Tian. I'm really curious, when your cultivation, pretty boy, is crippled, will these 2 seductresses still be willing to accompany you? Ha 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 ha. As Shi Yan spoke, she started laughing out loudly, as if she had already seen the scene of Duanling Tian's cultivation being crippled by her, then becoming overwhelmed with grief and deserted by his loved ones. Duanling Tian lightly frowned. Now he could finally understand what the 2 Alcade Peak female disciples from earlier had said. This Shi Yan was indeed envious and had a warped mentality, unable to see another person be better off than her. Even in his 2 lifetimes, it was still the first time he'd seen such a bizarre woman, and it caused him to feel loathing from the bottom of his heart. Duanling Tian's face sank when he heard Shi Yan's threats. You want to cripple my cultivation? I'm extremely curious. On what basis do you think you can do this? On what basis? Shi Yan sneered, and her eyes stared at Duanling Tian. On the basis that I, Shi Yan, have a big brother that's the number 1 in the 7-Star Sword sect's outer court. Right, I forgot to tell you, once my big brother is back from his trip to gain experience and train, he'll be able to become an inner court disciple. I, Shi Yan, have a big brother that's a quasi-inner court disciple. Even if I cripple your cultivation, so long as I don't kill you, the sect will exempt me from punishment out of regard for my big brother. You are only an outer court disciple that has just entered the sect, and before me, your life is lowly like grass. A narrow sword appeared out of thin air within Shi Yan's hand, and her origin energy flowed out, flickering with an icy cold sheen. Above her, 75 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 4th level of the origin core stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Duanling Tian's brows knitted, and with a glance he'd identified Shi Yan's cultivation and the grade of the spirit weapon in her hand. So my life is lowly like grass, huh? Duanling Tian looked at Shi Yan and his face slightly sank, and his eyes flickered with a frightening cold light. Do you really think your life is so valuable? It's definitely more valuable than yours. Shi Yan's voice was cold and indifferent, and her triangular eyes were suffused with an icy cold sheen as her body inclined forward and instantly moved. Instantly, Shi Yan seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed straight towards Duanling Tian. Whoosh! The narrow sword in her hand whistled out, blooming out with tens of sword imagines, causing it to be difficult for one to discern between the true sword and the fake images. The sword images that filled the sky whistled down, enveloping down upon Duanling Tian. Instantly, the grass around the area of where she and Duanling Tian were was blown by a burst of strong wind and danced in the wind. The strong wind spread out, blowing at Duanling Tian's 7-Star Sword sect outer court disciple's attire, causing it to whistle in the wind. Humph! Duanling Tian's face sank when faced with the sword images that filled the sky that Shi Yan executed, and a cold light flashed within his eyes as a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. This sword was precisely the possession of the Spectre Guard Shui Yun from that day. Shui Yun, the father of the former commander of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's City Guard Army, Shui Lu. He'd arrived at the residence of the embroidered uniform guard that day to take revenge for his son and grandson and desired to kill Duanling Tian. But unfortunately, in the end, He was killed by the two half-step void stage old men by Duan Ling Tian's side, and his grade 7 spirit sword fell into Duan Ling Tian's hand. Die! Shi Yan's voice tore through the sky, and the sword images that filled the sky aimed right at Duan Ling Tian's dantian as they whistled out, wanting to destroy Duan Ling Tian's dantian in one go. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. This Shi Yan was actually so atrocious. Duan Ling Tian made his move. His figure didn't move, but his hand that held his sword flashed. Dazzling origin energy instantly exploded forth on his grade 7 spirit sword and raged out. At the same time, nearly 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Ling Tian. 5th level of the origin core stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Shi Yan's sharp voice sounded out once again, and terror that came from the depths of her heart was mixed within her voice. Never had she imagined that an outer court disciple that looked to be around 20, and maybe not even 20 actually had such a terrifying cultivation. She wanted to withdraw her attack and dodge, but it was already too late. A trace of regret arose within her heart. Digging your own grave, Duan Ling Tian sneered, and the 3-foot-long blade that whistled out in his hand brought about a burst of ear-piercing whistling sounds and a piercingly cold, strong wind. Sword-drawing arts. With just a single sword strike, Duan Ling Tian found the location of her true sword strike from the sword images that filled the sky and moved to intercept it. Clang! The sound of collision sounded. Duan Ling Tian's strength of nearly 90 ancient mammoths completely suppressed Shi Yan's strength of 75 ancient mammoths. Shi Yan's hand trembled, her palm split open, and fresh blood dripped out from it, and the narrow sword in her hand flew out. No! Shi Yan's pupils constricted when she saw Duan Ling Tian's sword whistling at her, and she fiercely shouted with a voice that had terror mixed within. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's hand shook, and the 3-foot-long blade moved away from Shi Yan's body in the end, flashing towards the side. Shi Yan heaved a sigh of relief and gave Duan Ling Tian a gaze that said, "You're sensible." But in the next moment, her face went pale, because she noticed that although this outer court disciple had swung away the sword strike that was piercing towards her, he swept his leg out that brought along a terrifying strength with it, flashing straight towards her dantian. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian attacked with his leg, his gaze went icy cold. Didn't this Shi Yan want to cripple his cultivation? Now he'd let her get a taste of having her cultivation crippled. No! No! Shi Yan's triangular eyes constricted. She was extremely frightened in her heart when she saw Duan Ling Tian's kick flashing over, and she didn't even have the time to cry out when she'd already been kicked flying by Duan Ling Tian. Bang! Shi Yan's body flew out like an arrow leaving the bowstring and fiercely fell onto the ground. Then she spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Shi Yan's crow-like, sharp voice emitted an ear-piercing shrill cry that was unpleasant to hear. Subsequently, she struggled to stand up, and her pair of triangular eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian. Her eyes revealed a dense hatred and melancholy. You crippled my dantian. You actually crippled my dantian. I won't let you off. I won't let you off. After leaving a few harsh words, Shi Yan held onto her dantian and picked up her grade 7 spirit sword. Then she walked swiftly out of the gorge. Her features that were already warped were now completely twisted together. Duan Ling Tian's face sank when he heard Shi Yan's threats, and killing intent arose in his heart. As far as he was concerned, if he killed Shi Yan now, so long as he destroyed the corpse to obliterate all traces, absolutely no one would suspect him and the two little girls. This Shi Yan was a 4th-level origin core stage outer court disciple, whereas the 3 of them were outer court disciples that had only just entered the 7-star sword sect yesterday. In the eyes of another, it was impossible for the 3 of them to kill Shi Yan. But just when Duan Ling Tian took a stride forward and wanted to kill Shi Yan, Ku Er's hand that held onto his hand tightened slightly. Her beautiful watery eyes looked at Duan Ling Tian and she lightly shook her head. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart and didn't make a move against Shi Yan in the end. Ku Er was really too kind. Shi Yan, I'll be taking your cultivation location. Duan Ling Tian looked at Shi Yan's back, and his cold and indifferent voice sounded out in an incomparably domineering manner. Yan's figure stopped when she heard Duanling Tian. Then she turned around to look at him. Her triangular eyes emitted bloodthirsty hatred, a hatred that was irreconcilable until the death of one party. "You'll regret it." Yan's voice seemed as if it came from an icy-cold thaw hole and was filled with utmost icy coldness. Duanling Tian smiled indifferently, as he'd heard too many similar harsh words from others and had long since been numb to it. "Come, let's go to your new home." Duanling Tian extended his hand and grabbed hold of the hands of the two little girls. Then he walked out of the gorge in large strides. Squeak, squeak. A burst of abrupt sounds echoed out, and a fluffy little head stuck out from under Ku'er's sleeve. It was precisely the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse looked at Ku'er with a pair of jade-green eyes that flickered with a trace of dissatisfaction. "Ku'er, you've offended little gold?" Duanling Tian chuckled when he saw this scene. In his impression, Ku'er had always doted upon the little gold mouse, and logically speaking, it would be impossible for her to piss the little gold mouse off. "Scoundrel, little sister Ku'er didn't piss off little gold. It's just that little gold detested that Yan and wanted to avenge little sister Ku'er. But little sister Ku'er didn't allow little gold to make a move, so it's unhappy." Li Fei lightly smiled as she explained to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding. Then he glanced at the little gold mouse and a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Ku'er stroked the little gold mouse's fluffy body as she said, in a light voice, "Little gold wanted to attack carelessly. If little gold were to kill that Yan, then it would be a great disaster." "Ku'er, you're too kind." Duanling Tian shook his head but didn't continue to talk about it, as he knew that Ku'er's nature was like this, and unless someone had killing intent towards her or the people by her side, she wouldn't harden her heart to kill someone. Otherwise, just like earlier, she wouldn't easily choose to kill another. Ku'er's scale within her heart was different than Duanling Tian's. To Duanling Tian, killing every threat in its cradle was the correct way. But since Ku'er stopped him earlier, he went with the flow and let that Yan off. After all, as far as he was concerned, even if that Yan didn't die, she couldn't pose a threat to him. Duanling Tian once again saw that azure-colored stone tablet after he walked out of the gorge. Humph! Duanling Tian's gaze flickered, then kicked out with origin energy that exploded out. Bang! The stone tablet instantly shattered and transformed into a pile of stone chips. Duanling Tian and the two little girls walked into the gorge that originally belonged to Yan. Within the gorge was an idyllic scene, and there was also another spacious wooden house. The environment here isn't bad. Duanling Tian's face emitted a trace of a smile. That Yan had a so appearance, but she knew how to live her life rather well. Li Fei's and Ku'er's beautiful eyes lit up with a sheen of slight excitement when they saw the environment within the gorge. "Scoundrel! You still haven't told us how you became like this." Li Fei looked at Duanling Tian with a face full of wonder. Duanling Tian noticed that Ku'er looked at him as well, and her beautiful eyes were bright as now. Obviously, the two little girls were extremely interested in the change in him. "Do you two want to become like this?" Duanling Tian blinked his eyes and asked the two little girls. "Yes," Li Fei and Ku'er said, at almost the exact same time, and their eyes flickered with a flowing light of anticipation as they stared at Duanling Tian with burning gazes. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse lay on Ku'er's shoulder and looked at Duanling Tian enthusiastically. "Little gold, what are you joining in for?" Duanling Tian extended his hand and caught the little gold mouse in his hand. Then he casually tossed it to the side. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse lay on the floor and cried at Duanling Tian twice with dissatisfaction. Then it leaped up into Ku'er's sleeve and stuck out its cute little head to glare at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian shook his head and didn't continue to play with little gold. With a raise of his hand, 4 pill bottles appeared out of thin air, and he passed them to the two little girls. Ku'er, Little Fei, each of you get 2 bottles. Drink all the liquid within the bottles. After you drink it, you too will become like I am now. The liquid within the 4 pill bottles was precisely the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Li Fei and Ku'er trusted Duanling Tian unconditionally, so after they received the pill bottles, They directly opened them up and swallowed the milk. Squeak, squeak. When the two girls opened the pill bottle, the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes abruptly lit up and flickered with a dazzling brilliance. When it saw the two girls drink up all of the milk, it swayed its head, and its eyes seemed to reveal a sense of loss. Before long, Li Fei's and Ku Er's beautiful eyes couldn't help but squint. I feel my body burning up. Li Fei's eyes lit up, and she was slightly surprised. Me too. Ku Er nodded as well. In next to no time, the two girls noticed their pores open up, and plenty of impurities that emitted a burst of a rotten stench were expelled from their pores. This caused them to be stunned, and when they recovered from their shock, they hurriedly circulated their origin energy to clear away all these impurities. Young master, what did you give us to drink? Ku Er looked at Duanling Tian with a face full of curiosity. She was able to feel that her body was much lighter than before, and her entire body was refreshed, unspeakably comfortable. This? Li Fei was startled as she looked at her fine and slim hands that were smooth as jade and were incomparably fair. Little sister Ku Er, I'm not dreaming, right? Ku Er withdrew her gaze from Duanling Tian and moved it onto Li Fei's body, and her eyes sprang wide open when she saw Li Fei's face. Big sister Fei, you're so beautiful. Li Fei's beautiful face was already beautiful like an angel, but now, after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, her good looks had increased a little more, causing one to be unable to help oneself from being infatuated in her beauty from just a glance. Little sister Ku Er, you're even more beautiful now. Li Fei's gaze was attracted by Ku Er's beautiful face. As Ku Er was similar to her, it seemed as if she had completely become another person. In next to no time, the two girls withdrew a mirror from their spatial rings. Happiness appeared on their faces when they saw their current appearances. Everyone loves beauty after all. Not to mention two girls that were already drop-dead gorgeous. Now that they'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, they were even more enchanting. A satisfied smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face. These were his women. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse beneath Ku Er's sleeve stuck out its head to stare at Duanling Tian, and its jade-green eyes were filled with anticipation and yearning. Duanling Tian looked at the little gold mouse, and the corners of his mouth held a smile as he asked, "What? You want some too?" The little gold mouse nodded like a human, and a trace of a flowing light flashed within its jade-green eyes. Duanling Tian stopped teasing the little gold mouse when he saw it like this. He then withdrew a bottle of 10,000-year stalactite milk and gave it to the little gold mouse to drink. Unexpectedly, after drinking it, the little gold mouse looked at Duanling Tian, yearning for more. So long as you're obedient, I'll give you a bottle every few weeks, Duanling Tian said to the little gold mouse. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse understood what Duanling Tian said, and although it was slightly disappointed, it still cried out as it nodded. It was as if it was guaranteeing to Duanling Tian that it would be obedient. It wasn't that Duanling Tian was stingy, but he really didn't dare let the little gold mouse drink too much now. Otherwise, once the little gold mouse were to fall asleep like Little Black and Little White, he wouldn't have any means of continuing to protect the two little girls. Duanling Tian wouldn't let such a thing happen. In his heart, the safety of the two little girls towered over everything else. Even though the two girls had quite a few offensive inscriptions that he'd inscribed, those inscriptions must be used at the right time to be effective, and if they were used slightly late, it would be everlasting doom for them. This was something that made him not be so at ease. As far as he was concerned, making the little gold mouse protect the two girls was much safer. Before long, Ku Er and Li Fei eventually recovered from their shock, and their gazes descended onto Duanling Tian at the same time. Scoundrel, what did you give us to drink? Li Fei couldn't refrain from asking. As far as she was concerned, what had happened today was too miraculous. She felt like she was having a dream. Ku Er looked at Duanling Tian with a face full of curiosity as well. Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he said, "What you two drank is a great thing. 10,000-year stalactite milk." But unfortunately, the two girls had never heard of 10,000-year stalactite milk, so their faces were calm as before and didn't have any changes. Squeak, squeak. The jade-green eyes of the little gold mouse shone when it heard what Duan Ling Tian said, and it looked at Duan Ling Tian with an even more burning gaze. Little gold, could it be that you know what the 10,000-year stalactite milk is? When Ku'er noticed the little gold mouse's reaction, she asked curiously. Someone's coming. Before the little gold mouse could reply, Duan Ling Tian frowned and cried out vigilantly, and the little gold mouse scurried back into Ku'er's sleeve. Duan Ling Tian stood beside the two girls and gazed at the outside of the gorge. A few figures walked in with large strides. Elder Bai, it's them. They joined hands to sneak attack me and crippled my dantian. The ear-piercing, crow-like voice entered Duan Ling Tian's and the two girls' ears. Hearing the signature voice, Duan Ling Tian didn't have to look before he knew who it was. Even though he'd long since guessed that Shi Yan wouldn't let it go, he never expected that Shi Yan would return so quickly. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted when he saw the beautiful woman in the lead of the three people that walked in with large strides, and he recognized her with a glance. It was precisely Elder Bai, who'd received and led the group of new female disciples to Alcade Peak yesterday. Behind Elder Bai, Shi Yan had a face full of exasperation, and her hateful gaze gathered onto Duan Ling Tian's figure as if wanting to swallow him. Duan Ling Tian didn't bother to pay attention to Shi Yan, and his gaze descended onto Elder Bai and the other person that followed behind her. This was a female disciple with a delicate and pretty appearance. She was about 23 or 24 years old, and the gaze that she occasionally shot at Shi Yan seemed to contain a sense of disgust mixed within. Obviously, Shi Yan's popularity among people in the Alcade Peak wasn't great. Elder Bai and the female disciple had shines of astonishment flash within their eyes when they saw Duan Ling Tian for the first time. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Looks like from today onwards, he would have to bask in the sunlight more often. He must tan his skin. As for the changes on Li Fei's and Ku'er's bodies, they weren't so obvious, and unless it was someone who was familiar with them, it would be extremely difficult to notice their slight changes. Elder Bai. Duan Ling Tian looked at the beautiful woman and lightly nodded. Ku'er and Li Fei greeted her after him. I remember the two of you. You two are the new disciples that followed me back to Alcade Peak yesterday. Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Ku'er and Li Fei. Then she looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, looking at your age, you ought to not be 20 yet, right? I'll be 20 after a period of time. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was slightly curious in his heart. Why is this Elder Bai asking this? You're a new disciple that just entered the sect yesterday? Elder Bai asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Elder Bai frowned. Then she turned around to look at Shi Yan, who was behind her, and asked indifferently, Shi Yan, what actually happened? You said these three new disciples joined hands to sneak attack you and cripple your dantian. As far as she was concerned, this was simply an inconceivable matter. Besides one woman being around 21 or 22 years old, the other male and female disciple seemed to not even be 20. The three of them had the ability to sneak attack Shi Yan, who was at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. And moreover, cripple Shi Yan's dantian? She had a feeling that the matter was absolutely not as simple as Shi Yan said. Yes, Elder Bai. Shi Yan hurriedly nodded, and her atrocious gaze stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian's group of three. They took advantage of when I was cultivating to sneak into my cultivation location. Then they heavily injured me before crippling my dantian, after which they seized my cultivation location. Really? Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian's group of three. You're lying. Ku'er looked at Shi Yan. Her beautiful face flushed red from anger, and her delicate figure started trembling lightly. Li Fei's gaze on Shi Yan contained icy coldness within it, as he never expected that the Shi Yan would actually be so shameless and talk irresponsibly like this. Only Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression, as if all this was unrelated to him. Elder Bai noticed Duan Ling Tian's composed expression and was slightly surprised in her heart. She asked, what do you have to say about this incident? Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Elder Bai, what this Shi Yan said is only a one-sided statement, and she has no conclusive proof. Elder Bai hadn't even opened her mouth before Shi Yan shouted out fiercely. My dantian that was crippled by all of you is the best proof. Your dantian was crippled by us? Duan Ling Tian started laughing. Who knows? Maybe you fell down while walking and broke your own dantian from the fall. What? Seeing we've occupied your cultivation location? So you want to frame us? Elder Bai and the female disciple behind her had beautiful eyes that held smiles when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said. As they were amused by what he said, Elder Bai glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Then she opened her mouth once again with a tone that had a sense of seriousness mixed within. Shi Yan, think properly before you speak. If I find out you're deceiving me, I'll expel you from Alcade Peak right away. Shi Yan's face went pale when she heard this. In the end, she gritted her teeth and eventually narrated the truth of the matter to Elder Bai. After hearing what Shi Yan said, Elder Bai and the female disciple behind her were stupefied. Their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian at the same time, and their eyes emitted a sense of astonishment. They'd never imagined that the strength of this new disciple would firmly suppress Shi Yan's. In other words, he was at least a martial artist at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Nearly 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Even in the entire 7-star sword sect, such natural talent was extremely hard to come by. Humph! In next to no time, Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Shi Yan, and a strand of coldness flashed within her eyes. Shi Yan, you actually dared lie before me, desiring to frame another. What should be your punishment? Shi Yan's face was ghastly pale, and she gritted her teeth. Elder Bai, Shi Yan acknowledges her sins. But he crippled my dantian. Isn't his offense much larger? I hope Elder Bai can give Shi Yan justice and cripple his dantian as well. Elder Bai's face sank. Shi Yan, in the past, I heard the disciples of the peak say that you're atrocious, but today, I can be considered to have completely experienced it. I want to ask you, does the two of them staying in the unoccupied little gorge have any effect on you? Shi Yan shook her head. Since it doesn't have any effect on you, why did you want to force them to leave? Could it be that it's like the disciples of the peak say? So long as a female disciple is more beautiful than you, you're envious and hate them from the bottom of your heart. As Elder Bai finished speaking, a cold light flashed within her beautiful eyes. Shi Yan's figure lightly trembled, and her eyes emitted an atrocious sheen before they descended onto Duan Ling Tian and the two girls by his side. Why? Why are they beautiful like flowers since birth, whereas I was born with such an appearance? Why? Elder Bai's face was livid when she saw Shi Yan, who seemed to have gone insane, and she ordered with a shout, Suiqing, I don't want to see her on Alcade Peak anymore. Elder Bai's order was obviously to expel Shi Yan from the 7-star sword sect. No. Elder Bai, no. Shi Yan's face went ghastly pale. Yes, master. The female disciple behind Elder Bai nodded, and a trace of taking pleasure in Shi Yan's misfortune flashed within her eyes as she directly walked towards Shi Yan. Bitch! Don't come over! Shi Yan's face went grim and she stared angrily at Suiqing. Suiqing's face sank. She then raised her hand that was suffused with origin energy to slap downwards, directly knocking Shi Yan out. Keep this matter quiet, Elder Bai instructed. Yes, Suiqing replied. Then she took the knocked out Shi Yan and left. Thank you, Elder Bai, for giving justice to us. Li Fei beamed at Elder Bai and expressed her thanks. Thank you, Elder Bai. Ku'er hurriedly thanked as well. Elder Bai looked at these two drop-dead gorgeous girls and lightly smiled. What level of cultivation are you two at? When Ku'er and Li Fei heard this, they both glanced at the nearby Duan Ling Tian. Seeing Duan Ling Tian lightly smile as he nodded, only then did they once again look at Elder Bai and say at the same time, Elder Bai, we're both at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. 3rd level of the Origin Core stage? Elder Bai was stunned when she heard this. Really? When she saw the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes that condensed into form above each of the two girls, she finally completely confirmed it, and a trace of shock appeared on her face. Are you willing to become my disciple? Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Li Fei, and her eyes had a sense of anticipation mixed within. Li Fei once again looked at Duanling Tian when she heard this. This caused Elder Bai to be stunned. Who actually is this young man to them? Elder Bai wanting to take you as her disciple is your good fortune. Duanling Tian nodded to Li Fei. As far as he was concerned, once Li Fei became the disciple of Elder Bai, it couldn't be said that she would be completely unhindered within Arcade Peak. But at least there would be no female disciple that would dare bully her. Master, Li Fei hurriedly said to Elder Bai respectfully. Good, good. Elder Bai's face was filled with smiles, and with a raise of her hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in her hand. Duanling Tian was able to discern with a glance that this was a grade 7 spirit sword. The sword was like autumn water, with a piercingly cold glitter. This grade 7 spirit sword is Master's gift to you. Elder Bai passed the grade 7 spirit sword in her hand to Li Fei. Li Fei stretched her hand out to receive it. Thank you, Master. Subsequently, when Li Fei noticed that Elder Bai looked at Ku-Er but never spoke for a long time, she hurriedly said, Master, little sister Ku-Er's natural talent far surpasses mine, and it probably won't be long before she's able to step into the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Li Fei did her best to promote Ku-Er. Big Sister Fei, I'm extremely happy that you're able to become Elder Bai's disciple. Ku-Er lightly smiled to Li Fei and shook her head. In a month's time, Ku-Er will surely break through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Duanling Tian looked at Elder Bai. He felt it to be slightly strange as well. Since this Elder Bai had taken little Fei as her disciple, why didn't she take Ku-Er as her disciple even after so much time had passed? Ku-Er's natural talent wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Li Fei's. Moreover, because of Ku-Er having followed him from much earlier, her cultivation firmly surpassed Li Fei's. Surely able to break through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage within a month? Elder Bai was stupefied when she heard what Duanling Tian said, and she looked at Duanling Tian with eyes that had a sense of bewilderment mixed within. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded. This was something that he was incomparably sure of. The current Ku-Er wasn't the Ku-Er of the past. After the rebirth from the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Ku-Er's natural talent was exactly like his. With Ku-Er's current cultivation level, breaking through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage within a month wasn't difficult. What Duanling Tian said caused Ku-Er to be unable to help herself from being slightly surprised. Even she herself wasn't confident in being able to break through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage within a month. Why was the young master so confident towards her? Even though she was bewildered, she still didn't refute him. She already had a plan in her heart. She would cultivate even more painstakingly in the next month. Our Arcade Peak has never had such an outstanding female disciple like you before. Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Ku-Er's figure. Then she shook her head. But I won't take you as my disciple. What Elder Bai said caused Duanling Tian's brows to slightly frown. There isn't something wrong with this Elder Bai, right? Could it be that Ku-Er's natural talent doesn't have the qualifications to become her disciple? Elder Bai, if you're unwilling to take little sister Ku-Er as your disciple, then I won't take you as my master. I'm sorry. Li Fei extended her hand out to grab hold of Ku-Er's hand, and she looked at Elder Bai with a firm expression. In these years, she and Ku-Er had long since become like sisters, so it was difficult to separate them. Now, Elder Bai treating Ku-Er like this caused dissatisfaction to arise within her heart. You won't take little sister Ku-Er as your disciple, right? Then I won't take you as my master. Big Sister Fei, I know you're good to me, but you can't do this. Only Ku-Er had a composed expression and wasn't unhappy in the slightest. And when she heard what Li Fei said, she hurriedly persuaded. Elder Bai will be unhappy if you're like this. Truly a sensible girl. Elder Bai didn't get angry and glanced at Ku-Er in praise. Then she looked at Li Fei. You girl, think that I'm unwilling to take your little sister as a disciple, right? Could it be that it isn't so? Now, when facing Elder Bai, Li Fei wasn't as polite as before. You girl. Feeling the resentment in Li Fei's tone, Elder Bai shook her head. I said I wouldn't take her as my disciple. It's not that I don't like her, but I want her to have a better option. A better option? Duan Ling Tian's brows knit as he thought inwardly. He was unable to understand what Elder Bai meant. It wasn't just he who didn't understand. Even Li Fei didn't understand. Elder Bai, what do you mean by this? Elder Bai lightly smiled as she said, Silly girl. You still don't understand what I mean? I've already thought it through. I'll go back and recommend this girl to the Peak Master. As the Peak Master happens to have been looking for an outstanding closed-door disciple for these past few years, the Peak Master would definitely like the natural endowments of this girl. Peak Master? Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly shone when he heard what Elder Bai said. There was a sect leader and 6 vice-sect leaders within the 7-star sword sect. The sect leader primarily controlled the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, the Dubhe peak, whereas the other 6 vice-sect leaders each controlled their respective peak. These 6 vice-sect leaders were ordinarily addressed as Peak Master. Li Fei came to realize the truth now. What Duan Ling Tian knew was what he'd heard of from Xiong Quan. And at that day, Li Fei was present, so she knew as well. When she heard what Elder Bai said, at the same time that she was happy for Ku Er, she was slightly embarrassed as she looked at Elder Bai. Master, I'm sorry, I'll forget it this time, but if you misunderstand Master again next time, then Master won't forgive you. Elder Bai glanced at Li Fei, and her gaze had a trace of tender love mixed within. This new disciple that she'd taken, no matter how she looked at Li Fei was pleasing to her eyes, and she felt a bust of fondness in her heart. Thank you, Elder Bai. Under Duan Ling Tian's signal, Ku Er hurriedly thanked Elder Bai. Her beautiful face blushed red, and she looked extremely cute. Girl, the Peak Master of our Alcade Peak is currently the female member of our 7-star sword sect with the most strength. You'll be able to learn many good things while following her to cultivate, and you'll surely have better prospects in the future. Elder Bai lightly smiled. She said this to Ku Er as if she was an amiable senior. Actually, she was extremely fond of this beautiful and cute girl, but she felt that she didn't have the qualifications to become a good master to her. So she recommended Ku Er to the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, who was also the most mysterious and almost elusive vice-sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Little sister Ku Er, congratulations. Li Fei hurriedly congratulated Ku Er, and a heartfelt smile bloomed on her face, as she was happy for Ku Er. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a light smile as well. Even though Ku Er has a top sword cultivation method, the Frost God sword technique, to cultivate, and there were various formidable sword skills within the Frost God sword technique. Most of these were only theoretical things. If Ku Er is able to obtain the guidance of the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, then she'd surely be able to advance at a tremendous pace. The 7-star sword sect was a sword cultivation sect, so practically all of the sect higher-ups used swords. One could imagine how the Peak Master of the Alcade Peak would surely have extremely deep and profound attainments in the sword. All right, now it's time to deal with your matter. The smile on Elder Bai's face withdrew in the blink of an eye, and her fierce eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted. Ku Er and Li Fei were stupefied when they heard her. Even though that Shi Yan is at fault, at the same time that you defeated her, you ruthlessly crippled her Dantian. Isn't this slightly too much? Elder Bai looked at Duan Ling Tian and spoke with a tone that had a sense of seriousness mixed within. Master! Elder Bai! Ku Er and Li Fei were both anxious. Elder Bai! Duan Ling Tian looked at Elder Bai with a carefree expression as if he didn't take the current matter to heart. You've heard what Shi Yan said earlier. It was she who repeatedly threatened to cripple my Dantian first. If my strength was inferior to hers today, then the one whose Dantian was crippled would be me. I was only giving her a taste of her own medicine by doing that. Elder Bai, do you think it's wrong? Elder Bai looked at Duan Ling Tian and said slowly, even though it's like that, she was a 7-star sword sect disciple, and a disciple of my Alcade Peak. You at least have to give me an explanation for this matter, right? Elder Bai, I don't think there's anything to explain. Duan Ling Tian shrugged, as he didn't think he was in the wrong. If it wasn't for that Shi Yan being overbearing, he wouldn't have gone to the extent of crippling her Dantian. The rule that he used to handle matters has always been, if one doesn't offend me, then I won't offend another. But if someone offends me, then I'll surely return it to them like thunder. Elder Bai's beautiful brows frowned, and she was rather unhappy. Master, scoundrel did this today for the sake of me and little sister Ku-Er. Don't blame him. Li Fei walked over, grabbed Elder Bai's arm, and shook it a few times as she said this with a voice that had a tone of a spoiled child. Scoundrel? Elder Bai was stupefied when she heard what Li Fei said. Girl, he is your... Elder Bai, I'm your disciple's man. The corners of Duan Tian's mouth held a smile as he focused his gaze at Elder Bai. As the saying goes, a master is like a parent. If one were to really consider it, then Li Fei could be considered to be half a daughter of Elder Bai, and he could be considered as half a son-in-law of Elder Bai. Elder Bai was stunned, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. She never imagined that the disciple she'd just taken would have such a relationship with this outer court disciple. Elder Bai looked at Duan Tian and sighed. Never mind, never mind. This incident is something that Shi Yan provoked after all. I'll consider myself as having verbally disciplined you. I just hope you don't put me in a difficult situation in the future. Thank you, Elder Bai. Duan Tian smiled. Then he looked at Li Fei, who was beside Elder Bai, and the two of them casted winks and made faces at each other for a while. Also, that Shi Yan's natural talent was only average, so you can leave it at that. But her older brother, Shi Hao, isn't easy to deal with. He broke through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage a while ago. Moreover, his combat experience is extremely abundant. It wouldn't be difficult for him to become an inner court disciple by relying on his 7th level Origin Core stage cultivation. Elder Bai warned Duan Tian. This Shi Hao loves his younger sister extremely dearly. You have to be careful of this person. Duan Tian nodded. Thank you for the warning, Elder Bai. Elder Bai nodded. Then she looked at Li Fei and Ku-Er. I'm going to look for the Peak Master and notify her now. I'll come look for you two girls tomorrow. Goodbye, Master. Goodbye, Elder Bai. Duan Tian's group of 3 sent Elder Bai off with their gazes. I really never expected that Shi Yan to be so shameless and accuse her victims. Luckily, Master is wise and caused her scheme to be unable to hide itself. Li Fei's face still had some lingering rage when she mentioned Shi Yan. She could be considered to have reaped what she sowed. She was expelled from the 7-star sword sect. Duan Tian smiled lightly. We still have to properly congratulate little sister Ku-Er. She's going to become the closed-door disciple of the Alcade Peak's Peak Master soon. Li Fei looked at Ku-Er, and her beautiful eyes were dazzling like an array of stars. Big Sister Fei, you're making fun of me again. A trace of a rosy blush appeared on Ku-Er's face when she heard Li Fei. Li Fei recalled the matter that was interrupted by Shi Yan, and she looked at Duan Tian as she asked, Right, scoundrel, you said you gave us some 10,000-year stalactite milk earlier. What's that? Ku-Er looked at Duan Tian as well, and traces of curiosity flickered within her beautiful eyes. Duan Tian smiled as he said, The 10,000-year stalactite milk is a precious treasure that is able to allow one to be reborn. It can thread together the flesh, meridians, and bones within the body. And it is able to increase a person's natural talent in the martial Tao to the utmost limit. Li Fei and Ku-Er were both startled when they heard the effects of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Only after a long time did they recover from their shock. Scoundrel, what you mean is that the natural talent in the martial Tao of me and little sister Ku-Er have already reached the utmost limit? Li Fei exhaled a breath of cold air. Exactly. Duan Tian nodded. Then he looked at Ku-Er. Ku-Er, this is also the reason why I told Elder Bai earlier that you'll be able to break through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage in a month. Compared to the past, your current natural talent is like the difference between the heavens and the earth, and it can't be looked upon as it was in the past. Ku-Er lightly nodded, and a smile of happiness appeared on her beautiful face. Her man had never disappointed her, and she had always believed in her man. Also, this 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Tian kept 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk and gave the remaining bottles to Ku-Er. Ku-Er, Give this milk to little gold to consume every few weeks. You must not let it finish drinking it all at once. Otherwise, I'm worried it will fall asleep like a dead pig just like little black and little white. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's tone had traces of helplessness mixed within. Scoundrel, little black and little white have fallen asleep again? Li Fei couldn't help but be stunned when she heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Yes, they fell asleep after drinking the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and I don't know when they'll be able to awaken. Li Fei and Ku'er were speechless when they heard this, and they sincerely admired the sleeping ability of the two little pythons. Squeak squeak. Duan Ling Tian had only just passed the 10,000-year stalactite milk into Ku'er's hands when the little gold mouse stuck out its cute little head from beneath Ku'er's sleeve and opened its mouth to cry out. Its pair of jade-green eyes now stared fixedly at the pill bottles in Ku'er's hands that had 10,000-year stalactite milk within them, and its eyes were filled with yearning. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse flatteringly nodded at Ku'er, as if it was begging Ku'er to give it some 10,000-year stalactite milk. Ku'er put away the 10,000-year stalactite milk and stroked the little gold mouse's little head as she said, with a light smile, "Little gold, young master has said that you can't drink too much at a time. I'll give you some to drink after some time." Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse's eyes emitted a trace of grievance. Looks like little gold is fond of food like little black and little white. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. After accompanying the two little girls for a while, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and said, "Ku'er, little Fei, I should head back now." Under the reluctant gazes of the two little girls, Duan Ling Tian walked swiftly out of the gorge. This was the Alcade Peak after all, the place the female outer court disciples of Seven Star Sword sect gathered, and thus it wasn't appropriate for him to stay here for too long. Duan Ling Tian was practically fleeing as he endured the burning gazes of the Alcade Peak's female disciples all along the way as he fled back to Migres Peak. Of course, on the stone platform of Migres Peak, there was similarly a large amount of gazes looking at him. But the owners of these gazes were men after all, so Duan Ling Tian directly disregarded them. "Duan Ling Tian," an aged voice suddenly echoed out, causing Duan Ling Tian to stop in his tracks and look towards the front. Nearby, an old man and a middle-aged man walked over shoulder to shoulder. The old man that greeted him now was precisely Migres Peak's outer court elder, Lu Qiu. "Elder Lu." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he greeted the old man, and he never expected he would encounter the old man when he just returned to Migres Peak. Lu Qiu slowly walked over and looked at Duan Ling Tian's skin that seemed to have completed some sort of marvelous transformation. It's a long story." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, but he didn't go into details. Lu Qiu didn't continue asking when he perceived that Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to talk about it. Then he glanced at the middle-aged man by his side and introduced him with a slight smile. "This is Elder Zhao Lin, and he's also an outer court elder of our Migres Peak." "Elder Zhao Lin." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he greeted the middle-aged man. But the middle-aged man only indifferently swept Duan Ling Tian with his gaze. He then raised his head and a lofty arrogance was revealed on his face as he practically snorted out from his nose. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Relying on his spiritual force and the experience of rebirth martial emperor, he could discern that this middle-aged man was at most in existence at the first level of the void-prying stage. A first-level void-prying martial artist, a strength that was far inferior to Lu Qiu's, but his level of arrogance far surpassed Lu Qiu's. A bad impression instantly arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart. But he didn't care about it. As far as he was concerned, there wouldn't be any relations between him and Zhao Lin, so how Zhao Lin acted was Zhao Ling's business and was of no concern to him. Lu Qiu was slightly embarrassed when he noticed Zhao Lin's attitude, then nodded to Duan Ling Tian. "Then we'll leave first." "Goodbye, Elder Lu." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. Lu Qiu was polite to him, so he naturally would be polite as well. As for that Zhao Lin, Duan Ling Tian utterly didn't bother to pay attention to him. Duan Ling Tian left Migres Peak stone platform after he saw Lu Qiu and Zhao Lin leave. Then he looked at the incomparably bustling building nearby. In there, Many Migres Peak disciples had gathered together, perhaps buying medicinal pills and spirit weapons with money, perhaps exchanging for medicinal pills and spirit weapons with materials. Before long, Duanling Tian went around into the Migres Peaks mountain path and sized up the surroundings for a moment. When he confirmed that no one noticed him, he followed along an inconspicuous small path to head towards the peak of Migres Peak. The Migres Peak was extremely large, the mountain paths were extremely windy, and there were not less than 10 paths that headed to the peak. Before long, Duanling Tian arrived at the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain was devoid of people, and he quickly arrived at the location of the tilted tree, then leaped down. If someone were to be here and witness this scene, they would surely be extremely shocked, even to the extent they might think Duanling Tian wanted to commit suicide. However, after Duanling Tian passed through the clouds and mist, he firmly descended onto the tilted tree. Swoosh! The tilted tree trembled for a moment before stabilizing. Duanling Tian's figure moved to directly flash into the cave passage that led to the stalactite cave. When he once again returned to the stalactite cave, Duanling Tian noticed the two little fellows laying there. Even their positions hadn't changed as they deeply slept. They wouldn't really be reincarnations of pigs, right? Duanling Tian couldn't help but suspect in his heart, as the sleeping ability of these two little pythons caused him to be completely helpless. After sizing up the two little fellows for a moment, Duanling Tian slowly walked to arrive before the stone platform and sat on it. Then he consumed an origin-strengthening pill and started to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WYRM Python Form. The origin energy in Duanling Tian's body roiled. Coupled with the medicinal strength of the origin-strengthening pill and the nearly perfect natural talent in the martial Dao that he currently possessed, his advancement was at a tremendous pace. At every moment, Duanling Tian was able to feel the slight changes in the origin energy within his body. After an unknown amount of time, Duanling Tian suddenly felt the origin energy within his body actually have a trace of a bizarre change. This change was extremely small and slight, but Duanling Tian was still able to clearly feel it. Suddenly, Duanling Tian opened his eyes, and a trace of a dazzling brilliance flashed within his eyes that were like an array of stars. I wonder if I can use this method outside my body. In the next moment, Duanling Tian's gaze focused, and he swung his arm which was suffused with raging origin energy. Swoosh! Above Duanling Tian, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and waited for orders in the sky. They were prepared to dash out at any moment. Suddenly, Duanling Tian moved. Whoosh! His arm swept out along with the strength of 71 ancient mammoths as it traversed the air. OM! The air quaked because of this. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to notice that the origin energy that was twined around Duanling Tian's arm was vibrating at a strange frequency. His origin energy was chaotic and seemed to have formed a type of quake energy. This is. Duanling Tian's pupils constricted, and a portion of the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor flashed within his mind. This portion of memories was related to the cultivation method Duanling Tian cultivated, the third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the WYRM Python form. The WYRM Python form was a mental cultivation method that the rebirth Martial Emperor developed from observing the habits of the demon beast WYRM Python. The WYRM Python was a type of demon beast between a python and a flood dragon, and it had an extremely formidable strength. Its most miraculous ability was the ability to emit a type of formidable quake energy from its body. Quake energy! Duanling Tian retracted his arm and slowly struck out with a palm strike. Origin energy jumped and vibrated on his hand. The frequency grew faster and faster. In next to no time, Duanling Tian's palm slowly pressed onto a protruding piece of rock within the stalactite cave. Instantly, OM! 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 As soon as the origin energy on Duanling Tian's hand touched the rock transformed into stone powder, then scattered onto the ground. Lightly exerting force, he pressed his hand forward. Instantly, the entire piece of rock transformed into fine powder. What a terrifying quake energy! Duanling Tian's pupils constricted. He raised his hand and looked in disbelief at the origin energy that quaked on his palm. The frequency at which this origin energy quaked was simple heaven-defying. Duanling Tian was confident that by relying on this quake energy to exert the strength of his entire body, even if he could only exert the strength of 71 ancient mammoths now, and even if he faced a 6th-level origin core martial artist that possessed the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, he still might not be disadvantaged. Even to the extent that he would very likely be able to directly defeat the 6th-level origin core martial artist by relying upon this quake energy. This type of quake energy, even though it didn't provide any increase to strength, its method of exerting force could be called heaven-defying. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, by relying on this type of quake energy, while facing most fierce beasts that were a level stronger than it, the demon beast Wyrm Python would still be able to easily kill its opponent. Duanling Tian took a deep breath. It was difficult to suppress the excitement in his heart. So it turned out that this was the quintessence of the Wyrm Python form. He always thought that there was nothing special about the Wyrm Python form, but now he knew that he'd looked down on Rebirth Martial Emperor. Duanling Tian recalled his entire cultivation journey up to this point. The first form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Spirit Serpent form, it stressed about cultivating the fleshly body to be flexible like a spirit serpent. The second form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Raging Python form, it allowed Duanling Tian to temper his fleshly body with origin energy, possessing a fierce strength of a raging python, and a casual swing of his arm was like a raging python swinging its tail. Now, this third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wyrm Python form, and its quintessence was the Quake energy. Quake energy isn't a martial skill, it's more practical than a martial skill. Because it can be used with any martial skill, coupled with the strength of my cultivation, it can give rise to an extremely terrifying force. Duanling Tian's eyes squinted, and his hand that was twined with origin energy pressed onto the cave wall. Now, he didn't use the quake energy. Even if his origin energy had stuck to the cave wall wouldn't be affected in the slightest. However, once he utilized the quake energy, Duanling Tian's hand hadn't moved and was still stuck onto the cave wall. However, the origin energy on his hand instead started lightly vibrating, and the speed of the vibrations grew faster and faster, its frequency faster and faster. OM. 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 Instantly, his origin energy quaked, and the place where his hand touched the cave wall was completely destroyed by Duanling Tian's quake energy and transformed into fine powder. He could imagine how if this palm of his were to be pressed onto a person. Once it started quaking, that person's flesh, lifeblood, and even bones would be affected by the quake energy. That would surely be an extremely distressing scene. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a smile. Currently, he wished for nothing more than to find someone and use the quake energy to battle with that person. As expected of the cultivation method that Rebirth Martial Emperor created after experiencing 2 lifetimes, this 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Every form of it has its own exclusive feature. The Spirit Serpent form had the flexibility of the fleshly body, the Raging Python form had the fierceness of the fleshly body, and the Wyrm Python form has the terrifying quake energy. The 6 more remaining forms will surely have their own exclusive features. Duanling Tian's mood was incomparably agitated, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. Eventually, Duanling Tian calmed his mood down. Time to go try out this quake energy. Duanling Tian's gaze lit up as he stood up. His gaze then descended onto the 2 little pythons, and when he noticed they showed no signs of awakening, he shook his head, then left the stalactite cave by himself. Relying on his sharp spiritual force, Duanling Tian stood on the tilted tree on the side of the cliff and sensed the situation on the peak of the mountain. After he confirmed there were no people, Duanling Tian used the tilted tree as a foothold and leaped up to the peak of Migres Peak. Duanling Tian walked into the most remote path on the peak. Then he walked down the mountain. In next to no time, he'd passed the chain bridge and arrived at the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Duanling Tian went down from Dubhe Peak, as his destination this time was the primeval forest behind the 7-Star Sword Sect. After all, he couldn't casually pull a 7-Star Sword Sect disciple over to test the quake energy. So he decided to go to the primeval forest and test the WIRM Python form's quake energy on fierce beasts. Duanling Tian flew down with a dash and quickly left the sect to head towards the primeval forest. And at the moment that Duanling Tian left the sect, on the chain bridge from Migres Peak to Dubhe Peak, two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples walked shoulder to shoulder. One of the outer court disciples' faces sank, and he said to the other outer court disciple beside him, "Horexen, that kid seems to have vanished. Migres Peak is huge, so it isn't an easy matter to find him. Moreover, I've practically asked all the 19 new disciples that came to Migres Peak with us, but all those people don't know where he is." The latter was precisely Huaxian, and he now had a gloomy expression as he spoke. "I don't believe that he can hide forever. The incident in Black Bamboo City's restaurant, I'll surely make him pay it back 100-fold. Actually daring to ask someone to throw us out." The former's gaze went slightly cold as a cold light shot out from his gaze. "Don't worry, Yuan Wu will drag him out sooner or later," Huaxian slowly said, and his eyes flickered with a cold light that was not one bit lesser. Before long, when they were just about to arrive at Dubhe Peak, the two of them saw an old man and a middle-aged man walk over shoulder to shoulder. Elder Lu, Elder Zhao. Huaxian and Yuan Wu respectfully bowed to the old man and middle-aged man. The old man nodded to the two of them. As for the middle-aged man, from the beginning till the end, he didn't even look Huaxian and Yuan Wu in the eye. Perhaps as far as he was concerned, Huaxian and Yuan Wu still didn't have the qualifications for him to look them in the eyes. Huaxian and Yuan Wu were slightly embarrassed as they swiftly left. They'd long since heard of Elder Zhao Lin's arrogance, so they didn't feel surprised. The old man was precisely Migres Peak's outer court elder, Lu Qiu. Now Lu Qiu and Zhao Lin walked shoulder to shoulder on the chain bridge as they walked towards the Migres Peak in large strides. "Zhao Lin, when I saw that Huaxian earlier, I couldn't help but recall that Duanling Tian. That young man we met at Migres Peak yesterday afternoon. Do you still have an impression of him?" Lu Qiu said to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin nodded, and a trace of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. As far as he was concerned, that was a pretty boy with skin that was simply whiter and more delicate than a woman's. It's exactly that Duanling Tian. I wonder what happened, as his skin was still a normal and healthy bronze color a few days ago when he just arrived at our Migres Peak. But in a day's time, a tremendous change occurred on his skin, even to the extent his skin can be compared to a baby's and is rosy. Truly unbelievable. As he finished speaking, Lu Qiu sighed with emotion and had a face full of shock. On hearing what Lu Qiu said, the eyes of Zhao Lin, who originally had a calm expression, abruptly lit up, and his breathing suddenly became hurried. "Elder Lu, are you sure his skin wasn't like that previously?" Zhao Lin looked at Lu Qiu and was slightly discomposed. Although Lu Qiu didn't know why Zhao Lin would suddenly be interested in Duanling Tian, he still nodded. "I'm sure. 2 days ago, when I brought Huaxian and another 2 outer court disciples to go receive the 20 new disciples that had passed the outer court test. That Duanling Tian was one of them, and he was also the person Huaxian personally chose. I remember it clearly. At that time his skin was bronze." "What? Is there something not right?" Lu Qiu asked Zhao Lin, as he had the feeling that Zhao Lin's suddenly reaction might be because Zhao Lin had noticed something. According to his knowledge, it was ordinarily impossible for Zhao Lin to be interested in such matters. But today, his behavior departed from his normal behavior. "It's nothing." Zhao Lin shook his head, but deep within his gaze, a hard-to-notice glowing light that was burning flashed by. "I'm just curious. How could someone suddenly experience such a tremendous change?" Lu Qiu nodded. He thought like this as well and continued to walk shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin walked by Lu Qiu's side, but his mood was incomparably agitated. Rebirth. He could be sure that Duanling Tian had absolutely gone through the rebirth of legends. As luck would have it, he just so happened to have seen the records relating to rebirth within an ancient record. Allegedly, there was a miraculous liquid in Cloud Continent that once consumed could allow someone to be completely reborn. And the natural talent in the martial Tao of that person would undergo a tremendous change, to attain the utmost limit. Zhao Lin's heart was trembling. He remembered clearly that the miraculous liquid was the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Once one consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk and was reborn, one's skin would transform to become delicate like a baby's. He clearly remembered the writing on that ancient record. The 10,000-year stalactite milk. That pretty boy has consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Zhao Lin's mood surged and couldn't calm down for a long time. But he didn't dare shout it out because after all, Wuxia was beside him now. I must get the 10,000-year stalactite milk from that pretty boy. I must. Zhao Lin resolved in his heart. I hope that pretty boy can be sensible. Even if I have to stop at nothing, I must still get the 10,000-year stalactite milk from him. Traces of cold lights flashed deep within Zhao Lin's eyes. 10,000-year stalactite milk was sufficient to change his entire life. No matter what, he must obtain it. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know that the matter of him consuming 10,000-year stalactite milk had already been found out by someone. Currently, he'd left the Seven-Star Sword sect and entered the vast primeval forest. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed, and the scenery of the primeval forest flashed swiftly by his side. The spirit serpent movement technique was exerted by Duan Ling Tian to the limit. Roar! A loud roar sounded out from ahead, causing Duan Ling Tian to unconsciously stop his steps. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that it was a spike tiger with a strength comparable to a 9th-level core formation martial artist, and its pair of fangs that were like spikes were its strongest martial skill. Whoosh! The spike tiger had noticed him as well and dashed quickly at him before pouncing towards him. Bring it on! Duan Ling Tian's gaze shone, and he directly moved to intercept it. At the same time that the spike tiger pounced over, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above it out of thin air. Now when Duan Ling Tian attacked, only 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him as well. He didn't plan to use his entire strength when faced with a 9th-level core formation stage spike tiger. Otherwise, his plan to test the quake energy would come to nothing, and his trip here would be meaningless. He entered the primeval forest this time precisely to test the might of the quake energy. Roar! The spike tiger swiftly pounced at Duan Ling Tian. It opened up its bloody mouth and a bloody stench suffused the air, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel a wave of disgust. Seeing the spike tiger right before his eyes, Duan Ling Tian made his move. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into an incomparably agile spirit serpent that flashed behind the spike tiger in the blink of an eye. When the spike tiger hadn't reacted to Duan Ling Tian's sudden movement, Duan Ling Tian attacked. Dragon's finishing touch. Duan Ling Tian pointed out with his finger, and an ear-deafening, piercing howl sounded out. He directly left out the step of drawing the dragon and directly did the finishing touch. Pooh! Duan Ling Tian's finger that was suffused with origin energy descended down and directly pieced through the thick skin and flesh of the spiked tiger into its bones. Roar! The spiked tiger roared out in grief, its sound filled with rage and despair. Quake energy! The origin energy on the tip of Duan Ling Tian's finger abruptly started vibrating, and vibrating with a terrifying frequency. Crackle, crackle. Instantly, the body of the spiked tiger started trembling, and its grievous roar stopped. Then its enormous body crashed onto the floor and sent waves of sounds of bones shattering echoing out in the air. What a terrifying quake energy! I looked down upon it earlier. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his origin energy and stood there, and as he gazed at the spiked tiger's body that was limp on the ground, a trace of coldness arose in his heart. He'd clearly felt it earlier. When he pointed at the spiked tiger's bones and executed the quake energy, the bones of the spiked tiger vibrated along with the quake energy, then shattered in the end. And the shattered bone bits pierced into every part of the spiked tiger's body, including its internal organs, causing the spiked tiger to directly die. Duan Ling Tian let out a breath of cold air, and a trace of enthusiastic excitement appeared on his face. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian, who was aroused, didn't stop at this, and continued to head into the primeval forest. This time, he planned to exert a cultivation that was one level lower than the fierce beast and see if he's able to successfully kill the fierce beast. Once he succeeded, then the quake energy would really be too terrifying. Before long, Duan Ling Tian encountered the next fierce beast. This fierce beast was a second-level origin core stage fierce beast. A wind leopard. This wind leopard was adept at speed, and in terms of speed, it was absolutely outstanding amongst second-level origin core stage fierce beasts. The wind leopard charged at Duan Ling Tian with a swift dash, and it opened up its blood mouth with fangs that flickered with the sheen of saliva, desiring to swallow Duan Ling Tian with one gulp. Above the wind leopard, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The seven-star sword sect outer court disciple attire on Duan Ling Tian's figure fluttered, and above him, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared. He wanted to try to see if he could kill this wind leopard with the strength of the first level of the origin core stage. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold when he saw the wind leopard pouncing over, and he was already prepared to move to intercept it and compare his strength against it. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force slightly jerked, and he could sense people approaching, a total of 3 people. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed, temporarily dodged the wind leopard, and looked towards the distance. These 3 people were 2 men and a woman. Meanwhile, the wind leopard pounced at him once again, bearing down menacingly upon him. Be careful! Right when he was about to make a move and kill the wind leopard, a delicate shout sounded out. Duan Ling Tian felt a fragrant wind assail his nostrils, and he could see that the gentle and graceful figure of the woman amongst the 3 people had flashed out and arrived before him in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! This was a gentle and graceful woman. The 3-foot-long blade in her hand flashed out, and above her, 46 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 3rd level of the origin core stage, grade 8 spirit weapon. Duan Ling Tian saw through this woman with a single glance. Although the wind leopard's speed was swift, it was only in comparison to second-level origin core martial artists and fierce beasts, and before this third-level origin core stage woman, it was completely unable to strike back. In the blink of an eye, it was killed with a sword strike from the woman. Are you all right? After the woman killed the wind leopard, she looked at Duan Ling Tian with slight concern, and when she saw Duan Ling Tian's skin that was like the skin of a baby, a trace of surprise was revealed on her face. I'm fine. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and shook his head. Then he sized up the young woman before him. The woman was around 23 or 24 years old, and although she wasn't as beautiful as Ko-Er or Li Fei, her delicate and elegant features and smooth and exquisite skin emitted traces of elegance, giving one a comfortable feeling. The young woman's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian's outer court disciple attire and lightly smiled as she said, "You're an outer court disciple of our 7-star sword sect, right?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He'd noticed earlier that it wasn't just this woman who was a 7-star sword sect outer court disciple, and the other 2 men that followed her over were also 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. "Nice to meet you. I'm Sherlan, a disciple of Alcade Peak." The young woman lightly smiled as she introduced herself to Duan Ling Tian. She had a kind expression, and her elegant eyes seemed as if they could speak. Duan Ling Tian, Migre's Peak disciple. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Sherlan. He had a good impression of this warm-hearted woman. "Duan Ling Tian, you came to the primeval forest by yourself?" Sherlan looked at the surroundings, and when she didn't notice anyone else, she couldn't refrain from asking curiously. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Sherlan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, with a serious expression, "You're too rash. You ought to be an outer court disciple that has only entered our 7-star sword sect 2 days ago, right? You're only at the first level of the origin core stage, so even if you want to come to this primeval forest, you ought to have found a team. Otherwise, you will likely lose your life, just like earlier." As far as she was concerned, if it wasn't for her being in time to help him, Duan Ling Tian would have already died under the claws of that wind leopard and would surely have no chance of surviving. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that Sherlan was truly concerned about him, and he couldn't help but smile. "Thank you for the reminder." He knew that because he had only exerted the strength of 20 ancient mammoths when facing the wind leopard earlier, Sherlan mistook him to be a first-level origin core martial artist. Toward this, He didn't make any further explanations, as he wasn't someone that liked to show off. Sherlan looked at Duanling Tian and invited him. Why don't you join us? You'll be safer when following us. At that time, we'll share equally all the gains. How about it? My two companions are both extremely formidable. Duanling Tian originally wanted to refuse her, but when he saw Sherlan's sincere gaze of anticipation, he didn't refuse her in the end and nodded. Okay, then I'll be troubling you. As far as he was concerned, he had nothing to do in any case, so going along with the three people wasn't a problem. Come, I'll introduce them to you. Sherlan lightly smiled to Duanling Tian. Then she brought Duanling Tian along to walk over to the two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples that were nearby. Hu Li, Xiao Fei. This is Duanling Tian, a Migra's peak disciple, and he will be joining our team from now on to enter the primeval forest to train and gain experience. I've already promised him that all gains will be shared equally amongst the four of us. Sherlan said to the two male outer court disciples. Nice to meet you. I'm Hu Li, a Fecta peak disciple. The outer court disciple with a tall and robust figure and an age similar to Sherlan lightly smiled as he greeted Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian smiled to the robust young man, as he'd always respected those who respected him. Humph! Right at this moment, the thin young man that stood at the side had a sneer on the corners of his mouth, and his cold and indifferent gaze sized up Duanling Tian. Then he frowned. Sherlan, he's only a first-level origin core stage pretty boy. We're only adding on a burden by bringing him along. Duanling Tian's face sank. Sherlan and Hu Li were both slightly embarrassed, and Hu Li said to Duanling Tian, Duanling Tian, he's Xiao Fei, a Fecta peak disciple as well. Even though Xiao Fei's age is similar to mine and Sherlan's, he's already a fourth-level origin core martial artist. His natural talent in the martial Dao is great, so it's hard to avoid being arrogant. Don't lower yourself to the same level as him and just take it as you never heard what he said earlier. We being able to meet here and are all seven-star sword sect disciples can be considered to be fate. So join us. Yeah. Duanling Tian, don't take what Xiao Fei said to heart. Sherlan smiled apologetically to Duanling Tian. Xiao Fei frowned, and he was just about to speak when he noticed Hu Li and Sherlan both look at him and shake their heads. In the end, he didn't speak out and only snorted in a low voice. Duanling Tian was able to feel Sherlan and Hu Li's sincerity. He had a favorable impression of the two, so he didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. All right, let's go wander through this primeval forest together. Continue forward. Hu Li laughed heartily with a heroic spirit that pierced into the sky. A true man. Duanling Tian couldn't help but praise in his heart as he looked at Hu Li. Their group of four walked towards the inner parts of the forest, and on the way, Sherlan had a serious expression as she said to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, the primeval forest is vast and boundless. We're only at the outer area of the forest, and will be close to the inner area after walking forward further. The fierce beasts there are much stronger than the fierce beasts here. Your strength is weaker, so follow us closely. Don't split up from us. Okay. Duanling Tian smiled to Sherlan, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. Even though he wasn't afraid of the fierce beasts within, Sherlan didn't know of his true strength and only thought that he was a first-level origin core martial artist. You don't have the strength, but you're still daring to venture into the primeval forest. Courting death. Xiao Fei followed at the back, and he grunted in a low voice with a tone that didn't lack ridicule. Duanling Tian frowned, then noticed Hu Li and Sherlan smiling apologetically, and his brows eased up. He didn't argue about it with Xiao Fei and took it as if he didn't hear it. He didn't want to make it difficult on Hu Li and Sherlan. This Xiao Fei was their companion after all. As they went deeper into the primeval forest, the terrain became even more complicated. There was a dense growth of trees, and the ground was covered in grass and brambles. The environment here was extremely suitable for concealment and was simply a heaven for fierce beasts. Suddenly, Duanling Tian's spiritual force became vigilant, and he looked towards the nearby bush which was also beside Hu Li. Then he shouted in a low voice, "Be careful! Hu Li instantly became vigilant when he heard Duanling Tian's voice. And right at that moment, a completely jade-green, enormous wolf with glossy fur pounced out from within the bush. Then it opened its bloody mouth to bite towards Hu Li. In the sky, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Third-level origin core stage fierce beast. Azure wolf, Sherlan exclaimed in surprise. And right at this moment, Hu Li's body slightly inclined forward, and with a raise of his hand, the 3-foot-long blade on his back was instantly unsheathed. Whoosh! 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 A sky-blue-colored sword light flashed out. Sword images suffused out to transform into a sword net that enveloped down towards the azure wolf, and it flickered with dazzling sword lights that caused one to be dazzled. Above Hu Li, 46 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, Hu Li was similar to Sherlan and possessed a cultivation at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, and his spirit weapon was a grade 7 spirit weapon as well. A woo! The azure wolf let out a shrill cry and was torn into pieces by Hu Li's sword images. Its blood scattered onto the ground as its body crashed down. Hu Li had a slight lingering fear as he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Duanling Tian with gratitude. Duanling Tian, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might have been injured by it. Yeah, Duanling Tian. The azure wolf is extremely skilled in concealment. Within this bush, we're utterly unable to notice it. How did you notice it? Sherlan looked at Duanling Tian with a face full of surprise, as she originally thought that Duanling Tian's strength was weak and that he would need them to take care of him, but she'd never expected that Duanling Tian still had such ability. Earlier, if it wasn't for Duanling Tian noticing the azure wolf in time, Hu Li would surely be injured. My angle of vision from here just happened to be able to see its green eyes. Duanling Tian lightly smiled and found an excuse. He couldn't say that his spiritual force was more sharp, right? Dog shit luck. Xiao Fei's frowned brows eased up. Then he glanced at Duanling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze and snorted in disdain. Hu Li and Sherlan frowned and were both dissatisfied at Xiao Fei. The beast core of a 3rd-level origin core stage fierce beast is really small. Meanwhile, Hu Li dug out a beast core that flickered with a light sheen from within the azure wolf's corpse. Origin core stage fierce beasts had already condensed beast cores within their bodies. A beast core was also a type of medicinal material. Hu Li, your Skynet sword technique was something you started cultivating when you arrived at 7-star sword sect a year ago. I never imagined it had already stepped into the perfection stage. Sherlan glanced at Hu Li in admiration. You killed that azure wolf with a single sword strike. Many 7-star sword sect disciples didn't cultivate sword skills before entering the 7-star sword sect, and only after they arrived at the 7-star sword sect did they start cultivating sword skills. This was something that Duanling Tian knew of. Hu Li laughed. The martial skill I originally cultivated had some similarities with the Skynet sword technique. So I cultivated this Skynet sword technique with high proficiency. Hasn't your soaring wine sword stepped into the mastery stage as well? It's only the mastery stage. It will at least take me a year to break through to the perfection stage. Sherlan sighed. When changing to cultivate sword skills from other types of martial skills, disciples that entered the 7-star sword sect would ordinarily choose sword skills that were similar to the martial skills they previously cultivated. Unless their comprehension ability was inferior to the point one would find it difficult to look seriously at them. Practically all martial artists that were able to attain a cultivation at the origin core stage had already cultivated a high-grade profound rank martial skill to the perfection stage and had an extremely deep comprehension towards certain martial skills. As a top sect within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the sword skills of the 7-star sword sect were practically all high-grade profound rank sword skills, and unless one who entered the sect was originally cultivating sword skills, one would surely change to cultivate sword skills. Sword skills rely on spirit swords to be executed, and to a certain extent they possess an advantage to most martial skills. Let's go. Xiao Fei frowned when he saw Sherlan and Hu Li starting to chat idly and continued to walk forward. Duanling Tian, let's catch up to him. Sherlan and Hu Li called Duanling Tian. Then the three of them caught up to Xiao Fei. In the following part of the journey, they would encounter fierce beasts from time to time. The strongest amongst these fierce beasts was at the third level of the origin core stage, and every time such a fierce beast appeared, it would be killed with the swing of a sword by Sherlan and Hu Li. Our gains aren't bad. We already have 7 beast cores from third-level origin core stage fierce beasts, and 15 beast cores from second-level origin core stage fierce beasts. Hu Li, who was in charge of collecting the spoils, grinned widely. Be careful. The fierce beasts further up are even stronger. Sherlan looked ahead with a slightly fearful gaze. Then she looked at Duanling Tian, mainly wanting to warn Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian smiled to Sherlan to express his understanding. Roar! Right at this moment, along with an oppressive loud roar, an extremely agile fierce beast with an enormous body dashed over and arrived before Duanling Tian's group of 4 in the blink of an eye. While the fierce beast dashed out, Duanling Tian could feel the vibration coming from the ground with every step it took. It was as if the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. When this enormous fierce beast dashed over, 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above it. Presently, the fierce beast was staring at Duanling Tian's group of 4, seeming to be observing something. Hu Li fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva when he saw the fierce beast before him and exclaimed out in a low voice, "Fourth level origin core stage fierce beast, elephant rhino." The elephant rhino was a terrifying fierce beast that was adept in strength and speed. It was able to knock ordinary 4th level origin core stage fierce beasts flying with a single charge and was extremely tyrannical. Xiao Fei, it's up to you. When Sherlan saw the elephant rhino appear, her beautiful eyes slightly squinted and descended onto Xiao Fei. The elephant rhino, a 4th level origin core stage fierce beast that possessed the strength of 60 ancient mammoths. In terms of speed, she and Hu Li were far from being able to compare with the elephant rhino. In terms of offense, even though she and Hu Li were third-level origin core martial artists that possessed grade 8 spirit weapons, the strength that they were able to exert when relying upon the spirit weapons was only comparable to the strength of 46 ancient mammoths. It was too much of a difference compared to the elephant rhino. Even if she and Hu Li joined forces, it would still be impossible for them to be a match for the elephant rhino. As for Duanling Tian, as far as she was concerned, he was only a first-level origin core stage outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect and would unable to help. So, in her opinion, only Xiao Fei was able to deal with this elephant rhino in their group of 4. Xiao Fei's brows knitted when he heard Sherlan, and a trace of complacency appeared on the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Duanling Tian and he said with a mocking tone, "If memory serves, there seems to be one person amongst us that hasn't fought a battle yet, right? Since you've joined our team, and since you want an equal share of the gains. You can't just sit around and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, right?" Xiao Fei's voice was extremely irritating to the ear. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer when he heard Xiao Fei. This Xiao Fei said that he was sitting around and enjoying the fruits of others' labor? All through their way here, the only reason he didn't fight a battle yet was because Sherlan and Hu Li would rush over before him and didn't give him the opportunity to make a move. If they really encountered danger, he naturally wouldn't look on and do nothing. However, in the eyes of Xiao Fei, his cultivation was only at the first level of the origin core stage. Under these circumstances, Xiao Fei was pushing him out when faced with a 4th-level origin core stage elephant rhino. The atrocious heart of Xiao Fei was apparent. Xiao Fei wanted him to go die. What? Don't dare. Seeing Duanling Tian not moving, Xiao Fei started laughing. A pretty boy is a pretty boy in the end. Besides wooing women, what other ability do you have? As he spoke up to this point, Xiao Fei intentionally glanced at Sherlan. Sherlan's expression was extremely unsightly. Xiao Fei, how can you be like this? Duanling Tian is only a first-level origin core martial artist, whereas the elephant rhino is a 4th-level origin core stage fierce beast, and only you amongst us are able to deal with it. You asking Duanling Tian to deal with it? Isn't it asking him to go die? Humph! Xiao Fei glanced at Duanling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze as he ridiculed. A pretty boy that sits around and enjoys the fruits of others' labor wants to have an equal share of the gains with us without fighting a battle? Is that possible? If he's dead, then we three will share the gains. Isn't that even better? You! Shirlan was angered by Xiao Fei to the point that her face went ghastly white and her delicate figure started trembled and was unable to speak. Xiao Fei, you're going too far. Hu Li wasn't able to stand by and watch any longer, and he frowned as he said, since Duanling Tian has joined us now, he's our companion. How can you be like this? Hu Li, Xiao Fei sneered. If you and Shirlan want to protect him, then fight it yourselves. I'm not willing to equally share my gains with a fellow that sits around and enjoys the fruits of others' labor. As Xiao Fei spoke, he retreated a few steps. Subsequently, while Shirlan and Hu Li had livid expressions, he added, right, if you two expel him from our small team, or perhaps he himself is sensible and leaves, then I'll act and help you too. Xiao Fei's tone was filled with complacency as if he was certain that, if he didn't act, Duanling Tian and the others wouldn't be able to deal with the elephant rhino. Xiao Fei, you? Hu Li and Shirlan were both angered by Xiao Fei to the point that their faces went livid and their eyes were crimson red. They'd also noticed now that the elephant rhino was already accumulating strength and was likely to attack them at any moment. If Xiao Fei didn't help, then only the path of death was left for the three of them. However, asking them to expel Duanling Tian from their small team and yield to Xiao Fei's abuse of power was something that they weren't willing to do from the bottom of their hearts. Duanling Tian, you stand behind. I and Hu Li will deal with this elephant rhino. If the situation goes awry, you flee right away. Shirlan looked at Duanling Tian and had a serious expression. Yeah, Duanling Tian, you're only at the first level of the origin core stage, and you're far from being a match for this fourth level origin core stage elephant rhino. Just stay behind us and watch us deal with it. If the situation gets dangerous, listen to Shirlan and flee right away, Hu Li said to Duanling Tian as well. The face of this robust young man was filled with seriousness. Duanling Tian's gaze was complicated when he heard what Hu Li and Shirlan said, and traces of warmth arose in his heart. Humph! Xiao Fei, who stood at the back, saw this scene and sneered. Such a touching scene. Shirlan, Hu Li, let me say it first. If this Duanling Tian flees by himself and isn't expelled from our small team by the two of you, then even if you two are about to be killed by the elephant rhino, I still won't make a move to save the two of you. What Xiao Fei said caused Duanling Tian's face to sink. This Xiao Fei was really at odds with him. Moreover, he even looked at Shirlan's and Hu Li's lives as a trifling matter. Flames of rage arose within Duanling Tian's heart. Xiao Fei. Hu Li looked at Xiao Fei. Coldness and indifference appeared on the corners of his mouth, and his gaze became entirely unfamiliar. I won't expel Duanling Tian even if I die. He is my companion. Me too. Shirlan's elegant face tightened, and her tone was incomparably firm. Good, good. Then I want to see how all of you deal with the elephant rhino. Xiao Fei knew that his plan to force Duanling Tian to leave had failed when Hu Li and Shirlan declared their stances. He was slightly angry from embarrassment and started laughing from extreme anger. Subsequently, he looked at Duanling Tian and a trace of a cold light flashed within his eyes. Duanling Tian felt the hostility Xiao Fei had towards him. He understood that this Xiao Fei was a petty person who had always felt it difficult to feel at ease when a first-level origin core stage like him joined their small team. Perhaps in Xiao Fei's eyes, Duanling Tian was only a burden. But Duanling Tian had never imagined that just because of this Xiao Fei would actually lose all balance of judgment and make Shirlan and Hu Li die for this. The atrocious actions of this Xiao Fei caused Duanling Tian to feel disgust from the bottom of his heart. Shirlan, Hu Li, thank you for your good intentions. Duanling Tian looked at Shirlan and Hu Li, then he lightly smiled. Duanling Tian, what do you mean by this? You're our companion. No matter what, we won't let you leave our small team. Yeah. Duanling Tian were companions, and we go through thick and thin together. Hu Li and Shirlan thought that Duanling Tian intended to leave by himself, and their faces instantly went pale as they hurriedly spoke out. Humph, I'll consider you sensible. Xiao Fei naturally thought Duanling Tian intended to leave himself as well, and instantly, a trace of a victorious smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Unexpectedly, Duan Ling Tian's actions in the next moment caused the smile on the corners of his mouth to freeze. Shirlan, Hu Li, what are you two talking about? I'm not leaving. I just want to tell the two of you to leave this elephant rhino to me. Duan Ling Tian knew that Shirlan and Hu Li had misunderstood, so he hurriedly explained with a light smile. As he spoke, he took a stride forward and walked towards the 4th-level Origin Core Stage Elephant Rhino. As it happens, he could use this Elephant Rhino to properly test the WYRM Python Form's Quake energy. I'll suppress my strength to the 3rd level of the Origin Core Stage and exert the strength of 40 Ancient Mammoths. Then I'll use a Grade 7 Spirit Sword. Forget it, I'll use a Grade 8 Spirit Sword. In this way, my offensive strength will be comparable to the strength of 48 Ancient Mammoths. At the same time that he walked out, he thought in his heart, this Elephant Rhino is a fierce beast at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage and possesses the strength of 60 Ancient Mammoths. I'll test if I'm able to use the strength of 48 Ancient Mammoths and rely on the Quake energy to kill it. As he thought up to this point, Duan Ling Tian was slightly excited in his heart. Unexpectedly. No, a 4th-level Origin Core Stage fierce beast isn't something you can deal with. Duan Ling Tian, quickly come back. Shirlan noticed Duan Ling Tian's actions, and her beautiful face went pale. Courting death. A trace of a sneer and disdain appeared on the corners of Xiao Fei's mouth when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said and saw Duan Ling Tian's actions. And he had a face full of taking pleasure on Duan Ling Tian's misfortune. A mere 1st-level Origin Core martial artist wanted to deal with a 4th-level Origin Core Stage Elephant Rhino. As far as he was concerned, this pretty boy was simply overestimating himself, and he was virtually courting death. Xiao Fei. It's already come to this and you're still taking pleasure on his misfortune. Hu Li glanced at Xiao Fei in dissatisfaction. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, quickly come back. That Elephant Rhino isn't something you can deal with. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian heard Shirlan and Hu Li's concern and turned around to lightly smile to them. Hu Li, he's rushing to get himself killed. There's no need for you to stop him, Xiao Fei said indifferently, as if he eagerly looked forward to Duan Ling Tian dying under the tusks of the Elephant Rhino. Xiao Fei, you're going too far, Shirlan shouted out angrily, and her beautiful face flushed red as she said to Hu Li, Hu Li, I'm going to help Duan Ling Tian. Hu Li replied and wanted to go together with Shirlan to help Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian instead shook his head. You two just watch. I alone am sufficient to deal with this Elephant Rhino. Hu Li and Shirlan couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. He alone is sufficient? Duan Ling Tian. Now isn't the time to try and be brave, Shirlan and Hu Li practically said at the same time. Haha. Looks like you are rather confident, pretty boy. Let me see how you deal with this Elephant Rhino by yourself. Xiao Fei laughed in ridicule as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Then he looked at Hu Li and Shirlan. Shirlan, Hu Li, you two have good intentions. But unfortunately it was refused by him. Since he wants to court death, then you two should help him fulfill his wish. Duan Ling Tian directly ignored what Xiao Fei said. Then he nodded to Shirlan and Hu Li before turning around and dashing towards the Elephant Rhino. Shirlan, let's go. We'll go help him. Hu Li called Shirlan even though Duan Ling Tian said that he didn't need their help. But how could they look on and do nothing? As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian was their companion, and they would absolutely not cast Duan Ling Tian aside. However, right when they were about to move out, when their gazes touched upon Duan Ling Tian's location far off into the distance, they completely froze. Heavens! What had they seen? As Duan Ling Tian dashed on the way towards the Elephant Rhino, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above him and actually condensed into 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The strength of 40 ancient mammoths. This was the sign of the 3rd level of the Origin Core Stage. In other words, Duan Ling Tian was actually a 3rd-level Origin Core martial artist. This pleasant surprise that suddenly appeared caused Shirlan and Hu Li's hearts to tremble, and disbelief appeared on their faces. They both glanced at each other and were able to see the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't overlook the most important point. Duanling Tian's age was at most around 20, and he even might not be 20 yet. A third-level origin core martial artist that was around 20. What notion was this? Even in the entire 7-star sword sect, such natural talent could be considered to be a first-rate genius disciple. Their heartbeats abruptly quickened, and they were happy and alarmed. They were happy that Duanling Tian actually wasn't a first-level origin core martial artist. He was a third-level origin core martial artist. They were alarmed because even though Duanling Tian was a third-level origin core martial artist, he still wasn't a match for the fourth-level origin core stage Elephant Rhino. How could this be possible? Xiao Fei stared blankly at the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duanling Tian and had a face full of disbelief. This pretty boy, how could he possibly have such a formidable strength? His face went gloomy. As far as he was concerned, Duanling Tian's natural talent had far surpassed his. When he was at this age, his cultivation was far from this level. Instantly, his chest was filled with envy. His face was gloomy as he gazed at Duanling Tian's figure that flashed towards the elephant rhino, and his eyes flickered with a cold light and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. So what if you're at the third level of the origin core stage? Aren't you still going to die beneath the tusks of the elephant rhino? As far as he was concerned, it was impossible for a third-level origin core martial artist to survive under the tusks of the elephant rhino. Hu Li, Duanling Tian is at the third level of the origin core stage like us. Even if the three of us aren't able to kill the elephant rhino when we join forces, we ought to be able to force it to retreat. After finding out about Duanling Tian's true cultivation level, Shilan's eyes shone as she looked at Hu Li, and a trace of joy appeared on her elegant face. Okay. Hu Li nodded and dashed out with Shilan. If 3 third-level origin core martial artists were to join forces, they indeed were likely to force the elephant rhino to retreat. However, Shilan's and Hu Li's figures that flashed out stopped in next to no time because there was a figure that flashed towards them and obstructed them, not allowing them to help Duanling Tian. Xiao Fei, what is the meaning of this? Hu Li's face went gloomy. Now he'd seen that Duanling Tian had started to fight the elephant rhino and was using a profound movement technique to tangle with the elephant rhino. As far as he was concerned, if he were to be a little later, it would be very likely that Duanling Tian would lose his life. Xiao Fei, what's this going to help Duanling Tian got to do with you? Don't go too far. Shilan never thought Xiao Fei would obstruct them as well, and her beautiful face went grim. Her pair of beautiful eyes flickered with a luster of rage as he stared fixedly at Xiao Fei. Shilan, Hu Li, it isn't that I'm intentionally obstructing the two of you. I'm only helping that pretty boy. Didn't he say that he didn't need your help? Since it's like that, as a member of this small team, I naturally have to help him obstruct the two of you so that you two don't steal away his limelight. Xiao Fei grinned widely, grinning brilliantly with a face full of righteous indignation, as if he really was kind-heartedly helping Duanling Tian. But Xiao Fei's smile in the eyes of Hu Li and Shilan was so hypocritical. Xiao Fei, it's fine if you don't want to help Duanling Tian, but you still stop us from helping him. Is it because you have to see him dead before you can be happy? Hu Li's eyes were crimson red, and he raised his hand to grasp a hold of his sheathed sword on his back, ready to draw his sword at any moment. Xiao Fei, get out of the way. Shilan's voice had a trace of icy-cold rage mixed within, and in her hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. What? You two want to attack me? Do the two of you think you are a match for me? The corners of Xiao Fei's mouth curled into a sneer, and in his hand, a dark green spirit sword appeared out of thin air. Don't you two forget, not only does my cultivation far surpass the two of you, even the spirit sword in my hand is a grade 7 spirit sword. Xiao Fei's face had a sense of disdain mixed within it as he looked at Hu Li and Shilan. As far as he was concerned, not to mention Hu Li and Shilan, even if Hu Li, Shilan, and the pretty boy joined forces, it still would be impossible for them to be a match for him. If you still don't get out of the way, then we won't pull our punches. Shilan's beautiful face had traces of rage on it, and she loathed Xiao Fei's current actions from the bottom of her heart. How could she have not noticed in the past that this Xiao Fei was such an atrocious person? Today, she could be considered to have witnessed Xiao Fei's true face. Xiao Fei! Get out of the way! Hu Li had an agitated expression, and his 3-foot-long blade left its sheath to enter his hands. What? You two really want to make a move against me? Then let me see if you two have improved lately. Xiao Fei started laughing, and his smile contained traces of disdain. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sherlan and Hu Li couldn't hold back any longer and directly swung their swords to flash towards Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei seemed as if he was playing with the two of them, and their swords were easily parried by Xiao Fei's sword. Moreover, not to mention the fact that the Grade 7 Spirit Sword in his hand far surpassed the Grade 8 Spirit Swords in the hands of Sherlan and Hu Li. In terms of strength, he was a 4th-level Origin Core martial artist, and compared to the two of them, who were 3rd-level Origin Core martial artists, he had an entire strength of 20 ancient mammoths more than them. Under his sword, Sherlan and Hu Li were no different than children. Whoosh! Presently, Duanling Tian was using a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage to execute the Spirit Serpent movement technique and flash around the Elephant Rhino. Every time, he would safely dodge past the Elephant Rhino's ram. The sharp tusks of the Elephant Rhino had shaved past Duanling Tian's outer court disciple's attire many times as it flashed past, but it wasn't even able to touch the corners of Duanling Tian's clothes. Roar! The Elephant Rhino finally was enraged and went berserk. At this time, Duanling Tian didn't dare continue playing with the Elephant Rhino by executing the Spirit Serpent movement technique with a strength at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage, as the current Elephant Rhino had already completely revealed the speed it should have as a 4th level Origin Core stage Fierce Beast. The speed that it revealed with the strength of 60 ancient mammoths was far from something he could match with the speed he revealed when using the strength of 40 ancient mammoths. Instantly, 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duanling Tian. Now, dodging the attacks of the Elephant Rhino was accomplished by him with ease. Suddenly, the sounds of weapons clashing entered his ears, and Duanling Tian frowned. Could it be that Sherlan and the others have encountered danger? When he flipped his body to leap onto the Elephant Rhino's back, he glanced over and saw a scene that made him incomparably enraged. Xiao Fei! Duanling Tian's face sank. He was able to perceive that Xiao Fei was playing tricks on Sherlan and Hu Li. Moreover, Xiao Fei's aim was apparent. It was to stop Sherlan and Hu Li from helping him. Although he didn't require the help of Sherlan and Hu Li, Xiao Fei's current actions still completely enraged him. I originally wanted to play with you for a while, but now I don't have the time to play with you anymore. Duanling Tian looked at the Elephant Rhino beneath his feet and his eyes went cold. Instantly, 20 of the 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him vanished into thin air and once again declined sharply to 40. Duanling Tian once again controlled his strength at the strength of 40 ancient mammoths, comparable to an ordinary 3rd-level Origin Core martial artist. Whoosh! A 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in Duanling Tian's hand. This 3-foot-long blade was precisely the sword that he refined in the Swallow Mountain County's county city, when he had a life wager by weapons refinement with the Zhu clan's 2nd elder, and it was able to amplify his strength by 20%. Whoosh! Duanling Tian attacked out with his sword. The strength of a Grade 8 spirit sword bloomed out, and the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him instantly became 48. His sword flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the head of the Elephant Rhino. The sword encountered an extremely strong resistance at the spot where it descended. The skin of this Elephant Rhino is really thick. Duanling Tian frowned. Roar! Although the 3-foot-long blade only plunged slightly into the head of the Elephant Rhino, it still felt pain. It roared in grief and its enormous body started violently swaying, wanting to shake Duanling Tian off. Duanling Tian was stable like Mount Tai and remained unmoved, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Duanling Tian's gaze went cold. Quake energy. Origin energy twined on the 3-foot-long blade in his hand and started vibrating violently with a frequency that went faster and faster. OM! 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 The terrifying quake energy vibrated in the origin energy on the 3-foot-long blade, and the strong skin and flesh of the elephant rhino was quickly sliced open. The sharp edge of the sword plunged straight into the skull of the elephant rhino. Fresh blood shot out like a storm, and the quake energy still continued. The vibrating origin energy on the 3-foot-long blade in Duanling Tian's hand directly shattered the skull of the elephant rhino. Roar! The elephant rhino let out its final roar. Then its enormous body crashed onto the ground, causing dust to suffuse the air. Dead. Bang! The ground quaked when the enormous body of the elephant rhino fell. It allowed the 3 people that were in combat in the distance to notice the events and stop their actions. Shirlan and Huli stared blankly at the fallen elephant rhino. They had faces full of shock and disbelief. Never had they imagined that Duanling Tian would actually kill the elephant rhino. Moreover, Duanling Tian was without a scratch. No! Impossible! Impossible! Xiao Fei was completely dumbstruck when he saw the scene before him. That pretty boy actually killed the elephant rhino? How could this be possible? I'm surely dreaming. Surely. However, when he pinched his thigh and felt the pain that came from it, he realized that this was no dream, but reality. Duanling Tian took out the beast core of the elephant rhino, then returned to the side of Shirlan and Hu Li before passing the best core to Hu Li. Hu Li, keep it first, and we'll share it equally later. Duanling Tian, you're really something. Hu Li gave Duanling Tian a big thumbs up. Then he shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, I didn't see how you did it earlier. You're actually able to kill a 4th-level origin core stage elephant rhino with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the origin core stage. It's simply unbelievable. As he spoke up to this point, Hu Li's eyes had resentment within them as he swept his gaze at the nearby Xiao Fei. Duanling Tian, you're too formidable. Shirlan looked at Duanling Tian with a face full of adoration. As Duanling Tian killing that elephant rhino brought too great of a shock to her. Before today, if someone told her that a 3rd-level origin core martial artist was able to kill a 4th-level origin core stage fierce beast, she would absolutely not believe it. But now, she had no choice but to believe it, because this had happened right before her very eyes. In next to no time, Shirlan seemed to have recalled something, and she looked at Xiao Fei with a furious expression. Xiao Fei, let's go our separate ways. As she recalled what happened earlier, Shirlan's heart was filled with rage. Luckily, Duanling Tian was all right. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself for her entire life. After all, it was she who'd pulled Duanling Tian into this small team. Xiao Fei, leave. In the future, I, Hu Li, will take it as I've never known you. Hu Li looked at Xiao Fei with a face full of dissatisfaction. Now when he looked at Xiao Fei, he couldn't help but recall what happened earlier and was extremely furious. What? Now that you two have this pretty boy, you plan to kick away the ladder? Xiao Fei's face had gone gloomy when Shirlan spoke, and when he heard what Hu Li said, his gaze went cold. Do you two think that I, Xiao Fei, am someone the two of you can have at your beck and call? He was already envious of Duanling Tian, and now when he saw that Shirlan and Hu Li actually wanted to drive him away for the sake of Duanling Tian, evil flames of rage instantly arose within his heart. Actually, asking him to leave the small team was no big deal. But when he thought of how it was because of this pretty boy, his heart was filled with hatred and rage, and he was unwilling to let it go at that. Xiao Fei, what you did earlier really disappointed us. Hu Li looked at Xiao Fei and his face sank. I've said it before, I was only helping that pretty boy earlier. The facts prove that I was right to obstruct the two of you, as he could kill the elephant rhino by himself. Xiao Fei sneered as if he'd long since known that Duanling Tian had the strength to kill the elephant rhino. Actually, how could Shirlan and Hu Li not know of those thoughts of his? And for a moment, their faces were extremely unsightly. Shameless. All right, you two don't have to cut your relationship because of me. Duanling Tian shook his head and lightly smiled. Shirlan and Hu Li were stunned for a moment when they heard Duanling Tian. If any elder helped appeal for Xiao Fei, they wouldn't find it strange. But the person that appealed was instead Duanling Tian. They both looked at Duanling Tian at the same time with faces full of astonishment. Humph. At least you're sensible. Xiao Fei laughed complacently when he heard Duan Ling Tian. He thought that Duan Ling Tian was afraid of him. As far as he was concerned, even if Duan Ling Tian was able to kill the elephant rhino, it was only because Duan Ling Tian's luck was good. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had spent an extremely long time to kill the elephant rhino. If he had attacked by relying upon his grade 7 spirit sword, he would only need a single move, an instant, and it would be sufficient to kill the elephant rhino. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was nothing. Although Shirlan and Huli didn't know why Duan Ling Tian would appeal on Xiao Fei's behalf, since Duan Ling Tian, the concerned party, didn't fuss over it, they didn't say anything further either. But they now completely took Xiao Fei to be a stranger. Xiao Fei didn't care about it either, as he only stayed behind for the sake of striving for respect and striving for face. Moreover, he would absolutely not allow that pretty boy to have an easy time. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed the icy-cold gaze that Xiao Fei swept at him, but he didn't care. A sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth as if he already had control over the whole situation. Let's continue. Duan Ling Tian called Shirlan and Huli then continued walking forward. Xiao Fei naturally caught up when he saw Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 walking forward, and his icy-cold gaze never left Duan Ling Tian's side. Now, he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Ling Tian. But he wanted to see Duan Ling Tian being killed by a fierce beast. Only in this way would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Their group continued walking forward, and they hadn't walked for long when Duan Ling Tian stopped moving. What's wrong? Shirlan and Huli both had bewildered expressions. Pussy! Xiao Fei sneered and continued walking forward. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted as he slowly said, I'm afraid we've encountered trouble. In the beginning, Huli and Shirlan were still slightly baffled, but in next to no time, their gazes descended into the distance and their pupils couldn't help but constrict. A leopard with a hideous and scrawny body walked over from afar. This leopard had a pair of dark green eyes, and every step it took seemed to transform into a heavy hammer that struck onto their chests, causing them to be slightly unable to catch their breaths. Savage leopard! Xiao Fei's alarmed cry sounded out at almost the exact same time, and traces of fear and dread were mixed within it. Savage leopard, a 6th-level origin core stage fierce beast. If he were to go against the savage leopard, he wouldn't have the slightest confidence. Once a savage leopard launched an attack, it was able to exert the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. Whereas he, even when relying on his grade 7 spirit sword, was at most able to exert a strength of 76 ancient mammoths. The strength of 60 ancient mammoths was from his cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage, and the other strength of 16 ancient mammoths depended on the amplification provided by the grade 7 spirit sword. This was only offensive strength. In terms of offense, he had a grade 7 spirit sword, but that was still inferior to the savage leopard. In terms of speed, the grade 7 spirit sword was unable to amplify speed, so his speed could only rely on the strength of 60 ancient mammoths to speed him up, and it was far inferior to the speed of the savage leopard that had the strength of 80 ancient mammoths to speed it up. Xiao Fei started to retreat when he saw the dark green eyes of the savage leopard staring at him. He understood the habitual nature of the savage leopard in his heart. Once a savage leopard targeted someone, it would target that person till the end. Even if the person were to run, the savage leopard would still catch up to the person and tear the person into pieces. So it was practically impossible for him to flee. An insane thought arose within his heart. If someone were to attack the savage leopard would surely abandon its original target and move to target the person that attacked it. In next to no time, Xiao Fei retreated to Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. Then he shouted out explosively, Shirlan, Huli, and that pretty boy, we'll join forces and kill this savage leopard. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 didn't move when they heard what Xiao Fei said, and they looked at Xiao Fei as if they were looking at an idiot. Xiao Fei, do you think we don't know the habitual nature of the savage leopard? You want us to attack the savage leopard and attract its attention. Then you can take this opportunity to flee, right? Shirlan was terrified when facing the savage leopard, and her delicate figure was frightened to the point that it started trembling lightly. But when she heard what Xiao Fei said, she still couldn't refrain from ridiculing him. Xiao Fei, you're too atrocious. Hu Li's face was extremely unsightly as well. This Xiao Fei actually wanted to step over their corpses to flee. Did Xiao Fei really take him to be an idiot? The savage leopard was calm and didn't make a sound as it walked step by step towards Xiao Fei, as if there was only Xiao Fei in the world at this moment. Even when Xiao Fei had retreated behind Duanling Tian's group of 3, the savage leopard still followed him step by step. When the savage leopard walked past Duanling Tian's group of 3, Shilan's face was deathly pale, and the trembling of her delicate figure had never stopped. And Hu Li's face was extremely unsightly as well. His legs were like lead, not daring to move a bit. He knew that once the savage leopard pounced and killed Xiao Fei, it would turn its crosshair onto them. Shilan and Hu Li felt a burst of powerlessness in their hearts when faced with the savage leopard. Only Duanling Tian had a calm expression as he glanced at Xiao Fei with a sneer on the corners of his mouth. Did this Xiao Fei really think he was so magnanimous to kind-heartedly let him stay? Actually, before Duanling Tian killed the elephant rhino, he had already intended to deal with Xiao Fei, and only until after he killed the elephant rhino and his sharp spiritual force perceived the aura of the savage leopard did another plan arise within his heart. The present scene and everything else were all within his control. If all of you don't join forces with me, then all of us will die. Xiao Fei's expression was unsightly, and traces of dread was emitted from his eyes. He didn't forget to make a last effort with an intention to persuade Duanling Tian's group of 3 to attack. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Xiao Fei as he said indifferently, Xiao Fei, if I didn't remember wrongly, until now, it seems to be that only you within our small team hasn't fought a battle yet, right? As a member of our small team, if you want to share the gains equally with us, you can't keep sitting around and waiting to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, right? Now, Duanling Tian completely returned what Xiao Fei said to him earlier. Xiao Fei was angered to the point his face was livid, but he was utterly unable to retort. These words were all what he said to Duanling Tian earlier. For a moment, he only felt that he'd hurt himself by his own doing. Meanwhile, he realized that there was a problem. If he were to attack the savage leopard first, Duanling Tian's group of 3 would absolutely not make a move. He took a deep breath. Then he forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart. I'll attack the savage leopard now. If all of you don't join forces with me, then once it kills me, the 3 of you can wait for death. Xiao Fei's eyes were crimson red as he stared at the savage leopard, and origin energy flashed atop the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand. Instantly, Xiao Fei moved as if transforming into a gust of wind. He rushed towards the savage leopard aggressively, and above him, 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He completely exerted the strength of a 4th-level origin core martial artist when facing the savage leopard and didn't dare hold back in the slightest. He understood in his heart that at this time, a shred of holding back would likely instantly cost him his life. At the same time, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that swiftly flew out to pierce towards an eye of the savage leopard. No matter what fierce beast it was, the eyes were always a weak point. Now, another 16 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were above Xiao Fei. The might of a grade 7 spirit weapon. He'd exerted all his strength on this sword strike. This Xiao Fei is intelligent. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer when he saw Xiao Fei attacking the eyes of the savage leopard. But he wasn't optimistic about Xiao Fei's attack, as the speed of the savage leopard was far from something Xiao Fei could compare to. Thus, it was impossible for Xiao Fei's sword strike to touch the savage leopard. The result was exactly as Duanling Tian thought. The 6th-level origin core stage savage leopard's body flashed and then easily dodged Xiao Fei's sword strike. Roar! The savage leopard roared for the first time, and its roar was filled with rage. No! Xiao Fei's pupils constricted when he saw the savage leopard dodge his attack and pounce towards him, and he let out a sad and shrill cry. In the next moment, his body was knocked flying by the savage leopard. Subsequently, the savage leopard opened its bloody mouth and bit at one of Xiao Fei's legs, and with a squelch, It forcefully tore off one of Xiao Fei's legs and blood splattered all over the ground. Ah! Xiao Fei let out a shrill cry that was incomparably forlorn and bitter, caused a chill to run down one's spine. Xiao Fei's face was ghastly pale, and he used his origin energy to stop his bleeding with great difficulty. Then he shouted out in grief towards Duanling Tian's group of 3. "You guys still aren't attacking?" Shirlan and Huli both had unsightly expressions. "He wants them to attack. Isn't that the same as going to die?" Thinking about how they would die anyway and looking at Xiao Fei's current miserable state, they glanced at the nearby Duanling Tian and then looked at each other before fiercely nodding as if they'd made some sort of decision. "Duanling Tian will buy some time for you. Hurry up and flee," Huli abruptly shouted out explosively, and he seemed as if he was in a frenzy as the 3-foot-long blade in his hand flashed out. Skynet sword technique. The sword images that covered the sky descended down, enveloping the location the savage leopard was at. "Duanling Tian, quickly flee," Shirlan shouted out with a tender voice. Then she caught up to Hu Li and struck out with her sword at the savage leopard. At this moment, Shirlan and Hu Li's gazes were firm like never before. As far as they were concerned, Duanling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao was so high and his achievements in the future were limitless. If he were to die here like this, then it would truly be too unfortunate. Moreover, they really took Duanling Tian as their companion and as a friend. Duanling Tian's herd trembled, and a warm current arose within it. It had already been very long since he was moved like this. The last time was over 3 years ago, when the fatty Li Xian blocked Duanling Xing's palm strike for him. Only at that time was he moved like this. Seeing Shirlan and Huli facing death willingly, Xiao Fei endured the pain, and his face was pale and unsightly as he shouted, "Two lunatics!" He'd never expected that, even at this time, Shirlan and Hu Li would still be thinking of protecting Duanling Tian. This caused infinite envy and hatred to arise within his heart. Why can he make Shirlan and Hu Li be like this but I can't? Xiao Fei looked at Duanling Tian with eyes filled with unwillingness, rage, and a trace of an icy cold killing intent that seemed ready to swallow Duanling Tian appeared. Roar! The savage leopard originally intended to kill Xiao Fei, but when it noticed Shirlan and Hu Li flashing towards it, it instantly changed its target. Its pair of dark green eyes stared fixedly at Shirlan and Hu Li, and its eyes contained a trace of icy coldness. A trace of despair flashed within the eyes of Shirlan and Hu Li when they saw the savage leopard pouncing at them. But within this despair, there were traces of another feeling mixed within. There was firmness, and there was braveness to face death unflinchingly. Everything was just for the sake of helping Duanling Tian obtain a chance at survival. Be careful! Duanling Tian finally moved, as he knew that if he still didn't make a move, Shirlan and Hu Li would surely die, and this wasn't something he wanted to see. Duanling Tian's figure seemed to transform into an arrow that left the bowstring. He was incomparably swift as he directly flashed towards the location of the savage leopard. At this moment, he didn't hold back any longer and used his entire strength to dash out. Shirlan and Hu Li were in imminent danger, so he didn't dare be slow. No! Impossible! Xiao Fei, who had one of his legs bitten off by the savage leopard and was collapsed on the floor, just happened to be facing Duanling Tian's location, and when he saw the 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above Duanling Tian, he was completely dumbstruck. The strength of 71 ancient mammoths. According to his knowledge, even a 5th-level origin core martial artist only had the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. This Duanling Tian is a 5th-level origin core martial artist? How old is he? Instantly, traces of coldness arose within Xiao Fei's heart, as he never imagined that Duanling Tian's strength and natural talent were actually so terrifying. Terrifying to the point that it struck terror in his heart. Of course, after his feeling of fear came infinite hatred and envy. The heavens are unfair. Why can this pretty boy possess such great natural talent? Whoosh! At the same time that Duanling Tian dashed out, a sword appeared within his hand. A grade 7 spirit sword. He didn't dare be careless when facing the savage leopard. Shirlan and Huli only heard an awe-inspiring sound of wind coming from behind them. Then an incomparably swift figure descended before them. Duan Ling Tian. Shirlan and Huli's faces went ghastly pale. They currently didn't even have the time to think about why Duan Ling Tian's speed would be so swift, and there was only one thought in their minds. Duan Ling Tian actually didn't flee? Right when helplessness and bitterness arose within their hearts, and they thought that Duan Ling Tian would die with them. They unintentionally noticed the ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian, and this glance nearly shocked them out of their wits. They clearly saw that along with the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Ling Tian's hand flashing out, his origin energy burst forth, and there were now 90 ancient mammoths above Duan Ling Tian. It was precisely on the foundation of his own strength of 71 ancient mammoths that Duan Ling Tian utilized the amplification of his grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold as he faced the savage leopard that pounced towards him. Sword-drawing arts. A sharp sword strike was easily executed in the hands of Duan Ling Tian. In the eyes of Shirlan and Hu Li, the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand seemed to instantly vanish without a trace. Of course, they knew that it didn't really vanish. Instead, the speed of the sword had attained a certain level, causing their eyes to be unable to catch sight of it. Their hearts completely rose to their throats, and they looked on at the scene before them with a dumbstruck expression. Roar at the same time that the savage leopard pounced over. It seemed to have noticed how terrifying Duan Ling Tian's sword strike was, and its dark green eyes emitted a trace of terror. Then it let out a low roar before its body trembled, wanting to dodge. But even though the savage leopard's speed was swift, Duan Ling Tian's sword was even swifter. The speed of the savage leopard was at most powered by the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, whereas Duan Ling Tian's sword strike contained the amplification of a grade 7 spirit sword. The speed of his sword was powered by the strength of an entire 90 ancient mammoths. Pooh! Blood splattered all over. The grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand directly penetrated between the brows of the savage leopard. And this wasn't the end. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Quake energy. Instantly, origin energy raged on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and it vibrated at an extremely high frequency. A frequency that grew higher and higher. OM. 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 Under the fueling from the origin energy, the terrifying quake energy penetrated the skull of the savage leopard like penetrating dry leaves. Crack! An ear-piercing sound of bones shattering abruptly echoed out, causing a chill to run down one's spine. Roar! The savage leopard let out its final low roar, and its jade-green eyes that were incomparably dazzling a moment ago had now completely dimmed down. Its body that was all skin and bones crashed into the ground and was completely devoid of any signs of life. The 6th level origin core stage savage leopard. Dead. Silence. The entire scene was deathly silent. Shirlan and Huli looked at this scene in stupefaction. They couldn't recover from their shock even after a very long time. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's figure was that imposing in their eyes, imposing like a mountain that they could rely on. Huli fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and was unable to calm down the shock in his heart even until now. At that moment earlier, he felt like his heart was practically on the verge of stopping from fear. Although Shirlan's reaction wasn't as exaggerated as Huli's, her gaze toward Duan Ling Tian was extremely complicated. She recalled the scene when she just encountered Duan Ling Tian not long ago. At that time, she even saved Duan Ling Tian. Now it would seem that Duan Ling Tian was suppressing his strength at that time to play with that fierce beast, and her actions of saving Duan Ling Tian was unnecessary. As she thought up to this point, she couldn't stop her face from flushing. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian's strength still deeply shocked Shirlan and Hu Li. As far as they knew, the strength Duan Ling Tian revealed earlier was at least at the 5th level of the origin core stage. A 5th level origin core martial artist at around 20 years old. According to their knowledge, such a monster had never once appeared within the 7-star sword sect. You're a 5th level origin core martial artist. A slightly hoarse voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was filled with traces of icy-cold hatred. Duan Ling Tian glanced over. It was Xiao Fei who was half lying on the floor, and he gazed at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of rage. Duan Ling Tian, you clearly were confident in killing that savage leopard. Why did you allow that savage leopard to injure me? You did it on purpose. You did it on purpose. Xiao Fei's voice was slightly hysterical and was practically howling. His face was flushed red as if his neck was tightly being choked by someone, and his cold eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian and flickered with an awe-inspiring killing intent. Duan Ling Tian clearly had the strength to kill the savage leopard, but he didn't make a move and allowed the savage leopard to tear off one of Xiao Fei's legs. Xiao Fei was almost certain that this Duan Ling Tian definitely did it on purpose. A leg being torn off by a savage leopard was completely different from a leg being severed by human weapons. In the case of the latter, there was still hope to reconnect the leg if it was treated in time, but it was impossible for it to be reconnected in the case of the former. I'm a cripple from now on. I'm a cripple from now on. And all of this is because of him. Because of him. Xiao Fei despaired in his heart, and his extremely icy-cold gaze stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian, he wouldn't be crippled now. If it wasn't for him using all of his origin energy to stop the fresh blood that was gushing out from his severed leg, he'd surely make a move against Duan Ling Tian to vent the hatred in his heart. Even though he wasn't a match for Duan Ling Tian had destroyed him. He hated him. Could be imagined how it would be impossible for someone who'd lost a leg now to have a future. In his lifetime, he was bound to become a cripple and accomplish nothing. I did it on purpose? Duan Ling Tian didn't deny it when he heard what Xiao Fei said, and he smiled in a cold and indifferent manner. Xiao Fei, so what if I did it intentionally? Why do you think I should have saved you? Xiao Fei's face sank. Yeah, why should this Duan Ling Tian save me? Xiao Fei. Duan Ling Tian stared coldly at Xiao Fei, and his face seemed as if it was covered in a layer of ice. You've been unhappy with me since the moment I joined this small team, and I didn't make a fuss about it when you spoke rudely. But later on, you actually wanted to make me throw my life away. You ridiculed me many times for the sake of making me fight, and it was nothing more than wanting to infuriate me and make me lose all reason. Is it so? Xiao Fei didn't deny it. His gaze became cold and fierce. But you didn't die in the end. Yeah, I didn't die. Because I'm not the first-level origin core martial artist that you thought I was. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. I can imagine how if I really was a first-level origin core martial artist today, I would definitely have died against that elephant rhino. I'm extremely curious. Today was the first time we've met. How could you hate me so much to the extent of wanting me to die? I precisely want you to die. Xiao Fei's eyes contained piercing coldness. You, a first-level origin core stage trash, on what basis are you joining our small team and sharing our gains equally? Since Shirlan and Huli wanted to let you stay, I wanted to see how they'd be able to protect you with their strength. As he spoke up to this point, the corners of Xiao Fei's mouth curled into a cold smile as he looked at Shirlan and Hu Li. And you too, I, Xiao Fei, am a dignified fourth-level origin core martial artist, and it's your honor that I came with the both of you into the primeval forest. How could I endure it when the two of you actually repeatedly went against me for the sake of this pretty boy? I precisely wanted this pretty boy to die. Only then would I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Xiao Fei's face revealed a sense of madness. Xiao Fei. Shirlan and Hu Li's faces sank, as they'd never imagined that Xiao Fei was actually such a petty person. He wanted Duan Ling Tian to die just because of this? Traces of coldness couldn't help but arise within their hearts. It was lucky that they'd seen Xiao Fei's true colors today. Otherwise, even if they were not eventually betrayed by Xiao Fei, they might have inadvertently helped him betray them. Duan Ling Tian's gaze seemed to be enveloped with a layer of coldness as he stared at Xiao Fei. You plotted against me, wanting me to throw my life away. Let's leave it at that. But what did you do while I was fighting the elephant rhino? I didn't want your help. But why did you have to obstruct Shirlan and Hu Li when they wanted to help me? On what basis did you obstruct them? Utmost rage was mixed within Duan Ling Tian's voice. Humph! Xiao Fei swept Duan Ling Tian with a cold gaze, and madness was revealed on his face. But unfortunately, the elephant rhino was actually unable to kill you, pretty boy. I never imagined that a pretty boy like you would have concealed his strength so deeply. As he finished speaking, Xiao Fei's tone had a trace of unwillingness mixed within. Duan Ling Tian started laughing extremely brilliantly. So in other words, you wish for nothing more than for me to die? Xiao Fei sneered. Yes, I wish for nothing more than for you to die. It's good that you admit it. Since it's like this, what's you being targeted by the savage leopard got to do with me? Why should I have saved you? Let me ask you. If someone who wished for nothing more than to kill you was faced with a hopeless situation, would you save him? Duan Ling Tiana smiled when he asked this question. But Xiao Fei's expressions was as unsightly could be. Looks like you already have the answer in your heart. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The smile on his face slowly faded, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand trembled before descending before Xiao Fei. You! What do you want to do? Traces of coldness arose within Xiao Fei's heart when he saw Duan Ling Tian's actions, and a sense of terror was on his face as he shouted in question. Duan Ling Tian. Shirlan and Hu Li were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's actions as well. Even though they were extremely displeased with Xiao Fei, they never thought of killing Xiao Fei. What do I want to do? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into an evil smile when he heard Xiao Fei's naive words. Xiao Fei, are you really so naive? You repeatedly tried to cause harm to me, and I repeatedly endured it. Now that I've reached the end of my endurance, could it be that I still can't make you taste your own medicine? You want to kill me? Xiao Fei was muddled, and in the next moment, his eyes squinted and a trace of icy coldness appeared within them. He shouted in a low voice, You can't kill me! The 7-star sword sect has rules stating that even if there's great enmity between disciples, unless they enter the life and death arena, disciples may not kill one another. Sect rules? Life and death arena? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and looked at Xiao Fei in ridicule. Xiao Fei, if I kill you within this primeval forest and then reduce your corpse to ashes to destroy all evidence, so long as Shirlan and Hu Li don't make it known to anyone, would there be a fourth person who would know that it was I who killed you? Naive. Xiao Fei's expression went deathly pale. Exactly, if he were to die in the primeval forest, how would the 7-star sword sect know that he was killed by Duan Ling Tian? Shirlan Hu Li. Xiao Fei looked at Shirlan and Hu Li as if he was grabbing onto the last life-saving straw. You two can't let me die. Don't you two forget that my older brother knows that I followed the two of you to the primeval forest. If he doesn't see me return, he'll surely suspect the two of you. At that time, none of you will be able to escape. Shirlan and Hu Li's faces went slightly pale. Only now did they recall that Xiao Fei still had an older brother. Duan Ling Tian looked at Shirlan and Hu Li. A trace of fear appeared within Hu Li's eyes, and he slowly said, Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Fei does indeed have an older brother, and he's also a Fecta Peak disciple. He's a 6th level Origin Core martial artist. As he finished speaking, Hu Li's tone was filled with fear. As far as he was concerned, even though Duan Ling Tian was able to kill the savage leopard by relying on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand, and even revealed a formidable attack that was comparable to the strength of 90 ancient mammoths, Duan Ling Tian's true cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage after all. Whereas that older brother of Xiao Fei's, although his strength was similar to the savage leopard, he was a human martial artist. In terms of speed, Xiao Fei's older brother wasn't inferior to the savage leopard. In terms of attack, Xiao Fei's older brother was a 6th level Origin Core martial artist. Even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, he would still be able to exert a strength of 80 ancient mammoths, comparable to the savage leopard. If he were to use a spirit weapon, he could gain an additional strength of 20 ancient mammoths. In other words, relying on a grade 7 spirit sword, the attack of Xiao Fei's older brother was comparable to the strength of a little over 100 ancient mammoths. And it was far from something Duan Ling Tian could compare to. 6th level of the Origin Core stage? Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted. Even if a 6th level Origin Core martial artist were to utilize a grade 7 spirit weapon to exert his full strength, it would only be comparable to the strength of a little over 100 ancient mammoths. Relying on a grade 7 spirit weapon, Duan Ling Tian was able to exert a strength of 90 ancient mammoths, and once he used the WIRM Python form's quake energy, he might not necessarily be unable to battle with Xiao Fei's older brother. Thus, Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid of Xiao Fei's older brother. Ha! Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao Fei, then he looked at Shirlan and Hu Li. Do you two think that if I let him off today, based on his previous behavior, he won't ask his older brother to take revenge upon us? Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid of Xiao Fei's older brother, but it didn't mean that Shirli and Hu Li weren't afraid. Now he only wanted to remove any cause for future trouble for Shirlan and Hu Li. After all, he really took both Shirlan and Hu Li to be his friends in his heart, and he hoped for them not to receive any harm due to today's incident. Duan Ling Tian added when he noticed that Shirlan and Hu Li were slightly hesitant. How about this? I'll kill Xiao Fei. After you two return, if his older brother looks for the two of you, tell him that the two of you got separated from Xiao Fei while within the primeval forest. Say that Xiao Fei ran off with me, and ask his older brother to come look for me at Migres Peak. Duan Ling Tian thought that the reason Shirlan and Hu Li were hesitant was because they were worried that once Xiao Fei died, Xiao Fei's older brother would look for them, so he was helping them remove any possible trouble. Duan Ling Tian, what are you talking about? We're a team, and we share all difficulties together. We would absolutely not sell you out. Instantly, Hu Li was slightly unhappy when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Exactly, we'll absolutely not do that. Shirlan spoke out as well, and her pretty face was slightly unhappy. Duan Ling Tian's heart was warm when he saw the appearances of the two, and he smiled apologetically. I spoke wrongly. However, this Xiao Fei is atrocious. After he returns, we can't be sure that he won't look for trouble with us. In my opinion, we ought to slice his throat and remove any future troubles. I agree. Hu Li nodded. Then he coldly swept Xiao Fei with his gaze and was without a shred of pity. No, I won't. I won't. Xiao Fei's face went deathly pale when he heard Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 discussing whether or not to kill him. The arrogance, coldness, and indifference on his face completely vanished, and replacing it was terror. I swear, so long as you all don't kill me, I'll absolutely not seek revenge from all of you once I return. Absolutely not. Otherwise, I won't die a peaceful death. I won't die a peaceful death. At this moment, Xiao Fei was completely afraid. Earlier, he dared go toe-to-toe with Duan Ling Tian because he'd never thought that Duan Ling Tian would have thoughts of killing him. Now, the approaching death caused him to feel fear that came from the bottom of his heart. He didn't want to die. Even though he was crippled, even though he would be unable to accomplish anything in the future, he still didn't want to die. Once he died, he would have nothing. I beg you. Duan Ling Tian. I beg you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Xiao Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian and hysterically wailed as he ceaselessly pleaded for mercy. His face was incomparably ghastly pale, and he only hoped that Duan Ling Tian would show mercy and let him off. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. He never imagined that this Xiao Fei would be a contemptible wretch that only seemed strong on the outside. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be contemptuous towards Xiao Fei from the bottom of his heart. If Xiao Fei had maintained his arrogant appearance from earlier, he might have still respected Xiao Fei slightly. Now, he even lacked the interest to kill Xiao Fei. Even though it was so, he knew that if not for himself, he would still kill Xiao Fei for the sake of Shirlan and Hu Li. This Xiao Fei will eventually be a scourge so long as he lives. Xiao Fei moved his target onto Shirlan and Hu Li when he noticed Duan Ling Tian being completely indifferent, and he pleaded with a trembling voice, Shirlan, Hu Li, the incident from before was completely my fault. It's all my fault. I beg the two of you. Ask Duan Ling Tian to let me off. Please. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I beg the two of you. Humph. Hu Li coldly swept Xiao Fei with his gaze. Then he paid no further attention to him. Shilan's gaze was complicated, and a trace of being unable to bear the sight of Xiao Fei being killed appeared on her face. Xiao Fei noticed Shilan's expression, and a trace of a light of hope arose deep within his eyes. Then he struggled as he tumbled before Shilan, causing his entire face to be bloodied. Xiao Fei raised his head that was covered in blood and revealed traces of regret as he looked at Shilan. Shilan, I beg of you. Save me, I beg of you. I really don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I beg of you. As he pleaded for mercy, Xiao Fei fiercely knocked his forehead onto the floor and quickly poured out a pool of blood. Duan Tian frowned when he saw this scene. He was deeply afraid that Shilan would really be deceived by Xiao Fei. His face instantly sank as he said, in a low voice, Xiao Fei, do you think that self-torture is of any use? Shilan, I beg you, I beg you. However, Xiao Fei seemed as if he had not heard what Duan Tian said, and he ceaselessly kowtowed to Shilan with a face that revealed traces of melancholy. Help me for the sake of all the times I've helped you and Hu Li in the past. I really don't want to die. Xiao Fei, you helped us? Which time did you not choose the things first when you entered the primeval forest with us? And which time did you not choose the most valuable materials first? Hu Li's face sank when he heard Xiao Fei. Why talk so much nonsense with him? Just slice his throat. Duan Tian's gaze was slightly cold as he took a large stride forward, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hand flickered with a cold luster. Shilan. Xiao Fei's face went deathly pale when he noticed Duan Tian walking over, and he looked at Shilan, making his last effort to plea with a face full of melancholy. I really don't want to die. Save me. Save me. I swear, so long as you all don't kill me, I'll absolutely not look for trouble with all of you in the future, and I won't ask my older brother to look for trouble with all of you either. Swear? Duan Tian sneered. Could a swear that was made by such an atrocious person while facing the threat of death be trusted? At any case, he didn't believe it. Duan Tian. Suddenly, a voice sounded out. It was Shilan who spoke. Duan Tian frowned. Then he looked at Shilan. Shilan, you don't really believe his nonsense, right? This person can't be spared. He'll only be a scourge if he's spared. Shilan took a deep breath. Then she looked at Xiao Fei's face that was completely tainted with blood and sighed as she faintly said, Duan Tian. What Xiao Fei did today is indeed difficult to forgive. But the three of us are fine after all, whereas Xiao Fei had a leg severed. I believe he's already received his lesson. Let him off. Okay? Xiao Fei's eyes lit up when he heard Shilan pleading on his behalf, and looked at Duan Tian, taking advantage of the opportunity. Duan Tian, I'll surely not look for trouble with all of you again, surely. Let him go. Duan Tian looked at Xiao Fei, then frowned. Shilan, it doesn't make a difference to me if we let him off. But he'll always be an unstable factor for the two of you. Your decision will very likely bring trouble for you and Hu Li. Duan Tian, I know you're concerned about me and Hu Li, but Xiao Fei has already sworn earlier, Shilan added. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Tian's mouth. Shilan actually believed Xiao Fei's swear? Duan Tian looked at Hu Li and asked, Hu Li, what do you think? Hu Li went silent, as he was moved by Shilan's words as well. He then looked at Xiao Fei's leg that was torn off by the savage leopard and sighed before looking at Duan Tian and shaking his head. Instantly, Duan Tian understood what Hu Li meant. Never mind. Since the two of you want to show compassion, then I won't play the part of a villain. Duan Tian sighed. Then he put away the grade 7 spirit sword that was in his hand, and his gaze slowly descended onto Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard what Duan Tian said. When he saw Duan Tian put away the 3-foot-long blade, he collapsed powerlessly on the ground with eyes that were suffused with joy from survival. Xiao Fei. Duan Tian's voice was cold and indifferent like ice, causing Xiao Fei to shudder. He looked at Duan Tian with lingering fear. He didn't dare spear harshly before Duan Tian. He already knew that although this Duanling Tian was young, he was extremely decisive and vicious in conduct. Earlier, if it wasn't for Shirlan and Huli both not wanting to kill him, it would be impossible for him to survive now. I'm warning you. After we return, don't get any ideas. Otherwise, I'll surely make you die a graveless death. As Duanling Tian spoke, a terrifying, bloodthirsty killing intent arose from Duanling Tian's body to envelop Xiao Fei, oppressing Xiao Fei to the point that his face went pale and his eyes emitted terror. No matter what, Xiao Fei was unable to imagine how this young man that looked around 20 would be able to possess such a terrifying killing intent. How many people has he actually killed? He didn't dare imagine it. Are the two of you continuing into the primeval forest, or returning? When Duanling Tian looked at Shirlan and Hu Li, the killing intent on his face vanished. Replacing it was a warm smile. Let's return. Shirlan slightly lacked the mood to continue, as today's incident caused her to feel exhausted. Hu Li nodded in agreement. Then let's return. Duanling Tian nodded. Then he walked shoulder to shoulder with Shirlan and Hu Li as they turned around to walk towards the outside of the primeval forest. As for Xiao Fei, after the figures of Duanling Tian's group of 3 disappeared before his eyes, he relied on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand to support his body as he stood up, then used the grade 7 spirit sword in place of his severed leg to slowly walk out of the primeval forest. He understood in his heart that with his current condition, continuing to stay here was absolutely courting death. Duanling Tian, Shirlan, Hu Li, Xiao Fei, will absolutely not let all of you live comfortably. All of you, wait to receive the wrath of my older brother. Xiao Fei wiped off the blood stains on his face, and traces of killing intent and hatred flashed within his eyes. The current Xiao Fei was like a completely different person from the Xiao Fei who pleaded for mercy earlier. Outside the primeval forest, Duanling Tian's group of 3 let out a breath of relief, as after leaving the primeval force, there was no need to continue being vigilant of fierce beasts. Their strained nerves had all relaxed. Duanling Tian, you're too formidable. Your current age ought to be only around 20, right? Shirlan looked at Duanling Tian with a face full of admiration and adoration. I'll be 20 in another month. Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. 20 in another month? What Duanling Tian said caused Shirlan and Hu Li to be petrified instantly. Even though they'd once suspected that Duanling Tian might not be 20, when they really heard Duanling Tian admitted himself, their hearts couldn't help but tremble like raging waves arising on the surface of a calm sea. They were unable to calm down even after a long time. Not 20 yet, 5th level of the origin core stage. It seemed that even the word monstrous wasn't enough to describe such natural talent. Abnormal. Hu Li pondered for a long time and finally gave Duanling Tian this word. Duanling Tian touched his nose in embarrassment. Looks like no matter where he went, he was unable to avoid being implicated with the word abnormal. Duanling Tian, how the heck do you cultivate? Shirlan was filled with shock towards Duanling Tian being able to attain such achievements at such an age, but she was even more curious about Duanling Tian's cultivation experience. I don't know either. I casually cultivated and I cultivated to this extent. Duanling Tian shrugged. Then he shook his head and smiled. Shirlan, within the Cloud Continent, the natural talent of martial artists are different. Duanling Tian's natural talent is absolutely the first-rate type. This is something we can't get no matter how much we admire it. Hu Li shook his head, as he knew his limitations. Even though it's like that, this difference is too big, right? Shirlan blinked her beautiful eyes that were filled with elegance as she looked at Duanling Tian with a face full of jealousy and envy. Before long, their group of 3 returned to the foot of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak. Shirlan, Hu Li, you two shouldn't have let that Xiao Fei off today. I have the feeling that he won't let the matter go. Duanling Tian recalled the matter from earlier and was slightly regretful in his heart. He should have slit Xiao Fei's throat earlier. Then he wouldn't have to have so many worries like he did now. Duanling Tian, that Xiao Fei indeed deserves death. But his appeared earlier was really too pitiable, and we didn't receive any harm. I think his offense doesn't warrant death. Shirlan faintly sighed, and her eyes revealed a trace of an emotional luster. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Are all women so emotional? Duan Ling Tian, I know you're worried about us. But within the Seven-Star Sword sect, it may be presumed that Xiao Fei and his older brother wouldn't dare act rashly. Hu Li lightly smiled to Duan Ling Tian. I hope so. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Milk was already spilled, and thus it was of no use for him to continue thinking about it. Moreover, even if he went back now, it would probably be difficult to find Xiao Fei again. After ascending Dubhe Peak, Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells to Shirlan and Hu Li before walking toward the stone platform where the chain bridge that led to Migra's Peak was situated. Even though it wasn't the first time Duan Ling Tian walked on this chain bridge, shock still couldn't help but arise within his heart. Standing on the chain bridge and gazing at the mountains near the Seven-Star Sword sect, he felt as if all the mountains within his view were small. After walking past the chain bridge, Duan Ling Tian stepped onto Migra's Peak. Duan Ling Tian had only just stepped onto the Migra's Peak stone platform when he noticed a fierce gaze flashing over from afar to descend onto him. Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look over. A figure walked slowly towards him. This was a middle-aged man who had arrogance mixed between his brows and a very lofty appearance. It's him. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He had an impression of this middle-aged man. Yesterday he met this person briefly at this very place. At that time, this person was with the Migra's Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin. This middle-aged man seems to be a Migra's Peak outer court elder as well. Wasn't he called Zhao Lin? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that this Zhao Lin had directly walked over to stand before him. He noticed that there were actually traces of a burning, flowing light vaguely mixed deep within Zhao Lin's gaze. And within these burning flowing lights, a trace of greed was revealed. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked. This Zhao Lin obviously was plotting something. Even though he didn't know now what objective this Zhao Lin had, he still became vigilant subconsciously. Duan Ling Tian? As Zhao Lin stood in front of Duan Ling Tian, his arrogant gaze descended onto him, and his voice had a sense of a condescending tone as if one of high position was talking to one of low position. Needless to say, Zhao Lin's tone was extremely displeasing to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian calmly crossed eyes with Zhao Lin, then asked indifferently, Elder Zhao Lin, is there something you're looking for me for? Zhao Lin noticed Duan Ling Tian's current attitude and frowned. An outer court disciple had actually used such a casual tone to talk with him? But when he thought of his objective, Zhao Lin suppressed the displeasure in his heart and said to Duan Ling Tian, Follow me. After he finished speaking, Zhao Lin turned around to walk towards a remote area on Migra's Peak. Zhao Lin's words were more like ordering Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian calmly looked at Zhao Lin walking off, but he didn't follow, as doubt arose within his heart. This Zhao Lin, when I met him yesterday, he only glanced at me. Then he regarded me as beneath his notice. Today, why'd he suddenly become so interested in me? He wouldn't be. Recalling how his skin was as smooth as jade and more delicate than a woman's, Duan Ling Tian felt a burst of disgust in his heart. This Zhao Lin wouldn't have that sort of hobby, right? Thinking up to this point, Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't follow him. In next to no time, Zhao Lin noticed that Duan Ling Tian wasn't following him. When he turned around and saw Duan Ling Tian still standing on the spot, his face became incomparably gloomy. This outer court disciple actually dared disobey his orders? A burst of rage arose within Zhao Lin's heart. Within Migra's Peak, there has never been an outer court disciple that dared disobey his orders. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and suppressed his rage. Then he slowly walked over before looking at Duan Ling Tian. I asked you to follow me earlier. Did you not hear me? Hard of hearing. Thinking of how Duan Ling Tian might have the thing he wanted, or perhaps knew where the thing he wanted was, he gave Duan Ling Tian sufficient patience. Elder Zhao Ling, if you have anything to say, then say it here. I'll absolutely not follow you. Duan Ling Tian frowned and didn't beat around the bush as he spoke out with a sense of justice to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin's face went grim as he shouted in a low voice, "Presumptuous!" Along with Zhao Lin's shout, many Migres Peak outer court disciples gathered over, and their curious gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Who's this pretty boy? Actually daring to infuriate Elder Zhao Lin. Elder Zhao Lin is famous for his bad temper within our Migres Peak. This pretty boy is simply courting death by daring to offend him. Looks like there's a good show to see today. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples that had gathered over craved nothing more than chaos. Zhao Lin's face sank when he saw many people gathered in the surroundings, and a trace of worry flashed within his eyes as he shouted in a low voice, "What are all of you gathering over here for? Go away." Duan Ling Tian clearly saw the worry that flashed within Zhao Lin's eyes. Instantly, his heart jerked. Could it really have been guessed correctly by him? This Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, actually had that sort of hobby? For a moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a chill up his spine, and he secretly cursed in his heart. Fuck! Looks like I really have to bathe under the sun. My body that's been reborn after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk has actually attracted the greed of this Zhao Lin. This Zhao Lin looks normal, but I never imagined that he would have that sort of hobby. After confirming that Zhao Lin was plotting against him, Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't allow the surrounding Migres Peak disciples to leave. Elder Zhao Lin, there's nothing that cannot be exposed between us. Why do you want them to leave? What Duan Ling Tian said caused that crowd of Migres Peak disciples who planned to leave due to Zhao Lin's power and influence to stop moving. What does he mean by this? I don't know. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian and then at Zhao Lin with faces full of bewilderment. What? I need you to teach me how to do things. Zhao Lin's face sank when he heard Duan Ling Tian questioning his decision, and he flew into a rage. Elder Zhao Lin, I naturally don't dare teach you how to do things. But right here today I want to make something clear. Even though my skin is slightly whiter, absolutely don't have such hobbies. So, Elder Zhao Lin, you should give up on this as I won't follow you. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he rubbed his hands together in absolute terror, then looked at Zhao Lin with a face full of disgust. As far as he was concerned, so long as he shed light towards Zhao Lin's true colors, Zhao Lin would give up on any intention of coveting him. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian's words were like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples, causing the surrounding Migres Peak disciples to be dumbstruck. The gazes with which the Migres Peak disciples used to gaze at Zhao Lin became incomparably strange. So this Elder Zhao Lin has that sort of hobby. I really never noticed before this. Looks like the reason why he got infuriated with this pretty boy earlier was because this pretty boy refused him. This pretty boy is really misfortunate. His skin is whiter and more delicate, but his other aspects are filled with manliness. But just because of this, he actually encountered the coveting of Elder Zhao Lin. All of you, don't speak about it anymore. I feel disgusted just thinking about it. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples could now be considered to have completely understood. Their gazes towards Duan Ling Tian were filled with pity. It looked like having skin that was too white wasn't a good thing, as when you encounter people from a special group like Elder Zhao Lin, there was still a certain level of danger. Brother, I feel sorry for you. A Migres Peak disciple that stood near Duan Ling Tian looked at Duan Ling Tian as he shook his head and sighed. Brother, why don't you obey Elder Zhao Lin? Elder Zhao Lin is an elder of our Migres Peak. If you follow him, won't you be able to be unhindered within Migres Peak? Another Migres Peak disciple winked at Duan Ling Tian. I'll leave such an opportunity to you. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at that Migres Peak disciple, as he didn't have such hobbies. What Duan Ling Tian said, and the jokes of the surrounding Migres Peak disciples, entered Zhao Lin's ears and eyes, and it also allowed him to understand what had happened. This Duan Ling Tian actually thought he had such hobbies. Further looking at the weird gazes shot at him from the Migres Peak disciples, for a moment, Zhao Lin was angered to the point that his face was livid. He'd been in the 7-Star Sword sect for so many years, but when had he ever greatly lost face like this? What nonsense are all of you talking? Zhao Lin's face sank, and his sonorous voice that contained an awe-inspiring coldness mixed within sounded out. Instantly, everyone present shut their mouths. But their gazes upon Zhao Lin were still so strange, so detested, and so disgusted. Now, they naturally thought that Zhao Lin had gotten angry from embarrassment. Elder Zhao Lin. Duanling Tian looked at Zhao Lin and shook his head. Actually, I can understand you having such hobbies. Really. Although I don't have such hobbies in my hometown, there are many people similar to you. However, they wouldn't take it as a disgrace, and most of us don't look down upon them because of this. The hometown that Duanling Tian spoke of now was naturally the Earth from his previous lifetime. On Earth, homosexuality wasn't a rare thing. Although Duanling Tian didn't agree with it, he wouldn't look down upon them, as everyone had the right to choose how they lived, and others had no right to interfere. What? Elder Zhao Lin, you don't believe me? Duanling Tian noticed that Zhao Lin still looked angrily at him. It looked like Zhao Lin wished for nothing more than to pull out his tendons and peel his skin, and he hurriedly added, Elder Zhao Lin, what I'm saying is the truth. Actually, you don't have to be embarrassed. I can understand. I really can understand. I believe that these senior brothers and junior brothers are able to understand as well, right? As Duanling Tian spoke, he looked towards the crowd of Migre's Peak disciples. These Migre's Peak disciples were originally terrified in their hearts when they noticed Zhao Lin getting enraged. But now that they heard what Duanling Tian said, they instantly took hold of the opportunity. Exactly, Elder Zhao Ling, you don't have to feel embarrassed. We can understand. We can understand it. Actually, it isn't a big deal, isn't it, only liking men and not liking women? Elder Zhao Lin, don't worry. We will surely support you. The crowd of Migre's Peak disciples all consoled Zhao Lin one by one. Elder Zhao Lin. Duanling Tian withstood Zhao Lin's ghastly gaze as he braced himself and said, Look, listen, so many brothers weren't really surprised when they found out you had such hobbies, as everyone understands you and support you. You all? Zhao Lin's face flushed red as if someone was choking him by the neck, and his eyes sprang wide open as he pointed at Duanling Tian and the surrounding Migre's Peak disciples. Pooh! In the end, Zhao Lin's lifeblood roiled, and he was forcefully enraged by Duanling Tian and the group of Migre's Peak disciples to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood splattered all over the floor, dazzling and resplendent. All of the Migre's Peak disciples, including Duanling Tian, were struck dumb when they saw this scene. Elder Zhao Lin, we didn't deceive you, we really. One Migre's Peak disciple foolishly looked at Zhao Lin, but he hadn't finished speaking when he noticed Zhao Lin's fierce gaze sweeping over, and he hurriedly shut his mouth obediently. You! Very good. I'll come look for you again. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and swept Duanling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze before leaving. The surrounding crowd of Migre's Peak disciples opened up a path. After Zhao Lin left, the crowd of Migre's Peak disciples looked at Duanling Tian with eyes that had a sense of pity mixed within. Brother, looks like Elder Zhao Lin won't let you off so easily. Take care. Brother, you can only rely on yourself. We're sympathetic but unable to help. Brother, when you're reborn in your next life, don't be so white. Even women would probably be envious of your skin. Perhaps it's precisely because of this that you would be coveted by Elder Zhao Lin. One by one, all the Migre's Peak disciples spoke to Duanling Tian. When they noticed Duanling Tian standing on the spot, dumbstruck, without any reaction, they shook their heads before turning and leaving. Looks like he's already been scared stiff by Elder Zhao Lin. I really don't know if he's misfortunate or lucky. There's so many disciples on our Migre's Peak, but Elder Zhao Lin only took a fancy upon him. That's why men must be sure not to be too white, otherwise, they'll encounter the coveting of people like Elder Zhao Lin. As these Migre's Peak disciples left, they couldn't help but slightly sigh with emotion. Eventually, Duanling Tian recovered from his thoughts. The gaze Zhao Lin used to look at him right before leaving caused Duanling Tian to realize that this matter seemed not to be so simple. Could it be that he doesn't have that sort of hobby? I've misunderstood him. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that when Zhao Lin was angered to the point of spitting blood, the gloomy gaze that condensed within his eyes weren't the gaze of becoming angry form embarrassment. And Zhao Lin's expression later on didn't seem like a person with that sort of hobby either. But if he doesn't have that sort of hobby, why would there be that sort of greedy gaze when he looked at me? Duan Ling Tian was filled with bewilderment. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't wrap his head around it. However, this time, I can be considered to have completely offended that Zhao Lin. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. That Zhao Lin was an outer court disciple of the Migres Peak after all, and with the sect rules of the Seven-Star Sword sect in place, he ought to not dare to lynch him in public. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief before walking off in large strides, preparing to return to the stalactite cave. Duan Ling Tian had an uncomfortable feeling in his heart when he recalled Zhao Lin, and after he observed his surroundings for a moment, he gritted his teeth and then walked towards any place that had many people. After spending an entire half an hour, my spiritual force is too weak to sense void-prying martial artists, so if there was a void-prying martial artist following me, I wouldn't notice it in the slightest. But even if it's a void-prying martial artist, it isn't so easy to follow me. Duan Ling Tian was confident that after this half an hour of winding around, even if that Zhao Lin was following him, Zhao Lin would have surely been shook off by him. As the king of weapons specialists on Earth in his previous life, Duan Ling Tian had confidence. Before long, Duan Ling Tian was at ease as he found a small road and directly headed towards the peak of Migres Peak. If that Zhao Lin was really following him, Zhao Lin would probably never be able to imagine that his place of cultivation and residence was actually at the peak of Migres Peak. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian arrived at the peak, somewhere on the mountainside, Zhao Lin stood there with a gloomy and unsightly expression. That kid actually shook me off. Could it be that he noticed me? When he recalled everything that happened earlier, Duan Ling Tian practically only chose places with many people to walk through, and he was slightly suspicious in his heart. Now, Duan Ling Tian ran off in front of his eyes and shook him off, causing the suspicion in his heart to deepen. That kid is an origin core martial artist at most. How could he possibly be able to shake me off? It's surely his good luck. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. No matter what, he didn't believe that a young man around the age of 20 was able to shake him off. He was a void-prying martial artist. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had returned to the stalactite cave within the cliff. He glanced at the two little pythons that were sound asleep and then shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Subsequently, he sat on the stone platform and started cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WYRM Python Form. While cultivating, through the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian noticed something. So it turned out that the quake energy that the third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the WYRM Python Form, gave him was able to be advanced as well. When he was at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, it only allowed the origin energy in his body to develop quake energy. And later on, as his cultivation advances, the quake energy will advance as well. Right now I'm only at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, but the quake energy is already so formidable. If it continues to advance, won't the quake energy be even more heaven-defying? Duan Ling Tian's eyes sprang open, his gaze abruptly shone, and his face was filled with joy and anticipation. Today, when he entered the primeval forest, he deeply experienced the might of the quake energy, and it was absolutely worthy of being called heaven-defying. Originally, with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage and relying upon his Grade 8 Spirit Sword, he still wasn't able to penetrate the skin and flesh of that 4th level Origin Core stage Elephant Rhino. But when he utilized the quake energy, the Grade 8 Spirit Sword easily penetrated the skull of the Elephant Rhino and even shattered the skull to kill it. Quake energy was an extremely overbearing method of strength utilization, a method that transcended martial skills. And that 6th level Origin Core stage Savage Leopard was the same, as it was directly killed by him as if he was slicing through tofu. Thinking up to this point, Duan Ling Tian worked even harder as he cultivated. With my current natural talent that has reached the utmost limit, by relying upon the origin-strengthening pills with a purity of 90% and above, I'll surely be able to smoothly break through to the 5th level of the origin core stage within 3 months. Duanling Tian was filled with confidence towards his current self. Since he consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, his natural talent was already no longer what it was before. Cultivate. Duanling Tian once again closed his eyes and started to cultivate painstakingly. He only woke up after cultivating until the next day, as he was awakened by hunger. After casually roasting and eating a suckling pig, Duanling Tian burped from being full. Then he left the stalactite cave, left the peak, and intended to head towards the Migres Peaks Trade Hall, the vast building behind the chain bridge. When he exited the primeval forest yesterday, he, Sherlon, and Huli had shared their gains within the primeval forest equally. Originally, Sherlon and Huli intended to give the beast cores of both the savage leopard and elephant rhino to him, but they were refused by him, because that wouldn't be considered sharing equally. In the end, he only took the beast core of the savage leopard. Now he intended to head to the trade hall and use the savage leopard's beast core to exchange for some materials. The materials he needed were precisely the materials needed for the Blaze inscription. The Blaze inscription was an offensive inscription that was capable of annihilating half-step void stage martial artists. The main material of the Blaze inscription was the silver firegrass, and on the way to the 7-star sword sect, he's already obtained it in Black Wind City's Ma Clan auction house's auction. Even though he'd prepared some of the remaining materials, one of the materials was incomplete. If he wanted to inscribe the Blaze inscription, then that material must be sufficient. So he thought of Migres Peaks Trade Hall. Within the trade hall, besides being able to use materials to exchange for medicinal pills and spirit weapons from alchemist elders and weapons craftsman elders, Migres Peak disciples would frequently conduct trades amongst themselves. The beast core of the savage leopard couldn't be considered as precious, but it was extremely rare. As for the material that Duanling Tian required, although it was rare, it didn't have much use to alchemists and weapons craftsmen. So Duanling Tian only spent half an hour before successfully obtaining it. Using a material that he had no use of to exchange for the savage leopard beast core in Duanling Tian's possession caused that Migres Peak disciple to have a smile bloom on his face. Duanling Tian's face revealed a smile as well. He finally was able to inscribe the Blaze inscription. Right when Duanling Tian was anxious to return and intended to return and inscribe the Blaze inscription, he once again saw Zhao Lin. He's really lingering like a ghost. Zhao Lin obstructed his path, and his gaze descended onto him. Duanling Tian didn't avoid him and directly walked over before asking while frowning, "Elder Zhao Lin, do you need something?" Now he was practically able to confirm that Zhao Lin ought to not have that sort of special hobby. But why would this Zhao Lin have his sights on him? This was something Duanling Tian found difficult to understand. So now he urgently wanted to know the reason. Duanling Tian. Zhao Lin looked at Duanling Tian with a gloomy expression, and when he recalled what happened yesterday, his eyes couldn't help but emit a strand of dense killing intent. The incident from yesterday had already spread throughout the entire Migres Peak now. No matter which part of Migres Peak he went to now, he could notice a multitude of strange gazes upon him. He was convinced that if things went on like this, it wouldn't take long before the entire 7-star sword sect would think he really had that sort of hobby. His reputation was practically ruined. Moreover, the cause of all this was the young man that was currently standing before him, an ordinary Migres Peak disciple. He already had a decision in his heart. Once his objective was achieved and he obtained the thing he wanted, he would surely find a way to kill this Migres Peak disciple to vent the hatred in his heart. Duanling Tian had experienced 2 lifetimes and was even a weapon specialist who survived rains of bullets and seas of blood and corpses, so he naturally was able to sense the killing intent within Zhao Lin's eyes. Instantly, his face sank. "Elder Zhao Lin, speak frankly if you have something to say." Zhao Lin took a deep breath, and his fierce gaze descended onto Duanling Tian's figure as he spoke in a low voice. "I can let go of the matter from yesterday, but you must pay the price for this. My demand isn't high. I only want you to hand over the 10,000-year stalactite milk." 10,000-year stalactite milk?